Hey, Doowovid here. God bless. We're live for Week in Review. So, hope everyone's doing well. Sorry about my absence last week. I went family vacation and went to see the Eclipse. Was in Niagara Falls for the weekend. So, I'll talk a little bit about the Eclipse and some thoughts. I thought maybe to try streaming from Niagara Falls. I had internet and I had brought my computer with me, but didn't happen. So, we're back. So, good to be back. Good to have a week in review. A lot of research, a lot of stuff to talk about. God forbid the war in Israel. Definitely talk about that and what might be going on very soon, and um, some chess studies. So, going to get back in my research and chess studies. We'll talk a little bit about that. Might be writing. I'm trying to help create a newsletter for the Detroit City Chess Club. So I'm going to be trying to write something on chess and art. So I'll read a few articles related to that. And hopefully next week we'll be able to look at my draft and see if it's actually successful, kicking off maybe a monthly or quarterly or something chess periodical for the Detroit City Chess Club at the Detroit Institute of Arts. Link is in the chat. I don't have any guests planned. Ludwin, yeah, God bless. Saying there's a problem with my camera. I'm not sure if you're saying something wrong with my camera. Could just be my face. God forbid. So looks good from my end, but yeah. So the link's in the chat. I don't expect anyone coming around, but if someone comes around. Jennifer, the Science of Consciousness conference is coming up next week, so I won't be able to attend that, and I'm not going to bother with the online attendance. It's not worth the money. Wasn't enough networking or anything. So I will watch the streams and comment on them when they come out. And that last year took like almost half a year later till it came out. But I'm not sure there's anything pressing. But anyone who does go to that, would be interesting. I had thought about it, and Jennifer even messaged me thinking about it, but it's not going to happen. But we'll look a little bit at the agenda and some of the stuff going on with the Science of Consciousness conference, and we'll talk about the war. And I had my big debate with Daniel last week, so we'll let's get started with a screen share. So a lot to cover. Okay, so just some random stuff. 3 blue, 1 brown. Interesting YouTube channel. So they had some stuff on GPT and algorithms and the nature of that. I was interested in that. Professor Hamrov. I don't know why they took so long to release these. Kurt Dry-Mongol Theories of Everything. So this is already like half a year old. So I don't know what's sensical to hold on to the stuff to release it so long after. But Professor Hamrov at the Mind Conference in but kind of more of the same, but usually follow. So that will be coming up this week. So sorry for the slow start. Get my talking voice going ready. So the Science of Consciousness, Center for Consciousness Studies. So here is the full 480 page 480 page overview of everything going on at the Science of Consciousness Conference, and all of the abstracts and various topics. So here it is, next week, right on Passover. So it's literally on Passover. So very unlikely I would have went, on Passover. But you could see the, the general flow starting next week on Tuesday, on the first day of Passover, quantum biology, Indian knowledge, dual aspect monism, dreamless sleep. So these are workshops. So Deepak Chopra, Planetary 1, detecting consciousness, Planetary 2, cortical oscillations, 3, consciousness and reality, 4, cortical oscillations, waves, and consciousness, 5, the global brain keynote address, 6, consciousness and religion in altered states, poster sessions, 7, mechanisms of consciousness, 8, dodecography. I don't even know what that is. I have to look at that. 12, orders of frequency oscillation, EEG. This is the Anirban Bandopati. 9, astrobiology and astroconsciousness. 10, dual aspect monism with Harold Atmanspacher. I read some of his papers last summer in Week in Review. 11, molecules of life and consciousness from the asteroid Bennu. 12, science of consciousness 30 years on. Panel David Chalmer, Susan Blackmore, Christopher Koch, Stuart Hameroff, Giuliano Tonini, Pavel, and 12, more of the same. So in Saturday, 13, dimensions, wavelengths, and symmetry in the brain. 14, searching for consciousness and entanglement in cerebral organoids. So pretty interesting, a big program, exhibitors. So it's not happening. I'm not going to be attending this one. University of Michigan is one of the sponsors again this year. So highly recommend people check it out. Anyone following this research, I've been at this long enough that I finally know the names and a lot of the theories, and we'll continue with more of this. So so this is a full 480 pages of the different names and people and presentations, and so there's probably like well over like 150, 200 presenters, because a lot of these are just are even less than a page, but 2-page tops. So I didn't actually read through this, but maybe when the event actually comes through. So you see the categories: philosophy, neuroscience, cognitive science, physical and biological science, experiential approaches, culture, and humanities. Okay, so encourage people to look through that. And Daniel Cockerill, Ghobrial Cockerill, better known as History Speaks, finally published his first paper. So I'm not sure if he streamed or talked about it. So this is on Twitter, History Speaks. So he finally published his first paper. So his paper, did the Nazis plan to extend the final solution beyond Europe, assessing the evidence? So I gave him a little criticism. It was good research. Some of it was pretty interesting, although the framing of it seemed a little questionable. So I mean, he already has it published. It's already published. But the article examines theories that Nazi Germany had a plan to extend the final solution to the Near East, to Shanghai, and beyond Europe's borders more generally. It argues for a strictly pan-European interpretation of the final solution policy as it unfolded in history, while acknowledging the implications of the Nazi Weltanschauung for Jews around the world who might have fallen under Nazi occupation. So the way he frames it, he kind of like opens up with, like he's debunking a larger theory, which I'm not sure how many of the historians, like it's just Yad Vashem, or if he's kind of doing like so my interpretation of what he's trying to do, he's trying to do like a Norman Finkelstein Holocaust industry type thing, where he's talking about Okay, if that link didn't go through, it's too big. If I'm guessing what's going on is he's trying to do like a Norman Finkelstein type thing and saying, like, God forbid Israel or certain factions of Jewish scholars are overusing, misusing the Holocaust by going beyond the evidence. And so he's looking at the evidence. Is there any evidence that there was, God forbid, a plan for some sort of global extermination as opposed to just in Europe? And then it gets kind of weak where he's trying to lay out, well, who actually even says, does anyone even think that there was a plan for a global extermination? And he only quotes a few Jewish scholars, Yad Vashem, without even noting that they're Jewish. And so, but the research is interesting. Anyone who follows World War II, and my critique to him was like, if you're going to say it, say it. So if you think that, God forbid, the memory of the Holocaust is being misused for political purposes, then he should just say it. And if he's going to, specifically like, make a Jewish statement that Zionists are purposely misusing the memory of the Holocaust by overstating the threat that it was to global Jewry, and then examining the evidence. But if the evidence isn't even there in the first place, or no one even says that, then what's the purpose of like debunking someone that no one even says? So, if it's just historical analysis of, some form of intentionality in, as opposed to, I always forget intentional or functional. So most Holocaust history experts are functionalist. Few are intentionalist. The Jewish scholars tend to be more in the intentionalist school, saying that the intention of the war was the Holocaust, as opposed to a function of the war, that the Nazis never intended to, God forbid, kill the Jews, and just worked out in the middle of the war as a function of the war. And so, that even level of the intentionalist. So, of the intentionalist, how many of the intentionalists actually think that the intention was not just German Jews, but global Jews? And, so I don't think he lays that out well. And if he mentions, like, well, almost no modern scholars are uh, intentionalist, and the only intentionalists are large Jewish scholars, and they tend to be caught up with things like, Yad Vashem and in various factions. And then, so I think he's, really that's what he wanted to say, but he didn't actually, um, say that. So it kind of comes out weaker in the paper, and then it seems like, well, why did he frame the paper in that way? If he wasn't going to say what he meant to say, why did he even frame it that way? But the overall research base of the article, besides for this, framing mechanism where it's kind of like half-heartedly trying to say something, then doesn't actually say it, but the actual research and analysis of the facts is pretty good. So props to Michael History Speaks on publishing his first paper. Hopefully, it'll be many more. Maybe book in the work, or various things. So said props to him on that. Okay, so let's turn to the war. I'll read a few articles, and then we'll talk about the eclipse, and then we'll get into the chess study. So Ludwig, pretty sure the SS persecuted Tunisian Jewry during the German presence. Sure, not there. Yeah, I mean, you could read the article. So, I mean, he's not saying that there wasn't any persecution outside of Europe. He's saying, was there an intention, a plan for a global genocide? Um, and so, I'm not a war expert. I'd have to look up like the exact nature of Tunisia, even like how many Tunisian Jews were there, if they were deported, or you're just saying persecuted, or genocide, and whether there was a plan of global genocide. And it's saying the evidence is quite lacking. So just the way he lays out his article is that, it's like he's debunking this concept that there was And so who even says that in the first place? And then you say, well, are the only people who say that there was a plan for a global genocide against Jews, you sort of say, Hasbora propagandist type things who are misusing the memory of the Holocaust, and therefore he's trying to debunk it. And to me, like, my impression is that's what he's trying to do, but he doesn't say that's what he's trying to do. So he kind of makes it look like that. It's widely known that many people make this claim, and without clearly expressing who makes this claim or how seriously, or going into the whole functionalist versus intentionalist aspect of the debate, even though almost all the scholars are functionalist. So, here he's just talking about a dispute among intentionalists. So, you're like, of the Holocaust scholars, probably 80-90% are functionalist. And of the intentionalist, how many of the intentionalists thinks that it was a global intention as opposed to just a pan-European or Germanic territory intention? And so, I think that is a little weak point in his article, and it's coming. And I think it would have been stronger if he just said it straight up, if that's what he was going to say. And then if he wasn't going to say that, then it's counterproductive to frame it that way. He could have just talked about it without kind of like making it look like there's this widely misunderstand that he's correcting. If it's saying it's not widely misunderstood, almost no one says, kind of like a straw man of something that only a handful of people say. And if he's specifically talking about the historians at Yad Vashem, and then if he is going to be attacking Yad Vashem or a certain element of Holocaust history, he should be straight up and say that. But either way, check out the article. It's a good article, and props to him for publishing. Okay, so the Muslim skeptic did a highlight reel. Daniel tries to convert Jewish scholar to Islam. So if people didn't watch the full debate, they could watch the highlight reel. Okay, Lambie, God bless. Good to see you. And, see, modern day debate has about 6,000 views, but the Muslim skeptic, 80,000 views. In our conversation, 33,000 views. And like, I've gained a lot of followers on Twitter. I'm up to Daniel, perhaps, God forbid, the friendly conversation. Daniel's Iranian ethnically, but I've gained like 50 followers from that. And he did a tweet the other day saying that as of now, I'm still the only Jew who has agreed to talk to him. He might have this other debate with, I guess it's a Egyptian convert to Judaism, but it's on Sabbath or something. So I'm not exactly sure who this other guy, and I guess he's saying he can't give his details or his identity because he's in fear. So that debate might happen next Saturday night. Another Jewish person stepping up to debate Daniel, this person, a former Muslim Egyptian convert. But yeah, so still, views popping in, commentary popping in from that. So, and saying the conversation, considering what, the war with Iran right now, and we'll talk about that. So let's move straight into the war with Iran. So here's this channel I never heard about. I guess it's got tens of thousands of followers, and it might be like ex Hasidim interviews. Not a huge channel, but I mean bigger than mine. I saw actually they had Vivek Ramaswamy on recently, but it looks like mostly like ex Hasidim or conglomerate of like young Orthodox Jews trying to make their way in the world. And this is a famous guy, like the Satmar Rebbe's great grandson, Chaim Meisels, who stopped being anti-Zionist and joined the IDF, and he's a commander now in the IDF. And like, I mean, I heard this story already like a decade ago, and when I was on Keith Woods, and ironically, that guy BZ was pushing back on the point, but I said it's a pipeline from anti-Zionist Haredi to Zionist, that like West Bank settlers, a good portion of them, maybe even a third of them, and some of the most extreme ones were anti-Zionist. In fact, I remember the local synagogue near my house, the director for North America of the B'nai Akiva was, his parents were Moonkachers, and Moonkach were the famous anti-Zionists. But he was like, relatively, there's a pipeline, and as people become less Haredi, less Hasidic, and they become less religious, they tend to become more Zionist. And that's in Israel also. In fact, I would say that the most ardent Zionists tend to be former anti-Zionist. So, it's a little element. And you could also see, God forbid, like, I was talking with Daniel about most Haredi anti-Zionist, they're not anti-Zionist because of Palestinian human rights. And, it's other concerns like, LGBT, secular, Messiah, theological concerns. But the vast minority of Haredi Hasidic anti-Zionist are anti-Zionist due to concerns of Palestinian human rights abuses. And you listen to this, he's given like the straight Hasbro talking points. Israel's the most moral army in the world, and just like blatantly talking about the need to kill people. So, God forbid, it's kind of a scary situation, and you're thinking the war, and if you're looking at the Orthodox press like Vosses Nayas, the Yeshiva News, you have this like very right-wing pro-military perspective, and it's God forbid, compared to Christianity, where you might have a turn the other cheek, and I've heard hundreds of times you say like, we're Jews, we don't turn the other cheek. But this kind of justified war, justified violence. So unfortunately, you have this like like young, nice yeshiva boys, Orthodox Jews that like have these like calculations of justified violence, where it's like, no, this is okay. In this kind of Hasbora agency, where you have a little different than Joseph Cohn, the the Haredi Hasbora type attitude, but these kind of just like basic statements of like, we're completely justified, moral, it's a just war, and you see that with Iran and the statements like, we have all the right in the world to kill as many and so God forbid you could see in this conversation some of those sentiments. Lambie, the red heifers. So that was one of the questions Daniel asked me about, was the red heifers. That's purely an aspect of ritual purity. So there's some connection to Messiah where, I mentioned the temple service. So the red heifer is specifically mentioned in the Levitical law because anyone who's actually studied Talmud, a huge amount of Talmud deals with ritual purity. So, God forbid, there's a whole tractate of the Talmud, Nida, on menstrual blood, and one of the foundation, like, so when you convert to or become a Baal Tshuva, a lot of times they'll break Jewish law into 4 aspects, and basically daily rituals, prayers, holidays and Sabbath, kosher dietary restrictions, and family purity. And family purity, the most aspect, family purity is a euphemism for menstrual blood taboos. So I mean, obviously, like, you can't commit adultery, and like regular aspects of family purity, and there's shomer negia, like not touching, but even shomer negia largely refers to not being contaminated by your wife's menstrual blood cycle. So, but then another huge section of biblical law and Talmudic law, aka God bless, has to do with the ritual impurity of a dead body. And so, Daniel's mentioning that there's a similar thing in Islam, but much less. So in Judaism, like maybe even like 5% of the Talmud I would not be in like the Mishnah more, because a lot of those parts don't have like, so there's a whole section of the Mishnah, the sixth book, called Kudshim, and it deals with the temple services and holiness, and maybe a whole 10% of the Mishnah has to do with ritual purity, and the Talmud, like 5% of the Talmud has to do with ritual purity, and there's all these things about there's also things like leprosy, but the main purity factor is coming into contact with a dead body. And when you come into contact with a dead body, it could make your utensils impure. And if you touch the utensils, it could make another person impure. And the main problem, Abram, God bless, good to see you. The main problem in the ancient times was the priests, and I think it could also ruin the miser, like the typhs. So, it's mostly hypothetical. So if you're, a Talmud scholar, and, so thank God Doooovid has been through Mishnah multiple times, and even been through all the Talmud, parts of books of the Talmud multiple times. But a large part of the Talmud is this hypothetical about what it was like in ancient Israel. In the Mishnah, you have all the typhs, and a large section of that is this ritual purity. And of the worst of the ritual impurities is touching a dead body. But like, unlike Islam, you could become contaminated. In Hebrew, they call it tumas mace, the impurity of the dead body, not just by touching a dead body, but by going to a graveyard, walking in a place, or even touching a utensil that touched a dead body, or a person that touched a dead body and then touches a utensil, and then you touch the utensil. And the main problem with the tumas mace is for a priest. So your average, like, just Jew, Israelite, it doesn't matter whether you have tumas mace or not. There's almost no restriction that it doesn't matter whether Tejena, I'm not sure if I've ever heard of Tejena. You saying that's a gypsy greeting? Hey, Tejena is Swedish for hey. Okay, so that's Swedish. Okay, so well, Tejena to you too. God bless. So the priests who serve in the temple have to be ritually pure, and the most stringent of the purities is tumas mace, but also probably the second most stringent is the menstrual blood. And then also you have certain impurities, like in ancient Israel, with like leprosy, or like houses could catch leprosy, or some sort of like pandemic. So there's certain things that we don't understand anymore. So like, the that even like houses could be condemned, and some sort of ancient sicknesses that we're not sure about which they were. They're like gonorrhea or leprosy or various things. But the priests, in order to serve in the temple, have to become ritualistically pure. So, as I mentioned, in ancient Israel, there were 24 houses of priests, of Kohanim, and they each served 2 weeks a year in the temple, and then they all served during the regolim, the gatherings, the festivals. So before the 2-week gathering, they would separate from their family and go through a purification process of, most of the purities you could do just through going to the mikveh. However, the impurity of a dead body, you needed this special red heifer process where they sacrifice a red cow and then burn it, and then sprinkle the ashes of the red cow on the priest. And then they still probably go to the mikveh and have to wait 24 hours, or have to look up the exact process. But so Lamby's saying Tejena is a Swedish loanword from Romani. Okay, Judas Shubutov, but well, either way, Tejena, God bless. Good to see you. So the red heifer is specific for priests in order to serve in the temple. And it might also, I'd have to look it up, but it could also be that it also has to do with Meiser tithes. That like if that types, because types are offered, some of them are offered in the temple or the different laws, but like if someone, you could make impure, ritually impure the tithe also, like the grain offerings or the various fruit offerings. So if someone's ritually impure and they touch the grain offering, so like farmers might also have to go through the process. But the main concept related to Messiah is that in order to serve in the temple, you can't be ritually impure. And most people understand that everybody today is ritually impure because you can't really control like who you touch or touching an object. And like graveyards, people aren't careful. So presumably almost everybody is ritually impure. So, like the Toldos Avram Yitzchak Rebbe was a Kohen, and he was very, very careful, like shaking hands, touching people, because Jews are big on shaking hands, but like touching utensils, so you just shake someone's hand, and they're tumas mace. And there's also like levels of tumas mace where if you're directly in contact with a dead body versus you're in contact with a person who was in contact with a dead body, or you're in contact with a vessel that a person was in contact, and they have. So this is very complicated stuff in the Talmud, and I remember going through these Talmudic things, and it's very complicated, and a lot of times like, well, who cares? Why are we learning this? And it's seems like it's esoteric, mystical in general, because you have like primary ritual impurity, secondary ritual impurity, tertiary ritual impurity, and it's hard to keep track of all this, or like the methods that you could use for cleansing vessels, and then the actual red heifer. But if they had the red heifer, that means that if the temple was rebuilt, then we could purify. So according to the biblical law, just because the temple is rebuilt, even if Messiah comes, so Messiah is not going to abrogate the law. Messiah is going to follow the law. So if Messiah comes, there's world peace, universal recognition of God. The priesthood, the house of David is reestablished. The temple is rebuilt. The priest can't serve in the temple if they're not ritually pure. And so they could only become ritually pure through this ceremony of the sacrifice of the red heifer and the sprinkling of the ashes on the priest. And there's a few other aspects to it. I didn't look it up beforehand. So that's related to messianic times. Like, oh, there's red heifers, so we're preparing for the temple. But not necessarily. So there's not necessarily anything messianic about it. And like the messianic fervor over it is questionable. And then saying, let's say they did sacrifice one of those cows and did the ceremony, and you can't sacrifice. I don't think you could sacrifice the cow without the temple. So I'm not even sure how you went about it. If you first need someone pure, because I'm not sure if you could. I'm not sure if you could sacrifice the red heifer without the temple in the first place. But then how do you go about rebuilding the temple and sacrificing the first red heifer if everybody's impure? So these could be like these paradoxes, and the rabbis don't even have any good answers. And Ludwin, the halakhic boundaries of the city of Jerusalem. If you're talking about it's listed in the Masechta Megillah, like walled cities, and like there's an Erev in current day Jerusalem. There's an Erev, but so if you mean ancient Jerusalem, and I'm not even sure that matters, like for pilgrimage or something. So the Talmud does discuss that, because you got to make pilgrimage and be in the city or sleep in the city. So yeah, I guess there's been quite a bit of media attention and messianic fervor, and I'm going to talk about the war. And as I mentioned to Daniel, I don't think the war is a good sign. Like Messiah's coming. I think the war, and we're going to talk about the eclipse too, is just a sign that there's going to be a purge, God forbid, and a global bloodletting and punishment for sin that is gathered up, because God is slow to anger and our sins have built up and we haven't repented, and there's just going to be a war and a bloodletting, and it's not going to be redemption. It's not going to lead to the rebuilding of the temple. It's just going to be like one of these many boom bust cycles, purge, like we've seen throughout humanity. But when you talk about the eclipse, I was mentioning the eclipse, the excitement of the eclipse. So most of the Talmudic wisdom and spiritual wisdom is eclipses are a bad sign. Eclipses are a sign that the nation is about to be punished. And so the eclipse going over North America, major cities, is so we got a guest, Yehudah. So Yehudah,
Shalom.
hello.
Hi, shalom.
Oh, great. So Yehudah reached out to me after my debate with Daniel. So I just finished my point, and he might be interested to talk about this. But the eclipse going over, from the Talmud and other perspectives, is a sign of punishment from God coming. And if the eclipse went over major American cities, it's a sign of the decline of America, or God's judgment descending on America. And I was thinking, well, why are Americans all excited about it? And I think the Gemara in Avodah Zorah mentions that, like, the sinners, the evildoers, think that they're going to be rewarded. So, the Gemara, where it says all the nations gather after Messiah comes to collect their reward, and the most despicable nations get pushed their way first into the line to collect their reward. But little do they know they're not going to be rewarded; they're going to be punished. So, it could be a sign with the eclipse. But saying, God forbid, there's messianic fervor in Israel, even over the war, the escalation with Iran. And I think it's inaccurate, because it's just likely we're going to be punished for our sins, and there's no Messiah is going to come from it. So we have a new guest, Yehudah Yisrael, who I guess if he's Baal Tshuva, maybe from Ohio, living in New York, and he's active also in debates, and he's got his own YouTube channel, and he had some critiques on my debate performance with Daniel. So if you want to introduce yourself, Yehudah, appreciate you tuning in. He also has his own YouTube channel, so I'll try to link that in the chat.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. I don't know how much time I have. It's interesting, obviously, with what's happening now. I know a lot of people are like bringing up. I'm not as familiar with like the Nevuah, the prophecies, and like people usually bring up like Yechezkel 38 and 39. I'm more concerned with Zechariah 12, and how, I agree, there's going to be a lot of purging, in a sense, before the coming of Mashiach. But I don't know, regardless of, I guess, the governmental, I think where there's the big machloket, the big debate is, what is Israel supposed to do now? The Jews, since we are in Israel, what do we do? What is the plan to bring Mashiach? Is it to leave and give up all sovereignty, and that's what God wanted the whole time? Obviously, He wants us to keep Torah, but is that the key, or is it stay there and endure the calamities? And I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure that's a big part of it. So, like, the Satmar Rebbe's huge treatise on anti-Zionism is largely based on like this one Gemara that talks about the three oaths, and it's kind of like this hypothetical. And I'm not even sure that's the big issue. Like, according to Maimonides, the key aspect is it looks like we also have Claire here. So if you just bear with me, Claire, so we have a new guest here too. So the key aspect of Messiah.
If I leave abruptly, I apologize. So just leaving that.
Okay, no problem. You do what you got to do. I'm glad you came on, and we could talk anytime. You reached out to me on Facebook. But the key aspect is world peace and universal recognition of God. So there's also an aspect of the Jews returning to Israel, the Jews returning to the laws of Moses, rebuilding the temple. But you say, so, those are all huge aspects. So the Jews returning to the land of Israel is one aspect, and there might even be dispute among some scholars whether it's even necessary for all the Jews to return to Israel But you're looking at the two other huge key factors is world peace and universal recognition of God. So, to look and say like, well, are we going to have Messiah with just the Jews returning to Israel, with just the Jews returning to the laws of Moses, keeping the law? Is saying no. I mean, it's pretty clear. There's countless verses. You look at like Zechariah or something. You're looking at the verses, the punishment of the nations. There's a lot more verses, God forbid, about the punishment of the Jews. So saying like no one's more harsh on the Jewish people than our own Scripture. And so the instill in us fear of God, and are we like the foolish nations that are running for our reward when really we're about to be destroyed? And even opposite, like if the more righteous you are, the more questionable we should be. Well, am I actually righteous? Because I know I've done bad, and it's the less righteous people that think of their righteousness. So I'm not sure if you've looked at like just Maimonides' Laws of Kings or the various statements, but I mean it's pretty clear that like world peace and universal recognition of God are, you got Claire here, big like the no-eye laws or something like that. So they're like it's almost insurmountable to think what it means to bring Messiah. And so if you just focus on like, okay, like what's going on in Israel, I think that's just a small piece of the puzzle. Even you think of the Lubavitch Rebbe, was focusing on sending rabbis to the far corners of the world. I mean, he had some focus on Israel, but he wanted to bring Messiah. So in order to bring Messiah, he wasn't focusing on Israel. He was focusing on the far corners of the world, because we need world peace and universal recognition of God.
Oh, right, of course, yeah, no, I agree with everything you're saying. I just don't know if the solution is because I think
It's like
it's
nothing to
hard.
do with the bad. Like it talks about the end war with Iran, but it's not like I'm just saying like I don't think that Israel at war has anything to do with Messiah. I don't think it's a good sign at all. Like it's a sign that end days are coming. It's like no, it's a sign that like there's going to be a bloodletting, and the world is about to be purged and punished for our sin. It's not a good sign at all.
Well, that's what has to happen before Mashiach comes anyway. So I'm not saying if it's good or bad. It's just that's what it is.
What we have to be punished for our sins, or even to say
Yeah,
that the people who aren't ready for it have to be destroyed.
right. Well, it says that in Zechariah 14 as well. Like it says the inhabitants of Jerusalem. It says like half the city is going to go into exile, and there's going to be basically a lot of calamities before it happens. But then it says that Yehudah is going to be saved, and the house of the inhabitants of Jerusalem as well. It has all that. So like that's why I agree with everything you're saying. I
But
just don't
mostly
know
it's
if that.
focused on the Jews, not the Gentiles. It's
Of
talking about
course,
the Jews being destroyed, not the Gentiles. I mean, there's also, a lot more of the prophets focuses on how God's going to deal with the Jews than the
it says
Gentiles.
both. It says they're going to be saved first. It says that the house of Yehudah will be saved first. It says in Zechariah 12:7, it says, and the Lord shall first save the tents of Judah, so that the boasting of the house of David, which is the, inclusive of Mashiach, Ben David, of course, and the boasting of the inhabitants of Yerushalayim shall not increase over Yehudah. So it mentions also in Zechariah 14 that the inhabitants of Yerushalayim are going to obviously be great calamities before that happens. It describes the same events, but it does say that there's going to be the saving of the Jews. It says V'hoshia Hashem et ha'ohale Yehudah, right? So it's a mixed bag. I don't know what that means, but
Yeah, I quote this, even to Adam Green, this is what I quoted. It say that it's like the basics, like biblical prophecy 101, is that there's going to be the battle of the east and west, or north and south. It uses different expressions, and that's generally understood to be the descendants of Esau and the descendants of Ishmael, which could be like Christianity and Islam, and that they're going to decide rather than fight each other, let's team up and destroy Israel, and then there'll be some sort of destruction of the false Israel, and the true righteous of Israel will survive. Even Zechariah 14 says, I will gather all the nations to Jerusalem to fight against it. The city will be captured, the houses ransacked, God forbid, and the women raped, half of the city will go into exile, but the rest of the people will not be taken from the city. Then the Lord will go out and fight against those nations as he fights one on a day battle, and that day his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, east of Jerusalem, and so on and so on. But, saying like, God forbid, it sounds reasonably likely, like, I mean, according to Zechariah, that like half of us are going to be killed.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And we're
So
talking
it's
like the
the same
Jews. They're
account.
saying
Right.
I mean, so it's meant to fear us into repentance and saying like, and we should be fearful that even the best of us don't know if we're going to be from those who are saved. That
Right.
it's meant to scare us into obedience. It's saying like, God forbid, the end is coming and half of us are going to be killed.
Right. Well,
So
at
I
least
would
in
say it's definitely
Jerusalem.
not a good thing. And like, so the Messianic times, like, there doesn't have to be a destruction. If theoretically we could just bring world peace and universal recognition of God, there doesn't have to be this great war. So the war coming, and even like just because the war is coming, it doesn't mean it's the great war that's going to bring upon Messiah. It could just be a regular war that comes to purge humanity without even just to let us restart, without even any messianic hopes at all. So like, I would dispel people from messianic wonders. I would say definitely like war is not a good sign. Much better sign would be the righteous of all nations standing shoulder to shoulder in recognition of the same God.
So you're saying Zechariah doesn't have to come true?
I mean, that's my mind. I mean, this is Maimonides' understanding that a true prophet, only the good prophecies, that
The positive, right.
negative prophecies only come through if we continue in our sinful ways. But if we repent, negative prophecies don't have to happen, as where good prophecies are guaranteed to happen.
Right. Yeah, I've heard this.
But there's no, as a Jew, you can't say that any of these good prophecies refers to me. Saying that, well, a remnant of the true Jews will survive and be rewarded, but to say that that's referring to me, be
Nobody knows until it happens. Yeah,
be
I could
unacceptable
very well
hubris.
be. Yeah, I could very well be purged or whatnot.
Well, even say it's more likely. They're saying the more righteous you are, the more question they be that you'd even. So I mean, be a more a sign that the person won't be included. The fact that they think they'll be included, because the more righteous the people are, the more they question, their own behavior.
Yeah, I mean, it's a catch-22, I guess, but I mean, it's just kind of, obviously we want Mashiach, so, whatever that takes.
I mean, we were having, the argument on Facebook, and I mean, I'm not sure if you've ever seen Claire Khaw, but, God forbid that's her, specialty expertise is someone, in these circles that has streaks of Philo and counter-Semitism of, so to say, that I say Jews should preach moral and ethical behavior, not belief, not correct belief. That it doesn't matter. Like, I'm not trying to convince people what to believe. I'm trying to convince people to behave morally and ethically. And even if they have incorrect beliefs, that's of secondary importance. Maybe some level.
Yes, you're setting standards. Yes.
Of the
That's your
Noahide
role, to set
principles, even.
standards.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess Yehudah's approach was more, kind of like arguing against debating Christians and Muslims or talking about scripture. And I was saying that, well, from my understanding, that doesn't even mean anything. It might even be counterproductive. Like, the main role of a Jew is just promoting some level of God consciousness, but more actual moral and ethical behavior than even God consciousness. And I guess, if you disagreed on that's fine. You could express your disagreement, and maybe Claire has that on points also. But I mean, she also kind of focuses on like idolatry. You have to convince people to stop doing idolatry. And I'm more much like, well, okay, like maybe, but like it's much more important that people are moral and ethical than trying to get them to stop being, so like I'm happy to, associate with my friendly idolater who's trustworthy, moral, and ethical. Is where, Claire might, be the perspective. She was arguing like, she would rather deal with a thief than idolater, because the punishment for
This is
idolatry
admittedly a bias on
thief
my
isn't
part.
that bad relative to an idolater. A thief theft isn't that bad.
Like,
I deal with
admittedly, this is a
idolaters the whole
bias.
time. I'm not really that rude to them. I mean, but I have to say, I have to say disapproving things to make my position clear.
Well, I mean, just saying, I focus on the moral. So to me, it's much more important, so to say, like, people shouldn't steal than that they shouldn't commit idolatry. But if you took the approach like, no, I mean, certainly idolatry is much worse than stealing.
Well, I
I don't know
have
if
to
it's
call out Christianity and say, look, Christianity is the zombie religion of the undead, and you have to give it up.
Yeah, my whole
Or
point to Daniel is that Jews focus not on belief, but on behavior. So even if people have the wrong belief or they're idolatrous, but they relatively have moral and ethical behavior, that's more important than the correct beliefs. And maybe
but you're saying you have lower
maybe Yehudah actually
standards, and
agrees with
that was
you on
what
this.
he jumped on. He said, "Aha, you have lower standards." But obviously, if you believed, more of you would obey. With
Or say we
better.
have higher standards because you can't really know the heart of people. Because you say you judge people on their action, not their belief.
Doovid,
Well,
this is a bias that I have, is that because through my Bold Teshuva journey, right? The thing is that Judaism doesn't really have anything unique to offer as far as ethical values, not because it is, like, not unique in that it, established them, but simply because the other religions effectively, Christianity basically holds by the Ten Commandments, or, that sort of thing. Like, nobody's really looking at the nuance of the paro dema and being like, ooh, this is a great ethical way of living, right? Like, I might feel that way, but that's because I believe the Torah is true. I don't think that this is something that, like, I go around saying, like, here's my action of keeping Shabbat. I'm making the world such a better place because I'm not driving on the Sabbath. I can't really resonate with that unless I can demonstrate that theologically it makes sense. So it was through the Kuzari principle that I was able to come to the conclusion, after doing a lot of, work on accepting, theologically, that it even makes sense to believe in God in the first place, which I effectively did through my own version of Pascal's wager, which I found out later that's what I came up with. I didn't know that's what it was called, but that was my own kind of thing. And then this Chabad rabbi was like, "Oh yeah, that's Pascal's wager," and I was like, "Oh cool, I guess that's co-signed by an intellectual, so that's great." And so then I was like, "So how do I determine what religion is right?" Obviously I have a bias because I was raised Jewish, but not like Orthodox. So, like, I was exposed to it. But then when I realized that, it's unique in the sense that, 600,000 people heard God speak, men heard God speak according to the Torah, it made me convinced that at the very least, the Torah makes more sense compared to Christianity or Islam, or, the other religions that were kind of being shoved down my throat, Christianity mainly. So for me, it was like a Kirov tool, and it helped me gain my emunah, and my actions make sense now to me because I understood through my belief. You might have the opposite approach of Nasa Vinishma, which I'm not going to debate with. I'm not going to say that's a bad thing. I'm just going to say that it's different strokes, and I wouldn't knock your method, and I would hope you wouldn't want to knock mine either. But
Yeah,
I
but
know
that's
you feel
Judaism.
differently.
That's why I had so much difficulty preparing my introduction, because I wanted to express the plurality of Judaism, or why it is you have that most Jews don't actually believe in Judaism but yet are still Jews. But if you say, well, you could make an argument for core principles and say, well, I don't preach morals and ethics really, but I'm saying if I'm going to focus on it, and like I talk about God consciousness, probably it's the most common subject I talk about with the non-Jews, and moral and ethical behavior is directly related to God consciousness. So I'd say, like, I'm not a proscriptive type person, that I don't prescribe to other people what they should do, unless they, like, very clearly ask me. And even in those cases, I'm usually more, you got to figure it out for yourself. But I'm just looking at like a Jewish approach to things. I'm pretty solid in my understanding of Jewish scholarship that we're in action over belief based religion. Not that belief isn't important. Like I was Hasidic, I did meditation, Rebbe Nachman. I've read countless books, the best of our literature that deals with belief. And I went to Kabbalah rabbis. I was like the odd man out in in as a Baal Tshuva, because I was more into this stuff than typical Jews, where belief wasn't so big. But it's kind of what I said, that Daniel's audience and even Claire herself maybe skips, like has a hard time fathoming. Like, belief is just one of the commandments, and it's even questionable whether it's a central commandment. The Ten Commandments is Christian in origin. We have the Aseres Dibros, even Sephardim. It's a dispute whether you're even supposed to stand. So like, you're really like, okay, it's in the the prayer book, or it might be in synagogues, but like, really the only specialness of the Ten Commandments is that we stand when it's read in synagogue, and I don't even think Sephardim stand for the Ten Commandments. And then the Pirkei Avos Rav Meir, the first Mishnah of chapter 2, says the exact opposite. Like that you shouldn't think of one mitzvah being more important than the other. And so I mean, I have to look up the first Mishnah of chapter 2 of Pirkei Avos. Rabbi Meir says, like, don't look at one mitzvah as being more important than the other. So that aspect of central principles and dogmas.
But you have 613, so you have to prioritize, don't you?
Well, you have to do your best. So that's why I always say, because it's a famous legalistic question, what's the most important mitzvah? And like, sometimes it's been phrased in the past, like, okay, if you were in prison and they said you could get out for one day, which day should you get out? Should you wait for Yom Kippur? And the rabbis say the very next day. Generally the most important mitzvah is the one presently in front of you. So if you wake up in the morning and haven't said Kriya Shema, that or put on tefillin, if there's a poor person in front of you, but some, like I mentioned, Rebbe Meir, it says that you actually shouldn't look at mitzvahs having a priority. There's legalistic precedents, like for mitzvah aseh doke lo taseh, where like a to-do mitzvah could push off a not to do, or a mitzvah deraisa over a rabbinic a commandment from the Torah, or some legalistic decision. But there's no real precedence of like Judaism tends to disagree with that. That's like an Aristotelian approach of like central principles. You say like, no, the Torah, every word, every commandment is equally important, and you can't just like do the main principles. Although like there's statements in the Talmud, like I put in my thing, like love your neighbor like yourself, or the golden rule, and the rest is commentary. Or it says that about Sabbath. It says that about a whole bunch of things.
Well, the first commandment surely is.
You got to do it all. That's why you come in like a Christianity or Islam. Like, okay, I have a good heart. Like you can't, like Judaism say, like, no, like you can't really judge a person's heart. You can't judge your own heart. So you have to judge a person based on their action. A person might excel in one field, like they might be, very charitable or have a certain good quality. But at the end of the day, like you got to do it all. And you got to master all aspects. Like, it's the chess coach. You become a master when you master all aspects of the game. You become righteous when when you've studied, and when you do it all.
Yeah, but I mean, the first commandment remains idolatry. So even if
no, that's a misnomer. That's the first commandment is to be fruitful and multiply. The second commandment is to bless the new moon. The first commandment of the 10 commandments was idolatry, but it's unclear.
Okay, well, you don't take it seriously, but obviously, the definition of being Jewish.
You're taking a Christian or Islamic approach to it to say.
No, I'm not. I mean, it's a Jewish.
10 Commandments is not a Jewish thing. That's
if you're a Jew and you say you worship other gods, then you're guilty of heresy.
Yeah. So if you're a Christian or a Muslim, and maybe you break the fundamental principle of Christianity or Islam, you'd say, well, you're not really. But if you're a Jew and you break the most fundamental principle of being Jewish, you're still Jewish. And even that aspect. And so you're but I'm saying that's why it's an anti-Judaic outlook. It doesn't matter. So let's say there's the Jew who broke the most.
Yeah, nobody takes their religion seriously. So I mean, but at least we should go to the theory of it. There is a serious
element to Judaism that we judge a person on the totality of.
No, forget judging. I mean, it's just that you have to say that you have to believe in the 13 principles, right? I mean, do you agree or you don't agree about the 13 principles?
Well, I mean, me and Luke Ford went through Mark Shapiro's book on the 13
I mean, what does
principles.
Luke know anyway? He's a convert.
Yeah, but
He
we went
doesn't
through
give a
we
damn.
went through
He
Mark
doesn't
Shapiro's.
believe in it.
I mean,
He only converted
that's
for
irrelevant.
status reasons
It's irrelevant.
because he doesn't want to be a
Claire,
goy and
Claire, you're not
he
listening.
wants to
I only
get away
mentioned it because I say me and Luke Ford went through Mark Shapiro's book, the Harvard graduate of Judaic Studies book on the 13 principles. I wasn't talking about what Luke said. I'm talking. You said
but Mark
extreme.
Shapiro is a heretic too, isn't he?
Well,
He's saying,
he's
you
open
know, we don't
Orthodox. I'm
really
not
have
saying
to
you could
believe
call him
in
a
it.
heretic, but I mean, he still went to Harvard. He's still a Judaic
Yeah,
scholar.
he's so fucking what? Harvard is not a Jewish establishment.
Yeah, obviously, but I mean, just mentioning that Maimonides' 13 principles, it's unclear. It looks like Yehudah dropped out. Maybe he's going to come back. I'm not sure if he was on his phone or whatever. But if you're welcome to come back, I'll add you. But no, I mean, it's one of the very difficult things where, so if Yehudah, that's why I'm saying if he's a Baal Tshuva, he might have a Christianized understanding of Judaism.
Well,
And
then he would
so
be
you
wrong.
also, like, you just can't fathom this Judaic understanding. So you just think it's wrong and you keep on insisting that you have the correct interpretation of Judaism.
Well, yes, because I have the ultra-Orthodox interpretation and you want to be
No
saying...
ultra-Orthodox rabbi says what you're saying.
What?
Okay, Yehudah, God bless you come back anytime, or where, if you want to talk, or if you're back later, we could talk again later tonight. No ultra-Orthodox rabbi says what you're saying either. I mean, you might maybe like a Rabbi Mizrahi quote or something, but even him, that's like, I don't think he would back up that that's what he's saying.
Well, you know how fundamentally
a Jew who does the worst sins is just a bad Jew. They're no longer Jewish.
Yeah. I'm not saying that you don't remain Jewish just because you have odd beliefs or something. You can still be a Jew and a heretic.
And even the beliefs are not fundamental. So
or a Christian or
the beliefs are not fundamental in the first place. It's the practice. So in Jewish law, the most substantial thing that would classify you as a lesser Jew is not keeping the Sabbath, especially if you publicly violate the Sabbath. Mm-hmm. So the question of belief is secondary. The most
observance is key, isn't it? Well, people used to talk about Jews who were observant or not observant.
Yeah, they use Shomer Shabbos would be especially do you keep Sabbath? So even Orthodox is a Christianized secular term. In Orthodox, so to say, culture, they say, "Are you Shomer Shabbos? Do you keep Sabbath?" And because according to Jewish law, the certain rules about can a person be included or not included, the factor is Sabbath observance. It's not belief. It's not a belief test. And of the various practices, even if say well, do you put tefillin on every day, or a whole list of things that you should or shouldn't do, Sabbath is considered primary in the classification distinction, whether you could be included within those who keep the law or not included. And obviously,
yes, because it's
less
one
than
of the
10% of Jews keep Sabbath. And then I could say, well, okay, I keep Sabbath, but I break some of the restrictions. So in that, whether I could even be included in a minyan. So many people say, okay, I don't keep Sabbath to enough of a standard, I can't be included in a minyan. But it's saying it's not a belief test; it's an observance test, and the most fundamental of the observance test is the guarding of the Sabbath.
Whether you're observant and whether you're righteous is just these two things. I don't know why you need to complicate it so much.
Well, I mean, if you look at righteous, if you just mean righteous means someone who obeys the law. But if you righteous, in the Jewish literature, there's the two main factors of bein adam lemakom, bein adam lechavero, between man and God, and between man and fellow man. And so if you look at he's righteous in his righteous could mean different things, he prays really good, he's really fervent in his prayer, or he's righteous that he's extremely careful in his dealings, very charitable, very careful not to speak lashon hara or something like that. Versus according to the Tanya, a tzaddik gomer, a righteous person, means someone who never sins. So to really be righteous, you can't sin at all, any of them. That's the fundamental first thing of the Tanya. You can't. That means even there's a sin of wasting time. So to be completely righteous, you can't even waste time.
Well, I think righteous for all practical purposes.
Well, yeah, that
We
means without,
generally agree to be righteous, to be in
righteous for
good
all practical
standing
purposes
with
means
your
without
fellow
sin.
Jews. That sort of thing.
Yeah, but so I mean, this should be obvious. Righteous means without sin, and without
Not
sin
without sin,
doesn't mean
because everybody
without major
sins.
sin. It means without sin in totality. So well, I don't do major sin.
Well,
I just
nobody's
minor.
perfect.
Well, then
But we're
saying
talking about
nobody's perfect means
general standards
no
of
one's
morality,
righteous.
and whether a Jew is in good standing with members of his own
This is just
community.
basic Judaism fundamental 101. Like righteous, if you have more good deeds than positive deeds, you could be considered righteous. I've done more good than bad. But to be completely righteous means to be free from sin. And that means any kind of sin, not just major sins. And there is no classification of being free from major sins and just doing minor sins. You're not righteous if you do
The
minor sins.
practical purpose thing.
And then from the aspect, well, if the simplest definition of righteous is just someone who's done more good than bad, and that basically everybody's righteous. Even the
No,
worst
of
of
course
us
not.
generally
Why
goes,
deliberately muddying the waters?
because this is Jewish scholarship 101.
No, it
It's the
isn't.
first
Because
chapter of
obviously
Tanya.
some Jews can be trusted and some Jews can't. Some Jews are, doing the wrong thing and not to be trusted with money or secrets or your, virgin daughter.
Yeah, so I mean, Jewish law has very clear distinctions. So if you mean can't be trusted, so I just said, can I be trusted? That's built on track record. Can I be trusted with money? That's not based on Sabbath observance. That's based on track record. So can I be included in a minyan, in a strict minyan, to say that means you can only be included if you're Sabbath observant, and I don't meet the strict classifications, like, okay, I use social media or like, something. They say I'm not Sabbath observant enough, they can't include me. Or for certain ritualistic or legalistic things, like can I guard kosher food? Can I be a witness? And say, well, Sabbath observance is the law defining category. But in terms of borrowing money or being trusted around children or so and so on, there's track record. There's not a belief test.
Well, the belief is assumed unless you start spouting heretical views or going to Hindu temples, as you do, Doooovid.
That's nothing. You're saying that, I mean, some people might feel like that, but you're saying like, okay, can I let Doooovid borrow money or not? And it's like, oh, he goes to Hindu temples, I can't let him borrow money. It's like, no, it's track record. Can I let him borrow money? And then it'd be, thank God, like more likely I would be lending money than borrowing money.
No. I mean,
But it's saying the track, it would have nothing to do with whether I go to Hindu temples or not. It would be track record and me paying back money.
Well, it would depend on whether you have a record for returning the money that is lent you. But I'm talking.
It has nothing to do with the other aspects, such as whether I'm an idolater or keep Sabbath or not. And,
well, I mean, it's since you
might be a good deed to try to help out a
Sabbath then you'd be known as a heretic. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you're much better off lending money to a heretic that's like
everybody just does their own thing anyway.
You're just rambling. You're not, I mean,
no, I'm not rambling. The point that Judaism is not an organized religion, because you're going to get Jews just saying whatever hell they like and still getting to call themselves Jews.
You're always just repeating me, because there's codified books of Jewish law. And yeah, but you might have Jews just say whatever the hell you want, but there's generally codified, accepted, canonical books of Jewish literature, and you might have even.
You have no final authority. You have no pope. All you do is you say your thing, and this I forget his name now. The person who wants to undermine the 13 principles.
Mark Shapiro.
Who went to Harvard. That guy. What was his name?
Mark Shapiro.
Thank you. And well, I mean, you have different kinds of Jews who have different degrees of heresy, I suppose. And there's no one in charge to say, right, you're excommunicated, you can't, whatever. I mean, it just seems to be a religion of social clubs. If you get kicked out of one shul, you can go to another one.
It's a religion of law. You don't get excommunicated for belief in Judaism. You get excommunicated for behavior.
Well, I suppose you could say
There's no such phenomenon.
If you say stuff that shows you don't believe, you get kicked out, and
If you keep it to yourself, or the rabbi calls you and asks you this, and you say like that, that as opposed to if you're like going around synagogue or schools spreading your heresy, but you're just in terms of belief. Like there's no excommunication. Like in the olden days, you got excommunicated for not showing up to Sabbath services. You get excommunication. You get excommunicated, like God forbid, like child molestation, for stealing, for breaking the law. You don't get excommunicated for belief, even if there was someone who was in the community spreading harmful ideas, trying to convert people to Christianity or something like that. I'm not even sure. I've never seen an excommunication in that manner. Like it's usually based upon practice. So like in Orthodox schools, you get excommunicated for having a television.
Yes, okay.
Well, and you don't really get excommunicated. It's not the proper term, but your kids, like most of the Orthodox Haredi schools, the condition of the kids going to school is having a television in the house. So if you have a television in the house, or if you lie, you say you don't have a television in the house, and they find out you do, and then your kids get kicked out of the school. But it's even that aspect, like you could say it might have implications, but it's always about behavior. It's never about belief. And so you're always focused on belief, not behavior. And so I'm just correcting, like, okay, that's whatever reason you feel the way you do. And so that was part of my debate with Daniel, that was trying to clarify that, and is saying like, yeah, Claire, God forbid, you're a shiksa, you're a dumb goy. You just can't understand the Judeo outlook. You're focused on belief, not behavior.
Well, obviously,
so you
CBT, cognitive behavior therapy,
you just can't get the dumb
based
goy out
on
of
your
head.
belief. Your beliefs dictate your actions.
And it's saying even like, okay, that's why you're poor. That's why you're not good at business. And it's saying you can't get that dumb goy out of your head to treat people according to their behavior, not their beliefs. You're always trying to psychoanalyze and find what out in their heart. The Talmud says very clearly, you can't know what's in a person's heart.
It's
You're wasting
true.
your energy for nothing.
It's perfectly true that if you don't believe in something, if you don't believe that the laws are God's, you're not going to follow it. If you don't believe in the afterlife, you're not, you're going to cheat the moment you think that what's looking.
You're a dumb goy.
Well, how so?
Because you're focusing on belief instead of action.
Of course, because people do act on their beliefs. That's why the media or the government is so keen on changing our beliefs through media.
It may or may not be. You're talking about.
It's obvious that we're told what we can and can't say, which is tantamount to telling us what we can or can't believe.
Yeah, God forbid, it's obvious to you as a dumb shiksa. It's even worse because like you're dumb and you think you know.
Well, why don't you tell me it's not true that the government isn't trying to change our beliefs through media?
They might be trying to or not.
Yeah, they do, because they want us to believe what they want us to believe in order to act in a way they want us to act. Why are you breaking off this connection, this obvious connection, which is the whole basis of CBT, cognitive behavior therapy?
Even I joined the post stream with the modern day debate people, and like they were atheist leaning. They all seem to recognize my point and say like that's something commendable about Judaism, that it focuses on action, not belief.
Well, it's better than Christianity, right? Because at least Jews know that they're supposed to do stuff and not do stuff, while Christians they do whatever the hell they like while pretending to believe that Jesus is God. Yes, that would be better than being Christian, but not as good as being Muslim.
That was my main argument, in that the main criticism Islam has of Judaism is actually a benefit of Judaism.
Well, I think it's because you have lower standards.
It's a misnomer, and like you as a dumb shiksa, you just can't. I caught you. You're a hypocrite. And
yes,
saying, well, Judaism, I'm a hypocrite.
You are a hypocrite.
Yes, that's the point. So you're like, I caught you. You're a hypocrite.
Yeah, and you're trying to justify it and say that hypocrites are better than non-hypocrites. So you're trying to muddy the waters.
I'm not trying to muddy the waters. You are so insistent that I mean, it really goes to what I was going to say about the eclipse of, God forbid, wicked people are usually more convinced they're righteous than righteous people. And it's like, I caught you, you're a hypocrite. And you
I'm just
can't-
pointing out that Jews have lower standards because they're desperate for people, and because they're desperate
Jews
for
have
people to
higher
join them,
standards.
they don't really want to say, do you really believe in all that shit? Of course not, because
Yeah,
it
but
would
Jews have
be,
higher standards.
intimidating and unfriendly, and they'll think, well, as long as you're doing the right thing, we're going to accept you. We're not going to inquire too closely about your beliefs, which will probably be heretical because we want to, give the impression that more and more people are joining us.
Yeah, but it's more theological. And one, as the Talmud says, he's saying you can't even know the answer to these things. So you're wasting your time on something that's beyond your ability to figure out.
Know the answer to what?
What's on another person's heart? What
Well, you can infer it through what they say, and you know.
No, that's saying that you can't. And
I think on the whole, I do it quite well.
Well, I mean, you're just a dumb goy.
Well, I think
What evidence is there?
What evidence is there that you're doing a whole bunch of people?
What evidence is there that you're doing quite well?
That I am correct in my assessment of people's motivations and why they will do or won't do certain things. Because fundamentally,
you're judging yourself to be correct.
Hypocrites are cursed by God, and their final destination is hell. And this is what the Quran says, and it has that added level of sophistication that the Torah entirely lacks. It doesn't the Torah doesn't say anything about hypocrisy, does it?
Mentions it, but saying that hypocrisy is expected. Hypocrisy is natural.
Again, the lower standards of internal integrity.
I mean, it's the higher standard because you're actually because you're claiming to do the impossible, and now you're saying you're justified in your bad behavior because, like, oh, I know what people's intentions are, and I know my intentions, and my intentions are good.
No. All I'm making is a perfectly understandable point that the Quran curses hypocrites and condemns them to hell, while the Torah doesn't mention it at all.
Yeah, because if the Torah takes a more pragmatic view, it says you can't know a person's intention. You can't even know your own intentions.
Yes, you can tell why people are not doing certain things. You're just repeating yourself.
I just said Judaism, the Torah, the sages say you can't. So you think you can, and that's why you're a dumb goy. So
I am saying that Jews, Christians, and Muslims are hypocrites. They are hypocrites, and that's why they won't stick to principles. And you're a hypocrite because you won't discuss principles.
Like I know what you think. You've told me 1,000 times.
Yeah, and you can't prove otherwise. You're not a Jew in good standing with your fellow Jews, and Judaism is not an organized religion, and that's why you're allowed to say whatever you like, and you'll get enough people to believe in you, I guess. I mean, really, somebody higher in status should have been called to debate Daniel Hakikat Jew, and you've been telling me that it's a principle of Jews never to debate Gentiles because it only gets them into trouble. And that's why you're the best that Jewry can produce to debate Daniel.
Well, I'm the best of it, saying that.
Well, is there anybody else? Is Tovia Singer gonna take your place?
He might. I mean, Daniel just put out a post the other day as saying that I'm still the only one who's agreed to do it, and say, well, I was recruited by the rabbis, and it's because I was a half Jew, and they felt that I should do this because I'm different than them.
Well, because you have had a rabbinical education, so that would make you better than the average Jew. But for such an important debate, surely a rabbi could step up.
I mean, they're saying, okay, like even Yehudah on the channel earlier, like there were very few people like me. So like of the people, like likely there are other people like me to step up. I mean, you could say maybe Joseph Cohn is similar to me, although
he hasn't got your knowledge.
Well, if he's also a half Jew or something like that, but he doesn't. I mean, he has a different knowledge set, but he didn't go to top Jewish schools. He didn't learn Yiddish. He didn't go to yeshivas. But in the aspect that he's also maybe like a half Jew.
Well, I mean, you don't actually have to be Jewish to defend Judaism, I don't think. But I mean, I would have thought Jewry should be able to, come
But
up
yeah,
with
just like
something
you have to
better.
be Jewish to go to
Well,
Jewish schools. So yeah, I mean, anybody who wants to defend Judaism, like any Gentile, if Claire
well, it
wants to
should be a rabbi,
defend Jew,
really.
well, no, I mean, that's what I say. Like rabbi means a bunch of things. So just like it'd be a
Well,
scholar.
there's Rabbi Shmuley, but I don't think he'll be debating Daniel, will he?
I mean,
I
he
don't
might.
think
I mean,
he dare.
he just called out Nick Fuentes, and actually, I think Daniel. I mean, he might even be more popular than Nick Fuentes, especially he's Iranian. It might be more important. But in fact, I saw my other friend, Jake Turks, he just debated Cenk from the Young Turks, and I actually saw that my conversation with Daniel got more views than that. And I mean, Jake Turks is official. He's for Army Magazine, and but yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say like Jews do, but I mean, this main point that I'm mentioning is that Judaism focuses on action, not belief. And there's like whatever it is about the Gentile mind, it's very difficult. I mean, it's difficult for Jews also because most Jews haven't studied the holy text, haven't thought about it. I mean, say practically, Jews who know Jewish culture might fundamentally agree just from experience. But it's very difficult for Gentiles to understand this focus on action over belief. And even like this statement is just say that Claire fundamentally, like you can't get your head around the concept that you can't know what's on other people's hearts or your own heart. Even Church of Entropy, I was streaming with her for 3 years. We always argue about that. She can't, she's got the same, goyish head as you, where, in some extent, she's a smart woman, but she's a dumb goy like that too. She thinks she could judge people's intentions. And
Well,
from the
it's
Judeo
easy
perspective, it's just a
to
fundamental principle. You
infer.
can't know other people's intentions. You can't know your own intentions.
Well, you can work it out, and people may
No,
or
you
may not
can't.
agree
I mean,
with
you're just
you.
repeating
But I
yourself.
mean,
You can't even
you
do
can
like a
come up
multiple
with
truth
a
hypothesis. You
coherent
can't even do a
theory.
multiple truth hypothesis to say, I think, or yes, that is a fundamental difference between Christianity and Islam. You can't even accept that, like, okay, there is a Judaic understanding that you can't know these things. And it's a waste of
No, I
energy
think
and
you
time.
can. Because you did,
I
you would
know
do
that you think
certain
you can. Now
things
you're just repeating yourself.
it's pretty clear that most people are very weak in belief, and that's why they won't stick to their principles. So you get people like Luke Ford who converted for reasons other than actual belief in God. He converted for status reasons because he knows that to be Christian is
You're
very low
repeating
status.
yourself. I mean, you're repeating yourself in this fundamental fallacy, where you're still making this fundamental assumption that I'm rejecting, and I think that Judaism fundamentally largely rejects too, is that you could know your own or other people's intentions. So
Of
you're
course, you can
judging Luke
make
Ford based
inferences.
on your
That's what
understanding of his
criminal
intentions.
trials are about.
No,
Criminal
criminal trials
trials are
are
about
about
making
action.
inferences from the speech and actions of the accused.
Yeah, I mean the intention is just one aspect, and is the minor aspect.
Yes, and you can work out why Jews can't agree on anything. It's because they don't have a supreme leader, unlike the Iranians, perhaps, and also unlike Catholics who have a pope, or unlike Anglicans who have an Archbishop of Canterbury. They don't have a leader, and if you don't have a leader, all you have is it's something like a hippie movement.
I've heard your talking points. Like, I don't need to hear your talking points another 1,000th time. Like, if you just came on to repeat yourself, I've heard it. My audience has heard it. I don't know why you're doing it.
So you don't think a rabbi is going to debate Daniel? I thought that was what we could be discussing next. You said you'd look up something to support your view that American rabbis never debate Gentiles or something like that? We did have an exchange about that.
There's the 1956 ban on interfaith and interdenominational councils.
And you couldn't find it. I asked you for a link, and you have you been able to find it since we last
I didn't look for it. I have it in one of my streams. I didn't look for it.
Oh, okay. Okay,
But
well, I guess we're finished discussing what we want to
but
talk about.
even without that, it's saying that they're saying like I didn't say like I've been doing this for over 10 years and I haven't bumped into too many rabbis. You say even Tuvia Singer, Rabbi Boteach, like that's it. Even 10 years later, there's not new names popping up and saying that whatever reason it's not a Jewish style. I don't think another Jew might step up to debate Daniel. Even at this point, that might not be likely, especially now that like we're in a situation of war, and there it would put you on the outside because I've mentioned multiple reasons. So I just say organizational Jewry means that you follow the plan, the hierarchy, and the plan is not debate. So it's outsiders like me who even say, okay, I'm an outsider representing a small fraction of a Haredi community. So even if I say like, okay, like I was trained and to do this on behalf of a small fraction of ultra Orthodox Haredi Hasidic Jews, even that, like those would represent 1 or 2% of an outside faction of Judaism that has no mainstream power. But Jews follow the plan. They have organizational leaders. They speak with a unified voice, and their strategy is not debate. And so you would put yourself on the outs with organized Jewry to debate Daniel. You would immediately like Doooovid. Like I was never necessarily a Jewish insider, but I was around. I had Jewish friends, and when I started doing interfaith dialogue with Muslims and Palestinians, I lost half my Jewish friends. And at this point, someone like Daniel, who was like one of the number one guys on all of the Stop Anti-Semitism or whatever the ADL different people like he like that for a Jew to go out on a limb and debate him. If they're connected to the Jewish community, that would probably cost them half of their Jewish friends. And
Do you think wouldn't Rabbi Mizrahi actually do some good if he
might? I'm saying, okay, Rabbi Boteach
engaged with
is a
Daniel?
little bit like me. He's already on the outside of mainstream Jewry. Like he has like, okay, Sheldon Adelson, he became Sheldon Adelson's rabbi. He had enough power that he has some respect, but he's on the outside of organizational Jewry. He's not part of any organization. He had enough, he had Sheldon Adelson. He was able to start his own Jewish values network or kind of stay in the game. But he, constantly mainstream Jewish people denounce him. Even Tuvia Singer, like he's constantly also denounced by, he's not part of mainstream Jewry. He's on the outside. He has some respect, but like he's constantly denounced by mainstream Jewry because he's not, following the plan.
The plan, which is not to say rude things about Christianity.
Well, which
is that what you meant?
Well, even to have a dialogue. So if there is, someone I don't know if the concept like Jews want to speak through a unified voice. You just mentioned the Pope. So yeah, there's aspect Judaism. We don't have a Pope. We have, it's, say you think it's bad. There's good and bad points, but it's good to have a diversity of views and division and things. But in terms of Jewish-Gentile relations, Jewish communities like to speak through a unified voice, and how the Jewish community goes about selecting those people. But once they do, they've selected the person. They're the one who speaks for the community. So you could be like, well, I'm a Jew and I'm speaking for myself, or I'm speaking for a small faction of the community. But if you're part of organized Jewry, you have to accept the hierarchy, and that this is what this person does. They're the Jewish-Gentile relations, and they speak on behalf of that. And it's like going outside of the chain of command to do such a thing. So if you're an independent Jew, even someone, if you're within organized Jewry, you're going to get pushback and repercussions for going outside the norm. And like, especially speaking to Daniel, that like, he's probably, he's probably like in the top 10 list of people that you shouldn't speak to, like, let alone like speaking to like OV or Norvin. But when you're talking like Daniel, who's like in probably like the top 10 of the the anti-Semites, God forbid, and so. But only half the Jews are part of organized Jewry. So you still have thousands of Jews trying to speak to him, but they're just saying, like, as a Jew and then a Jewish scholar, like, how are you going to have a Jewish scholar that's going against Jewish wishes? So you only have really someone like me who was like a half Jew, part of like some, dissident Hasidic groups. So they say, okay, how did Doooovid become a Jewish scholar and a dissident at the same time? Because most Jewish scholars aren't going to be dissidents.
Yes.
Tuvia Singer and Rabbi Boteach somehow made a niche for themselves. So that, if Tuvia Singer and Rabbi Boteach are legitimate Jewish scholars, and somehow they became a dissident. So at some point, Rabbi Boteach and Rabbi Singer, like Doooovid, maybe they had a few rabbis that said, okay, but they basically went against the rules. And they did what they weren't supposed to do. Like, okay, Tuvia Singer's like, don't talk to those Christians. And he's like, I'm going to talk to those Christians anyways. And he went against the rules, and he got largely ostracized from the mainstream Jewish community. But because he's had some level of success, you'll find a mixed view of him. But like no Orthodox Jew, no mainstream Jewish organization, he's not a member or spokesperson. Like, he's been doing it for so long. He created his own organization, has his own funding, his own supporters. But relatively, he's an outsider.
And Rabbi Shmuley, he was
even
expelled from Chabad, wasn't he?
I mean, said that even Rabbi Sachs, to some extent, was an outsider.
Yes, I know there's some controversy about him attending Limud.
Yeah,
well, he wouldn't attend until
Rabbi Sachs was an outsider of the organized Jewish community. He was chosen.
He went to a Church of England primary school.
Yeah, I mean, so he did things that were forbidden, but Judaism is practical, and Judaism goes with results. So so from like the organized Jewish community, they might look at a guy like Doooovid and be like, okay, like, be very careful with that man. He's doing things that are forbidden. However, we're in results-based religion, and if he produces results, if he brings home wins for the Jews, we will cautiously back him. So it's like, okay, Rabbi Boteach, he had Sheldon Adelson donating hundreds of millions of dollars. The Jewish community is not going to like, sit there like, oh, this man's horrible. He's because like he's bringing home wins for the Jews. But as soon as he's no longer bringing home wins for the Jews, they'll just denounce him. And, so Rabbi Sachs, like, okay, like relatively, he was bringing, more wins for the Jewish people than probably anyone in London. So he's like, okay, the rabbis, he's not a real rabbi. He's doing forbidden things, but then he starts bringing all of those wins. And you have, that's why you have these testy relations where if you went into Golders Green or Stanford Hill and asked people about Rabbi Sachs, you'd have a mixed review. And even the people who said good things about him would, clearly note that he did these forbidden things, and we don't approve of that behavior because it's action-based religion, and you could judge a person on the totality. However, that would have to be noted that, like, okay, like Doooovid, okay, he's bringing home wins for the Jewish people, but he did these things that are completely forbidden. And there's no, Jewish record of Doooovid that's not going to note that I did these things that are completely forbidden, because it's an action-based religion. And it doesn't matter my intention. Oh, he had the right intention. He was doing it for the right reason, because it's an action-based religion. It's like, no, you did this thing. It was forbidden. It doesn't matter what your intention was. And that's the problem with your, shiksa ahead, where you think like the intention somehow is going to change something.
Well, it depends on whether
there's no that's
you get the results you want through your intentions and actions and speech.
It doesn't depend on the intention. Even to say that if it depends on, if you're bringing wins for the Jewish people, even that, like, your intention, like, okay, Israel's at war right now. And so if you have like IDF heroes, like, okay, some guy flew the jet the other night and, shot down a bunch of missiles. And whether he's righteous or not, maybe he does horrible things. You say, well, he's a hero among Jews. He saved lives. But like, he might be an idolater. He might be, a philanderer. He might be these things. And, he might be honored among Jews, but no one's going to pretend that he is what he isn't. So if he is openly doing these sinful behaviors, he's a hero because he brought home wins for the Jewish people. However, it will be noted that he was not, a keeper of the law.
Yeah, but I'm sure nobody will, harp on that. But they might
Of
if
course
he
they will.
were a rabbi or a chief rabbi.
That was Rabbi
What is the
Botek,
Jewish
Rabbi
view
Shlomo
about chief
Carlebach.
rabbis?
Rabbi Shlomo Carlebach is the primary example of, before Rabbi Botek, who in Chabad they call it the Dalit Amos of Halacha, which like the four feet, that you have to keep within the bounds of Jewish law, no exceptions. So you have heroes to the Jewish community that did not keep within the bounds of Jewish law. And so, like Rabbi Shlomo Carlebach is the most famous of that. Okay, God forbid, he did inappropriate sexual activity. Like he hugged women. He did a whole bunch of things that were clearly against Jewish law. However, he was one of the most successful, Kirov rabbis. He's saying he brought thousands of Jews to Judaism. He's still widely seen as a hero to Orthodox Jews. But like, it's clearly noted he did not keep within the bounds of Jewish law. Rabbi Boteach, probably Rabbi Singer. Like I don't know that much, but say Rabbi Singer, Rabbi Boteach, they don't keep within the strict boundary of Jewish law. And you could really, that's like Sabbateanism. So classical.
God will judge them, I suppose.
Yeah, so you could say like they're righteous because they did more good than bad, but you're saying they didn't. They disregarded Jewish law, and you can't be righteous if you That's what Maimonides' rule of Messiah. Messiah is not a great warrior. Like Jared Kushner or Netanyahu, they're not even the rundown for a Messiah, because Messiah is someone that kept within the boundaries of Jewish law. So the Lubavitch Rebbe is really like the only candidate for Messiah because he unquestionably kept within the boundaries of Jewish law, and saying like there is no, but his intention, he had a pure intention. He's saying that's a non-Jewish way of looking at it. There is no exception for intention.
I think it's about when you break the law, when you break the rules. It has to work. When you do break the rules, when you do decide to break them, I'm reminded of Admiral Nelson. He disobeyed law orders.
Even if it works, though, it doesn't matter. I mean, saying if it works.
But it worked for him on that particular occasion when he put his telescope to his blind eye, and pretended not to see.
You could have standing in the Jewish community for being a hero to Jews, but if you don't keep the law, you're going to have an outsider standing. And so it's like Netanyahu or Israel today, or even like Rabbi Sachs. Rabbi Sachs largely was within Jewish law, compared to someone like Netanyahu. He was very close to keeping Jewish law, but he still wasn't within the strict standards of Jewish law, and it's noted. And so, and there's really no room to say, but his intention, because it doesn't matter what his intention was.
Well, it might excuse or explain somebody's actions, but what do you think of Rabbi Sachs writing a book about morality?
That's the point of your non-Jewish way of looking at it. That's a Christian or Islamic way of looking at it. The intentions don't excuse actions.
Well, the law will sometimes imply the guilty mind and make the offense even worse. And it would make something that without a guilty mind would,
that's the heart of Christianity.
Attract a lesser sentence. No, I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm talking about, intention, which is murder requires intention. You can accidentally kill somebody, which is manslaughter, but if intention was inferred and is used, and the jury believe that you intended to kill somebody, then you'll get a harsher sentence, and then you say, "Oops, I accidentally killed someone."
Yeah, so that's the heart of my argument with Daniel and hypocrisy, is that the person who has bad intention but keeps the law is significantly better than the person who has good intention but breaks the law. In Judaism, that's like unquestionable, that there's no comparison between the person who has a bad heart and keeps the law and a person who has a good heart and breaks the law. 100 out of 100 times, you take the person with a bad heart who keeps the law. And if you're saying like, no, like that's why I say you're a dumb shiksa. You're going to take the person who you think has a good heart but breaks the law.
I don't think you'll be calling God a dumb shiksa, because he would know. God would know who is a better some bad Jew who keeps
God knows everything.
who appears to be devout and observant, but who tells lies and commits crimes, or somebody who is not so observant but doesn't say lashon hara all over the place. I guess God would know how to decide between the two.
Yeah, so how God judges people is not how man judges people. So you focus, like, God will judge people, and that's God's business. It's not our business.
Well, sometimes we can infer what the probable view of God might have
takes
about
into
certain
account
people and
intent.
certain actions.
Yeah, so God takes into account intent.
Well, he knows our hearts and minds if he exists.
Yeah, so you shouldn't say, from my perspective, intent matters, and I should love God, I should fear God, I should believe in God. But in terms of judging your fellow man, and in terms of focus, you focus on action, not belief. Slowly, Aaron, okay, proud Yehudi, Oswald. So, I mean, these are common factors, and I hope it came across expressed. So I saw a lot of people, just like, he admitted Jews are hypocrites. And, if that's what you took out of it, but like, it's an important distinction. And to me, it's the strongest criticism of your difference between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And so Judaism focuses on action, Christianity and Islam focus on belief. And that's why Judaism is a superior religion. And, saying like most of the other people listening,
I don't quite get the reasoning about which religion is superior.
Well, and even
why
that,
do you think
I wasn't attacking. I wouldn't even say
superior?
that. I wouldn't even say that like superior, even that, because like Judaism is an ethno religion, and not recommending, and even say like from the Judaic perspective, it doesn't matter what religion you are, it matters your action. So I don't care what I don't I don't. If you saw that second, you were in the chat at the end of the second conversation with Daniel. He talked about tolerance and this kind of understanding, like, well, if Muhammad makes you a better person, if Buddha makes you a better person, if Moses makes you a better person, I'm for it. And because the focus is action. So like whether you're Christian or Muslim, I'm not going to judge you on that part of your identity. I'm going to judge you on your actions. So, just off of time saving or treating people the way they want to be treated. But in terms of how you deal with a person, you deal with them on an established track record. It's based on their action. And it makes no difference whether they're Hindu, Muslim, even an idol worshiper or heretic, atheist.
Well, I hope one day it'll become clear, which group has people in most represented in the prison population. Would it be Jews? Would it be Christians? Would it be Muslims or atheists or Hindus or Buddhists?
Yeah, I don't know if that matters. It's saying like ranking the religions, it doesn't matter, because if you rank the religions, you might have some hypothetical ranking, but you're saying, generally you're going to judge people, you judge nations or societies on their collective action.
Yeah, so you might think I prefer to do business with a Muslim because I think on the whole Muslims are more honest, and but it might not be true. But there we are. We can only talk about probabilities.
Well, no,
even
you're
if the
saying opposite. You
experiment
prefer to do
properly
business with
conducted.
Muslims because they're not idolaters, regardless of whether they're honest or not.
Well, the difference between being an idolater and not being an idolater is really being deprived of God's guidance in His Scripture. So I guess if you're a Jew or a Muslim, then you're not an idolater, and you're supposed to follow God's laws. But if you are Christian, if you're Hindu, if you're Buddhist, then you basically make up the rules as you go along, and that would be the difference in the society that depending on which religion your society, your country follows.
Yeah, and you're saying like, I'm not a spokesperson for Judaism. I'm a scholar in a sense, like, okay, I know what I did. I know I've spent decades of my life studying this stuff. But like, no, I'm not a spokesperson. Even say like rabbi, like rabbi is an elected appointed position. So if you say someone's a rabbi because were chosen to be the spokesperson, So if you want to know, the sentiment of a certain Jewish community, you get the popular rabbis of large synagogues or congregation. And in Israel, rabbi's an elected position. And even like, Jonathan Sacks, he was appointed rabbi, and he was appointed rabbi by the goyim, by the queen, by the crown. He wasn't appointed rabbi. He wasn't, it was the non-Jews that chose him to be the chief rabbi. The Jewish community themselves didn't choose him for that position.
Yes, and most powerful Jews are in a way validated by Gentiles, aren't they? I mean, like Rabbi Shmuley, the TV rabbi. I mean, he was validated by the American
It's the
viewers
win.
of television.
He's not validated because you're internally validated within the Jews according to Jewish standards. So if you bring home wins for the Jews, then the Jewish community are action results based. But he wouldn't be internally validated, and it's just like being rich. That you could be respected as a rich Jew, especially if you give charity and help out the community. But I mean, there might be some like dishing out of honor and platitudes, but it's largely like, no, you're not going to be respected as a scholar if you're rich. You're going to be respected as a rich man, as a politician or a powerful person, as an emissary to the goyim, various things. You might be respected for that, but you're not going to be respected for what you haven't accomplished, which would be scholarship or observance of Jewish law.
Well, yes, people tend to be shallow and are only persuaded by materialism and worldly success. I do understand that. But if God exists, there are different and better standards of judgment, I suppose. Well, thank you, Doooovid, for having me. I'll give you a rest now, and maybe myself a bit of a rest.
Okay. God bless. Thanks for joining. And so we got the audience up. So I'll continue on. I guess the link's on the chat, Richard, or if anyone else wants to join. Otherwise, I'm going to read some articles on the war. And yeah, I don't like to be performative, or I'm just repeating yourself or trying to perform for an audience. And I tried to stress many of these points in the debate that to a lot of people, even a lot of Jews, the first time hearing it, they think that it's a negative when it's saying like hypocrisy, that saying that because say like in Islam and Christianity, hypocrisy is looked at so negatively, and then to say, well, yeah, like Judaism supports hypocrisy, and then you have to get to a deep theological understanding to say like, no, I mean, like, how do you understand human nature, and what does it mean to know someone's intentions? And then if you just look at the fundamental, you can't know people's intentions. You can't even know your own intentions. I was even arguing with I was talking to my dad about things like medicine or medical skepticism, scientific skepticism, and the level of people are so certain they don't trust doctors, but they're so certain about other things, and people like certainty. So it's a higher level of scholarship and truth to be less certain, but there's a certain satisfaction in certainty. So it's like, well, what's going to happen in Israel? Like, I don't know. Saying if it's just comfortable, like we're going to win. Could be to the untrained mind, to the less even to faith and belief. So like I mean, I clarified hopefully with Daniel well enough. Like belief, I purposely put the duties of the heart. There are 6 commandments of the heart of belief, but they're just commandments. Okay, Mariology, God bless on Twitter, tuning in. Okay, so let's get back to the war. This is very important. Like, the situation in Israel could be the worst it's ever been. I was mentioning to my dad's alumni of University of Michigan Medical School, and just the changing sentiment. Was thinking, what's going to happen in Israel? Is saying like times have changed. So in Israel, in University of Michigan, they had student government elections, and the president and the dominant party now is the Shut It Down political party. And the Shut It Down political party, I don't know, Richard, if you're here, I mean, you could pop on if you want to talk also, Richard, but I'm not sure if you're a U of M alumni. if I have a guest, I see someone Arabic trying to join. I'm not sure. It's probably your microphone. You don't need a picture, but you at least need to connect your microphone to come on. So University of Michigan, but I see you there. So if you're trying to join, you probably just need to connect a microphone. So the elections happened, and the party that won was the Shut It Down Party.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hey, assalamu alaikum. Thanks for tuning
How
in.
are you, brother David?
Oh, great. God bless. Sorry, I can't read I tried to learn the Arabic alphabet.
My name is Muhammad ibn Jabir.
Okay, well, good to meet you, Mohammed.
Yes, just your previous interaction with
Claire.
this Claire, yes. I believe as such a person like you who's invoking and always learning and having knowledge and seeking knowledge, I thought that was just a waste of time for you and for people who are really looking for knowledge and guidance and beneficial knowledge. As the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, used to pray that he seek refuge to God from knowledge that is not beneficial. This is one of the things that he used to say as a supplication to God. So,
what's an example of knowledge that's not beneficial? I might say some knowledge is more important than others, but I would say, isn't all knowledge beneficial?
So, because when you are speaking with Claire, it's obviously she's not in the same level of knowledge and intellect as you. So you are honestly, I believe you are just not being beneficial to it yourself. And I'm giving this advice as as someone who's wanting good to you and for myself as well. And it's not beneficial for someone like me who is seeking something that is beneficial. That was just a comment and advice from my brother, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, try. Yeah, I definitely. But I mean, sometimes you stream, like you don't know who you're going to get. Okay, we haven't met. You came to my, but I just put the link in the chat. Whoever takes it, and even if you're trying to do.
Yeah, but I'm sure from the first maybe 30 seconds you got who is that person that you got, so maybe you can end it from there. Yani.
Okay, yeah, I mean I've been arguing with her for years, so unfortunately in real life too it could be like that where but yeah, I mean definitely you don't want to have unproductive relations or
yes, exactly.
I tried to stop it with especially like because she has her talking points and it's just for her to repeat it.
Repeating talking, it's just
we just agree to disagree. It's like I know what you think, I know what I think. What's the purpose of going around in a circle?
Yeah, it says in the Quran, people of knowledge, وَإِذَا خَاطَبَهُمُ الْجَاهِلُونَ قَالُوا سَلَامًا. And when the arrogant ones speak to them, they say, peace. They don't even, enter into that kind of discussion with people who are arrogant and do not know.
Okay, well, okay, but is that like, okay, you don't want to waste your time with people of bad character or unproductive conversation, but the question is there such a thing as unuseful knowledge, like they joke like underwater basket weaving or something like that, or just
yes, and my first thing comes to my mind is your previous conversation with Claire, to be honest.
Well, I mean that wasn't because
this is an example.
Well, I mean because there was no knowledge there in the first place, but if you meant like let me tell you about the history of some obscure nation 3,000 years ago. or
Right.
like let me explain to you some like biological mechanism of you'll say like, well,
Let
I'm
me give
merely
you an
like,
example.
all knowledge
Dawood.
is useful. I mean, you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to say all knowledge is useful.
But
Not to say,
you're speaking with Claire. She's
but
obviously
that
a
was because there
person
was
who
no
does
knowledge
not
being transferred.
understand the basics of intentions and actions, and who is the someone who is accountable for intentions and actions, and who is judged by intentions. She does not even know the basics of belief and of you know what I mean.
Yeah, but it's
So
not because the knowledge wasn't useful. It's because there was no knowledge being transferred.
yeah, exactly. There's no knowledge, and she is speaking as a person who has knowledge, but obviously she has not even basic knowledge of understanding God and the relationship between humans and God and humans to other humans. And if she is a person that is seeking knowledge and asking questions, no, she is debating you. Someone like you who is learned scholar in Judaism. I feel that is like downgrading your intellectuality and your knowledge. To be honest.
Well, thank you, but I mean, I say unfortunately, like the internet is more full of so if you want to call them sophists, debate me bros.
Mm.
There's a lot more. That's the majority of what you find in streaming.
Right.
So, like, yeah, I do this trying to reach good conversations, but you have to sift through. And Claire has some good qualities too, but try to cut it off at the repetitive. And most people in the streaming, they're preachers, and they want to just say what they want to say, and so they use debate me bro tactics, until they could just get the floor and then preach to your audience.
But that is not a believer, let's say, who is seeking knowledge. That shouldn't be their end goal, to win, right? A believer, a true believer, their goal and their end goal should be seeking knowledge and seeking something beneficial. And one note,
100%. I agree.
yes, and one note, Dawood, you said something about when you said Christians and Muslims only count on belief. And
Well,
I'm
I
not
didn't
going to
use the word
speak about
only, but
Christianity, but in Islam, we are accountable of belief and actions. And you see in many verses in the Quran, many verses in the Quran, people who believed and did do good. People who believe and do good, they will get this and that. The people who always when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speak about the people who will enter paradise, the people who Allah is pleased upon them, the people who are on the straight path, is the people who believe and at the same time they base on the belief on the right actions based on the path of the people who Allah blessed, which is the prophets of them and the messengers of Allah, right? That is the true believer to Allah. Not just believe in Allah and do everything wrong. For example, let me give you an example. I cannot, for example, for the morning prayer, which is coming soon in my country here, Al-Fajr, the morning, the first prayer, it is two prostrations, two rak'ah. We say two rak'ah, right? It's two. I cannot say because now I am feeling very spiritually high, I can do 20. This is wrong. Allah is not going. I need to do that based exactly on what the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said and guided us to do, right? So in Islam, it is very crucial, the belief and the right action, not any action from my head. Because I'm feeling I'm spiritual, I can do fasting like I consider Ramadan not only 1 month, 3 months, because I am very devoted, right? I give you one example. During the Prophet time, alayhi, one of the companions, he was very devout in invoking the night prayers and every day, and during the day fasting. And his wife came to complain to the Prophet. He's not, she said to him, he's someone who's not into women. He is into prayers at night and fasting during the day. And during fasting, you cannot have, your a normal relation with your spouse. So the Prophet called him. His name is Abdullah ibn Abbas, this companion. And he say, "Oh Abdullah, I am fearful of God more than you, and I know God more than you. And I fast and I break my fast. I do the night prayers, and I have right on my soul, and I have my wife have right on me as well. My home have right on me, right? So I need to rest my body. I need to rest." And he kept replying back to the Prophet, saying, "I have energy. I can't do that." He said, "Don't do that. If you must do that, then the Prophet gave him an option to just do 3 days a month for fasting only, right? And do half of the night and this interaction was going, and then the final response from the Prophet, he said, then if you are insisting, do the best of the prayers and do the best of the fasting, which is David prayers, Prophet David, peace be upon him, which he used to fast 1 day and break his fast 1 day. And the Prophet told him, do that. This is the best. There is no better than that, right? At a later age, this companion, when he became old, and it was very difficult for him to keep what he used to do. He wished at a later age that he took the permission from the Prophet. So again, the actions matter as well as the belief, as well as the intention. So, for example, there is also, if I may say, one other saying of the Prophet Muhammad. He said, the first people who are thrown into hellfire. Do you know who, David? It is the person who recites the Quran, and the person who is very generous in giving charity, and the person who fights for the sake of Allah and get killed for the sake of Allah, right? This is the first people who are thrown into a hellfire. You know why? Because the Prophet said, God will ask them and say, for the one who Allah blessed him with the knowledge of the reciting the Quran and memorizing it. He said, what did you do with this blessing I gave you? This person who recites the Quran and you have very nice voice and people, try to listen to him and hear him, said, oh God, I did that to spread your word. You know what is the response from God and the angels at Judgment Day? You are a liar. You did it because inside you want to hear people, you like to hear people say to you, MashaAllah, wow, very nice. He is very good voice. He is a good reciter of the Quran. This is what you wanted and this is what you got. Number two, the person who Allah gave him a lot of wealth and he gave a lot of charity. God will ask him, what did you do with the blessing I gave you of this great wealth? He said, oh God, I never saw any kind of charitable deed and I did it for your sake. And Allah will respond, you are a liar. And the angels will respond, you are a liar. They are not lying that he did the action. He is lying for his own intention. He did not do it for the sake of Allah. Allah will respond to him. He say, you did it for the sake you want to hear, you like to hear, you enjoy to hear. People say to you, he is a very generous man. He is a person of philanthropy, and he is a person, you like to hear and put your names on posters and put your names on buildings. That's what you like, not for the sake of Allah. And he got thrown. You see how that
You're
is
making
very
it.
important.
I mean, Judaism has. I mean, so you have like, you have the text. If you have the Quran, you have the Hadith. Judaism, you have the prophets, the rabbinic Talmud commentaries, and the text. So I was making the distinction between how God judges people and how man should judge people. And
man should judge on actions, on the obvious action. I cannot
so I'm
enter
not
your heart
disagreeing
and
with
open
anything
your
you
heart
said.
and know what's inside your heart, David.
I was saying,
Nobody
me
can do
personally,
that.
I should fear God. I'm concerned with how God is going to judge me, but
Exactly.
I'm comfortable enough in my belief in God that I don't want to play the role of God in judging other people. So,
And that's not your role. That's not your role,
so
David.
okay, so if even like 100% what you just said, but that's not how I judge other people. And the fact, so if a person gives charity or does good deeds, I don't care what their intention is. And I said, okay, God cares what their intention is. But even if a person does the right thing for the wrong reason, you can't just, I mean, one thing I was
can't.
saying that you can't know that as a fellow person, you can't know the other person's intention.
Exactly.
Even if they make it clear, even if the person clarifies, and I gave the example, I forget the last stream, of the charitable person who curses the poor man versus the person who doesn't give, but is nice to the poor man. So from the you differentiate it to say giving money is a good deed and God is trustworthy to reward people for a good deed.
Right.
And you separate it. The God judges people on all aspects, including the heart, the emotions,
yes,
the intention, the thought. As a man, we don't have access to that.
The devotion, David. The devotion.
We don't have access
this is
to
what
that, though.
God wants from us. The devotion to Him only.
If we're both God-fearing people and say, yeah, my ultimate goal is to please God.
Exactly.
But I mean, okay, I think Islam and Judaism, at least in opposition to Christianity, has a separate legal system. And in terms for dealing with your fellow man, I'm not. It doesn't matter to me whether a person's righteous or not. I'm not the judge of that. It could.
You are judging on what you see. I agree with you on this point.
Even if a person is a bad person, a person could, like they might still make it to heaven. They still might, whatever. However,
exactly.
God judges them.
If they repent, God forgives a person who, one of the hadith of the Prophet, he said, amongst the people before you, there is a person who killed 99 souls. 99 souls. He's a criminal. He's, a person who is, very obnoxious, right? And imagine a person who did this, killing innocent 99 souls, thinking about God's forgiveness. And he asked around, who is the most knowledgeable person that I can speak in religion, right? And the people pointed him to a monk, someone who is in his own monastery. He's not interacting with the people. He doesn't know anything about it. He's just invoking prayers and to God, and he's not interacting with the humans. And imagine when this person came to this monk, who is only have interaction with God and don't know anything about the outside world. He got shocked, and he answered him the wrong answer. He said to him, of course, God will not forgive a person like you. You know what he did, that person? He killed this monk. Again, this killer, he thought about repentance, and he asked again about the most knowledgeable of the religion. And he was pointed to a scholar of religion, not a person who is only worshiping and don't know anything about the religion, right? In what it teaches and having the knowledge about the religion. And when he went to that scholar, he answered him, who prevent you from repentance to God? Even if you killed 100 souls, who repent you from the repentance to God? Who has this power? Nobody has this power if you repent to God. Even if you repent to God from associating others with God. If you repent to God, God accepts that, right?
These are inspirational stories for God-fearing people, but in terms like, well, what's the benefit of these inspirational stories? Where, like, at the end of the day, a person needs to fear God. A person never knows.
Yes, I'm telling you this example that the worst person that you can find, maybe they change their heart and be good. That is possible. I'm not saying.
I would even reject there's not God, but that's God's job, not our job. So, like, I don't know
Exactly.
whether there are such a thing as good or bad people. But God will judge the righteousness of people. I judge even if like the rare time where I'm a judge. So if like I had to be a judge, executioner, due to circumstance, I'm still not the judge of whether the person's good or bad. So if you say, okay, like
we are stepping on God's own authority. This is God's authority. This is nobody's authority.
This question of good or bad is irrelevant. So, like Islam, like Judaism, let's say you have the right to self-defense, and if someone comes into your house to attack you or your family, you could use lethal force to defend yourself and your family. It's not because the person who did it is a bad person. The person still might go to heaven. They might have been a good person and whatever reason did it, and you had the right, or whatever the case is.
That's God's authority to decide whether punish him or forgive him.
But it's not the right to self-defense is not because the person's a bad person. It's an absolute right that when the person, if they broke into your house, then you had the right to self-defense. It wasn't they became a bad person and therefore you had the right to, God forbid, kill them in self-defense. It was that you have an absolute right, whether they're a good or bad person.
In Islam, I cannot even in Islam say about this person who break into the house that he will go to hell. I cannot say this. This is like stepping on God's authority.
Well, you could say you had the right to kill them in self-defense. That you could say, well, okay, like there's a law, there's a rule. They broke into my house. I
cannot judge him whether he go to hell or that's God's authority.
Yes, this differentiation of if you're a God-fearing person, then you know the difference between yourself and God. And it's like there is a God, and I'm not him. And
yes.
And therefore, I don't try to do God's job. I'm not capable of it. I'm not qualified for it. And that, I'm judging. But there is, what about the Claire was arguing about like business transactions with an idolater, and say, okay, well, maybe a person's an idolater, and I don't know the exact details of the law in Islam, but say, well, would you rather do business with a trustworthy idolater or a righteous Muslim that has bad credit?
I will do it with the person who has a history of having a good record of, doing business transactions,
because
I will not do it with a person who is 24/7 in the mosque and he's not keeping his, business transactions promises. Of course.
I'm a merchant. I'm saying, Islam's a pro-business relation. A lot of, I don't know if you're a merchant or a businessman, but, if I understand, Islam has a lot of legalistic things that deal purely with business transactions, not just in terms of like ribas or money, but that manner. There's that's why I try to clarify that you got to get I was trying to to Claire or to anyone listening that don't get caught up in trying to know people's intention.
Exactly. That's not our job. Even.
Okay. I've spoken to Muslims. I've read Islamic texts. So they say, okay, it's important to fear God. It's important to, so Judaism in terms like, okay, middle ground, if you want to look. So I was willing to concede to Daniel that Islam is more monotheistic than Judaism. In this aspect, I would say Judaism is more practical in the sense of, dealing, being action, that belief is, if you put it on the level like Christianity is pure belief. Judaism has a belief aspect, but it's less than Islam. It's more action in that aspect where even the heretic there's no real belief test, it's action test. And so that like Islam is like a middle road in that aspect between Christianity and Islam, as where in monotheism, you could even argue that Judaism's in the middle between Islam and Christianity and something like monotheism.
Right. So like based on our current life, of course, it is about the actions, about what I see. It's about what I see. I cannot know what is your intention, what's inside your heart. That you will be accountable of that on the day of judgment with God, not with me, not with any person. Only with God can judge you on what inside you, what your intention, what's your devotion, right? But based on our own interactions, even also in Islam, I just take what is obvious to me, what I see from you. Nobody can know, and nobody shouldn't know. This is not even our authority to know what is inside us. This is only to God, exalted is He. I'm sorry, David. It was my intention 1 minute to say a quick comment. But now it's morning prayers, so I have to get prepared for it. But thank you so
I
much.
appreciate you joining and sharing. So God bless. Pray for better things. Appreciate you sharing that.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, awesome. Alaikum. Okay, so thanks, Mohammed, for joining with Claire. So anyone else pops on? Otherwise, a lot to cover. I wanted to do some chess studies too. So yeah, I mean, I've been talking with Muslims for decades. I've read almost 50 books on Islam, and I was pretty sure. Like, I mean, me and Daniel argued that point, and I mean, even if you just agree to disagree. So I mean, Claire, she's been insistent on that point for a few years, and I don't want to just like bicker over the same argument, especially not going to bring any new evidence or something. You just want to go over your talking points. I don't like to be performative in my streaming like that. So, scholarly, but I also accept my provenance. So, okay, I've done event promotion, party promotion, I've done religious promotion, spiritual promotion. And I accept that as, my divine judgment from God, somewhat like, well, who do you get? So if you make an event, it's open to the public, you don't know who's going to show up. And it's a reflection, like I said, like, okay, I talk to God, all of my interaction, Claire is a reflection of my karma, or Muhammad or anybody who listens to me, talks to me, all of my interactions. So I take it a little bit of providence. Like I don't like, like I was saying, like the first chapter of Tanya, asked, what does it mean to be righteous? In the classical basic definition, you're righteous if you've done more good than bad, overall judgment. But pure righteousness means to be free from sin. And the first chapter of Tanya uses the example of not wasting time, and to say, well, are you really free from sin? Can you say that you've never wasted a second? And, because wasting a second is a sin. And even like duties of the heart, those are perpetually commanded on a person every second. So was there a second that went by today where I didn't love and fear God simultaneously? Let alone, so those are constant commandments, the duties of the heart to, love God, fear God, believe in God, trust God, to believe in the unity of God. So if a second goes by and you didn't follow that commandment, that was a sin. So you're not perfectly righteous, unless every second of the day, all these things. So, I mean, these theology is important. So if people want to come on or talk about theology, that's what I love doing the most. But, God forbid, it's a lot to cover. So, University of Michigan. I saw Richard. He was like, stop anti-Semitism, and even this question of, is this related to anti-Semitism? The level of say that the whole student government is the student body. So we look at the ADL survey and saying, like, according to the ADL survey, 20%, 25% of Americans are like full-fledged anti-Semites. And you're saying, well, what about Jewish action? So University of Michigan, half of the student body voted for the Shut It Down Party, which is basically saying that they want to shut down all student activity until University of Michigan divests from companies supporting human rights abuses in Israel. And so, when I was in University of Michigan, they were voting on BDS resolutions, and they brought BDS in front of University of Michigan student government every year for 10 years. And it was the year after I graduated that it finally passed. And it was the year they had a Palestinian Christian. So like previous years, like BDS was put by Students for Justice in Palestine or SAFE, SAFE or SJP. And they were like Islamic, mostly girls wearing like hijab. And the year that it was an actual Israeli, Palestinian Israeli, who was Christian, who pushed for the BDS, that year it passed. And that was already like 10 years ago. But, the student government doesn't have any control over the investment fund, the endowment. And so they haven't actually divested. And so, with the war, it stepped up that, that now over half of the student body voted for the party, the Shut It Down Party, that is not going to distribute student funds to student campus as a method of protest. So basically, over half of the body at University of Michigan thinks that what's happening in Gaza is so bad that that's the single most important thing, even more important than the education. And, so there's University of Michigan's a hotbed of activity. There were protests. I think I saw Naftali Bennett. I didn't see Naftali Bennett, the former prime minister of Israel, who is a war criminal. I mentioned it on Week in Review when he became, Charles Moskowitz. I went over his war crimes. But Naftali Bennett, killed, was responsible for the death of 100 civilians in the Lebanon war. And he still rose to become prime minister, but he's speaking at University of Michigan tonight, and there's huge protests. But God forbid, of all of the senior Israeli politicians in terms of war crimes, Naftali Bennett is the worst of them. I went over that before. People could look that up. The University of Michigan, there's going to be protests. Tomorrow is another shut it down day, and I think there's hundreds of professors who are shutting down classes, dismissing their classes due to what's happening in Gaza, protest of Israel's actions. And if you're going to look at it as anti-Semitism, God forbid, some self-reflection and say, you think this is anti-Semitism, or you think it's in reaction to what we're doing to Gaza, what Israel, Jews collectively who support. I was a strong supporter. I believed in this stuff for a decade, that Israel needs to be strong. And I was an engineering student, and I was involved in my YouTube page. I have a Michigan Israel Business Bridge, and some of the first things I put on my YouTube page were IRL events like supporting Israel, and specifically military agreements between Michigan and Israel. But now seeing what Israel's doing, God forbid. So University of Michigan. Okay, so big news this week: the war, Iran. So I didn't stream last weekend. I had a few things I was just going to read, a few articles, and I'll give some commentary. God forbid, Ukraine, the war in Russia, the information on what is happening with the bombing, according to Iran, what Israel's saying, what could move forward. Is Israel going to retaliate? Is this a good sign or a bad sign? Was this the full brunt of the power of Iran, and it showed that they don't really have any power? Or was this just a small demonstration of what Iran could do? The question, according to some pro-Iranian people, they're claiming that, God forbid, that Iran's attack was basically completely successful, that Iran's goal was to hit certain Israeli military targets, and that the drones and some of the missiles were diversion, and their other missiles, the 7 missiles that went through and hit the sites, those were the Iranians' only plan, and the drones and the other missiles were diversions. And from that, the Iranian attack was a complete success. It was on Al Jazeera. One of the Iranian spokespeople were saying they think they did a lot of damage. Israel, let's see if they show some pictures or give a tour of the facilities. And to saying the reason why Israel hasn't responded yet is because they're scared. Versus Israel. So like this kind of like portrayal of intention of saying knowing the hearts of people. There's a lot of uncertainty and moving forward. So I put in the title, how can we de-escalate this? Can we de-escalate? And how do we get to the situation? Just mentioning October 8th, when I did my first week in review, I mentioned what I thought would be the Axis strategy. And I thought 3 months, but now you're thinking 6 months, that the Axis strategy would be to let we got some people here. So Mob True.
Bus driver here.
This is Black King.
The
Hey there.
lady.
Hey, Doovid.
Okay, I don't know if Black King had music or if that's a troll.
Yeah, I heard something in the background or someone playing
Yeah, I
music.
think that was a troll.
Could be.
I was about to get porn bombed.
Yeah, no doubt, man. This story, it's unfortunate, bro. Because look, I'm a big fan of the Israeli people as a whole, and the Israeli people have a similar problem that the American people have. We don't have very much actual control over our government's actions. They sort of do what they want when it comes down to it with a lot of this stuff. And I think that Netanyahu's made a couple of really bad decisions that, if you would have asked me like 2 years ago, which nations are going to be the nations of the future that are going to be big winners, I would have put Israel in the top 1 to maybe 3 at the most, in terms of prosperity and other good things because of the direction it was going. But I think Netanyahu has messed up a couple of key areas. One is the myth of invincibility that Israel once had. Israel, one of the big reasons why people were even trying to make peace with Israel at any point is because Israel's proven that they can defeat their enemies and do so decisively. So it has a deterrent effect. And whatever security letdown happened, it's unfortunate because it's damaged Israel's. It's good. I compare it to what happened to the Germans at Stalingrad, or what happened to the Japanese at Midway. There's certain decisive moments in long-term wars where if something bad happens, it can shift the whole direction if it's not repaired quickly. And so he's damaged Israel's myth of invincibility, but he's also damaged Israel's general the reputation of goodwill that Israel has developed over the years as well. There was a time where anti-Semitism was extremely prolific across the West. It was in the Islamic world.
You're trying to scapegoat just Netanyahu? You're saying
Pardon?
it's just Netanyahu, or are you saying like Israel in general? I mean, it's like
No. Well, what I'm saying is that the general public really doesn't have the decision-making powers that the government itself has. Every single land has that problem. We all have a government that, unfortunately, we don't have much control over. They do things in our name that causes damage, and they take actions, unfortunate, that, in the case of Israel, Israel up until just literally 6 months ago had this the mental depiction of most people was a place that would be really dumb to attack. It would be like one of the last places on earth in people to mess with because of their quick and decisive victories in previous wars. So that's been damaged by guys with hang gliders and mopeds.
I mean, if you want to put that more precisely, it's like it's really nothing to do with Netanyahu. It was the over-reliance on technology.
Well, perhaps, yeah, but I think that...
I mean, Netanyahu was part of that because he went to MIT and he was part of, like the creation of the Israeli
Well,
United States
yeah, and also
technological.
some of it has to do with the reaction as well to this. One thing that Israel, I would say Netanyahu really in this case, one thing he misjudged was the image power of TikTok or some of the social media companies and the distribution. Most
Yeah, but he's
modern
75 years
governments aren't
old.
used to people being able to film their own version of the war, of wars like
I mean,
that.
I'm saying Netanyahu is 75 years old. Like, I mean, he's like boomer to say, like, of course.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, well, for sure. And it's one of those things where um it's it's amazing that's I know Israel's going to be fine over the long term. However, he's
how
added
do you know that? I mean,
there's a number of issues,
yeah, but
unfortunately,
I'm saying,
that have happened as a
what kind of
result. Go
statement
ahead.
is that? How do you know Israel's going to be fine?
Well, ultimately, it's over the long. When you're talking 25 to 50 years out from now, which governments are thinking way far ahead, typically, Israel's going to, it's going to have the same borders it has or something similar, so it's going to be politically there and everything. But
Well, I'm glad you're.
there's
I'm
going to
glad
be
you
a
think
harder
so.
road because of some of these issues.
I'm glad you think so, but like, I'm not so sure. I'm not sure the analysis. God forbid. Like, but I mean, it just.
Well, it's not going to come out unscathed, and that's an issue. It's like the unfortunate reality, bro, is that the nation itself it's lost some of its image. That you want to have a tough image like what you've had before. Before that, most people always figured there's at least one nation you don't mess with around there in the Middle East.
But it's a double
Otherwise,
whammy. I'd say like Israel did a double whammy on itself of one thing. It ruined its image by picking on weaklings, waging war basically against a bunch of homeless people in humanitarian catastrophe, and they
certainly,
didn't even win. So you look like
certainly.
6 months they had like, okay, October 7th, God forbid, incompetence, over reliance on technology, however that happened, and now 6 months later they've waged war. They haven't defeated Hamas, they haven't defeated Hezbollah, and they're picking on a bunch of women and children. So I mean,
Yeah, I agree with
it's a
you.
double
Yeah,
whammy. They can't even defeat their enemy, and then they're trying to show strength by like beating up on women and children, and so
yeah.
it's
I think that
completely not.
if the Netanyahu government had decided to, I think
Well,
I'm
it's a
old
double
enough to
whammy. Like
remember Yitzhak Rabin and some of the
if they
former
did all
leaders.
this human catastrophe, killed all these women and children, but
Yeah,
at least they
yeah,
defeated Hamas.
yeah.
But like,
That's
but they're
true.
saying it's two end. They didn't even defeat Hamas, and they unnecessarily caused all this pain and suffering to largely innocent people, and especially women and children. They're still continuing to do it. So on all ends, Israel has failed and destroyed its own reputation. So those people who like strength, it's like, what the hell's going on? It's been 6 months and you haven't even defeated Hamas. And to those people who are more compassionate, it's like, what the hell? Like, you're just picking on a bunch of women and children.
Correct. You're right. Yeah, and it's unfortunate because it's sort of like when in football it's towards the end of the fourth quarter and you're running the ball into the end zone and you're perfectly fine, and then the player decides to showboat slightly or make some stupid error just before because really Israel was on a great path prior to all of that, and basically they were working out a deal with the Saudis, and there was obviously that's not that's not going to be anytime soon now.
They were ignoring the Palestinian issue.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the truth. You're right. That's
And I
one
was
of
going to
the
say,
things
without a
they've been
football
doing.
example, it's like, your boss yells at you and you're scared to stand up to your boss. So God forbid, you go home and you beat your wife and children. And
Yeah,
so
yeah,
Israel, they couldn't defeat Hamas, so they inflicted a bunch of suffering on women and children.
yeah, and it damages Israel's reputation as a just kind of image place, and it's unfortunate because that's Israel was moving in the direction where even the Islamic world was moderating pretty quickly and saying compared to what their grandparents were thinking and the previous generations prior, yeah, the overall public opinion was really moving in Israel's direction across the world. And I think
Yeah,
though
I think
most
that's
people are smart
misperception.
enough to
If you're
know
just as an
between that
American,
person though and versus government choices. And it's the same thing we think of like with Chinese people. People will talk the war rhetoric, right? And I'm not going to amp that stuff up. But most people, if you ask us, do you hate the average person in China? Of course not. No. Well, it's if our government maneuvers things in this direction, and whatever else that gets it entangled, that still doesn't, it's never. We can relate to most people around the world, and so when the people around the world see these images, like you're saying, it's Israel had a reputation as like Moses, and there's no tours during the holy season now. There's lots of changes that have happened to Israel in the last year because of this stuff. Because there was some that happened in September, so that was prior to the Christmas season. There's
6 months. Yeah, it's 6 months over.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's unfortunate that it's just.
Well, I said on October 8th, like, don't bomb Gaza. Like, okay, October 7th, but like, don't bomb Gaza. It's not going to help. But like, that was the initial reaction. And then even the U.S. support, if you watch, like, oh, you bomb those guys, but you think like, how is it going to help? And so you got that, and then it became clear that the strategy was collective punishment, retaliation, even looking to say like, I'm not so certain of Israel's long-term survival. I think the only way Israel survives is by giving all the Palestinians full citizenship. And
that's a very real possibility because it's sort of
how do they move like, saying like, I mean, God forbid they should have gave them full citizenship like 2006 when they built the apartheid wall to, like October 8th when they started the bombing. So I'm even like, okay, 2006 was a really bad idea to build that wall and block them in there like that. But like October 8th when they started the bombing, if you're just looking like, eventually these guys are going to be Israelis. And
there's
you're
truth
like, no way.
I agree. You know what?
They were
I'm
planning
finding
on
myself
ethnic
in
cleansing.
agreement with you. Go ahead. Sorry.
So it's like they're going to become Israelis after a failed ethnic cleansing. It's going to be much more difficult. So like saying like Israel's going to, it's okay. They tried for an ethnic cleansing, it failed. And now they're going to be forced into a one-state solution just to survive. And even you're looking like Iran, there's a lot of like I watched a lot of international media. I was watching Mario Nuffel as it was happening and looking at the U.S. media, and it's tough to know. And if you're Israeli, you don't know either. You saw all these bombs. Like Israel's like, oh, don't worry, like our Iron Dome.
Easy for outsiders to say.
Yeah, and you're saying like, if you're Israeli right now, do you trust one thing? Like Iran, they said if you attack Iran, the next attack is going to be 12 times as much. And Iran said that the drones and old missiles were diversion, and all 7 of their serious missiles hit their target. And so, if you're Israeli, you don't actually know whether the military. Like, I've never been to Camp David. I don't know what Camp David looks like.
Right.
So, like, if you're Israeli, you don't actually know the damage that may or may not have happened to the military facilities, and you don't know the danger that you were in. You don't know. So you're saying you think you like, is it biblical or something? You say like, no, I mean, Israel could attack Iran, and then Iran could send 1,500 missiles next time, or instead of 300, and there could be hundreds of thousands of casualties across Israel. And even Hezbollah, you're saying like, it's been 6 months, and Hezbollah has still not backed off from the border. And according to the Israel newspapers and leaders, like, oh, once they finish off Hamas, then they're going to have to go to war and finish off Hezbollah once and for all. And you're thinking like, I don't think they're going to finish off Hamas, and they're not going to get to Hezbollah. But you're just looking at the logistics. Hezbollah has enough missiles to kill hundreds of thousands of Israelis.
Wasn't there a skirmish back in like 2006 or so where Hamas or Hezbollah fired a number of rockets into Israel, and it caused
there's a full war with Lebanon.
It was there. I remember
That's why I say Naftali Bennett.
Yeah, they knocked out Merkava tanks up there. I mean, they actually did an effective job, and it forced some kind of a stalemate. And so that's what's the really scary part about it, is that they at least have a history. I don't think that skirmish was too long. It's been so long ago, but I remember there was some kind of skirmish with the IDF and Hezbollah, and they were able to they caught the IDF off guard, and they were able to win a little bit. But it's
Okay,
it's when you think about it now, it's
Hezbollah is mostly guerrilla warriors, and they're made up largely of Palestinian refugees.
Yeah.
So
no
Israel
doubt.
waged war against Lebanon. They bombed the hell out of Beirut and all of Lebanon. It's unclear how much damage they did to Hezbollah, and Hezbollah regrouped. And I was just watching an interview from an Iranian spokesman earlier today, and he said Iran, like the tunnel network that Hamas has in Gaza, that Iran has built unimaginably better tunnel networks all throughout Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon.
No doubt, huh? Especially
and
Syria and Lebanon. Yeah.
Well, even for the U.S. So this Lebanese spokesperson was talking tough against the U.S. and he was saying threatening, like they're prepared to go to war against the U.S. and I wouldn't doubt that I mean, if the U.S. mobilized and did a draft or something, but if it was just Iran versus whatever military bases we have in Iraq or Syria, that Iran would probably win.
Yeah,
even
I don't
with our
think the
superior
U.S.
Air Force-
military. I don't see the U.S. people, the American people, supporting any kind of troop deployment issues. They're not going to. I'm blown away by the fact that I see pro-Palestinian protests in my area of California. It's this is a more conservative zone, and
there can still be a draft. I was saying it doesn't matter what the people, because you have the corrupt two-party system, and almost doesn't matter. The leaders from either side are probably going to be bought and paid for by various forces. So there could be war against Iran. There could be a draft in America, even if it's extremely unpopular.
Yeah,
like
I mean, they could certainly try it. I mean, look, and the other thing too is they can still wage war through weapons from a distance as well. You know how if they can't produce troops, then they're going to tax the hell out of us to have new types of drones flying back at them. You know what I mean?
Well,
they'll do something.
That's what Israel's failures in Gaza have taught us.
Yeah, it's just
you can't win wars with technological superiority. Like when I first started covering this, I was mentioning the estimates that the military experts that were Israel is going to lose 10 to 50,000 soldiers eliminating Hamas, because they're at the end of the day, you can't defeat Hamas with bombs. You have to send in ground troops, and then they're going to lose tens of thousands of Israeli soldiers to guerrilla tactics, like in Russia, in the bloodletting in the Russian-Ukraine battles. And so the U.S., like, you could bomb, you could kill a lot of people, but you can't control territory without feet on the ground. And that's what you've seen with the failure of Israel, is that they bombed, they killed a lot of people, but they have not conquered any territory. And even northern Gaza, like, they had to retake El Shifa Hospital. They pulled out, and at this point they have accomplished nothing. Hamas, because they're under siege, Hamas no longer has any rockets. Maybe that they've accomplished, but they accomplished that from basically a complete siege, but they didn't accomplish any territorial gains, because they don't want to lose lives putting feet on the ground.
Yeah, it's
it doesn't matter the technological difference.
It's ultimately that's true, because there's lots of examples of wars, especially in the modern world, where people that were outnumbered, out technologically fought, still managed to win or achieve the long-term goals. Vietnam's a good example. There's the Afghanis have done it against the British, against the Soviets, and then pretty much against America too. They
Vietnam
can still outlast everything.
I mean, the worst examples, like Korea, where like 300 people to kill one American soldier, but America called quits before China or Korea. When China offered like 500,000 troops, and I don't know if the U.S. casualties got to like 20,000-30,000, and the U.S. was ready to pull out, even if there was like millions of Chinese Vietnamese killed.
Yeah,
In this
that's true.
situation
It's
also,
just,
I mean, you do like
there's so
MobTube or
many.
something, saying like, I would reject the tenet that you can't beat people into submission. Some people you can, but there's going to be a certain element, a large, maybe 25, maybe half of people that will fight. They'll be willing to die. You can't beat people into submission.
Yeah, it's such a tough situation
The opposite.
because of you're right. They shouldn't have turned it into a. I've heard Jewish scholars like Finkel, what's his name, Finkelstein, say something like, compare it to the Warsaw ghettos, like in the sense that it's a locked off area from economics and lots of other things, integration and harmonization into the rest of Israel proper. That it's a national security issue at this point, and or whatever. That's how the Israeli government sort of sees it. And they're putting this hammer approach, but you're not going to get rid of all the flies with a hammer. And it's
Israel's in a
really
worse
bad
situation. Like
it's
from
really tough.
October 8th till today, if Israel had never went into Gaza, they're in a worse situation than they were October 8th.
Yeah, no, you're right.
If they had just reconquered the territory, put the wall back up, never bombed Gaza, never went in, they'd be in a much better situation than today. Now they have this human catastrophe. They've completely, and I mentioned that going back to that the Axis, and now Iran is bombing, and at this point, Israel is economically devastated from 6 months of war,
Yes.
morally devastated from 6 months of war, from no victory, no end in sight. The international reputation has been ruined. Multiple nations have already refused to give Israel more weapons. Even the U.S. has extreme pressure that Israel could be destroyed. And I mentioned this October 8th, that we're 6 months into the war, and what happens if Israel's reputation has been ruined so much that they can't no longer get they're more likely to have sanctions against Israel than Iran.
Yeah, you're right.
And then Israel could actually be destroyed.
No, you're absolutely correct.
And you saw the things like the 300 bombs, unprecedented. And like I was just listening to the Iranian spokesperson. He was talking tough, and he was openly on TV. I mean, Al Jazeera, they didn't really have Iranians on U.S. TV, and he was like blatantly saying the reason Israel hasn't retaliated is because they're scared. And I don't know, like I'm scared.
I understand.
And I know I know some of the people talking tough, but like if you're in Israel right now, you're saying like we got to show them strength. We got to bomb Iran, and saying like
it's amazing
I'd be scared.
The decisions to escalate this into Iran and stuff, and it's bad. And you're right that I'm not sure how it can be undone. Other than, I mean, the Ron Paul kind of solution would be, we'll just end the fighting now. Just stop doing it. That kind of thing, right? Well, then at that point, it's still like you said, it's not a position that's better than where it was before the attack. You're right. It's like, man,
God forbid the psychology of it, like the MobTube psychology. If you think like the Mexican cartels, like sometimes worse than other, but like a few times a week, they capture a guy, they torture him to death, and they put it on video.
Yeah.
And they send the video, like they end up on the dark web, but they send the video to the other cartel.
Right. I understand.
It hasn't stopped.
That's true.
As one of the cartels, like, oh, I'm scared.
Yeah,
it's just escalate.
Yeah, it's what, there's a truth to that. That's the
is that like, oh, that video scared me now? Like, no, it's been going on for decades, and doing it.
Yeah, it's like seeing the actual results of this stuff, and
you can't scare people into submission. It's just the psychological fallacy.
Yeah,
and Israel's like, we got to show them strength, like
especially over there. I mean, look, it's already been tried in other places near Israel itself, Iraq and Syria. There's been lots of places where there's already been fighting and other issues, and it's like, the best policy over there is to refrain from violence as much as I just literally I think the best thing for now is to stop the whole thing, and if Israel can show that it's decided it's not going to do anything, there's going to be a stand down period. And I think what will happen is some of it, if the Israeli government was to do this, literally just stop it, but kind of withdraw with their guns out, not one of those coward withdrawals, more like one of the ones where you're stepping back, sort of a sword and shield approach. You're walking back, but you're getting back to, away from there, and you stop the stuff. And I think after a while of no actual combat, and then some level of where the Israeli government's letting aid in and stuff, over the course of it would take a few months of consistent daily that stuff in order to start even getting near a process where negotiations for any remaining hostages could be, it would be there. It would have to be stopped like literally tomorrow. Like Netanyahu goes on Israeli TV and says, "Hey, look, we've decided we're not going to escalate this. However, we're not going to just cower down. We're going to stop and cease all action, and we're just going to put we're going to, pull our forces back away from certain zones, whatever. Just stop the fighting for now." Yeah, and people would view it with skepticism, and there'd be all kinds of chatter and whatnot. But if there was a time period where they're proven that they're not going to just start refighting it, because Netanyahu still has that one thing left where he is technically sort of in control of the escalation. If he chose not to, or the Israeli leadership said, you know what, it's not worth the gamble to proceed any further, no more one-upping each other, even though they got the last blows on us for right now, from Iran itself, and then of course they're doing the aggressor part in the Gaza Strip. But if they were to say, all right, look, they hit us here, and to stop all the stuff, there could be a period of time where there's some stabilization that starts to occur. But again, you're right. The attitude amongst the average person that lives in Gaza is going to be so negative now towards any integration into Israeli society proper. Although, you know what I mean? It's going to be difficult.
It's really going to be the destruction of Israel, at least, if not militarily, that either they're going to have to accept a Palestinian state, or they're going to have to assimilate the Gazans, the Palestinians, into Israel. And just the last point on my high school proto alt-right friend used to love the quote that the person to fear the most is the one with nothing to lose. And saying like this false assumption of beating people into submission, when the reality is no, you beat them into having nothing to lose, and at this point they're willing to, more likely to die and wage war and do all these things. And so even if Israel just puts their hands up like, okay, this is it has to end, the international community is going to either force Israel to accept a Palestinian state, or they're going to have to absorb and give citizenship to the Palestinians. And basically, either one of those two options is the end of Zionism, the end of Israel as we know it. So in this sense, like this only ends with the destruction of Israel. So either Israel voluntarily self-destructs and allows a Palestinian state, or gives up on Zionism by absorbing and taking in as citizens the Palestinians.
Yeah, I got you.
Or otherwise, I don't see. I think Israel caused its own self-destruction with this war on Gaza, and there's no way.
No, there's truth to that, and the problem is too that there's been such a change in attitudes in foreign capitals now about Israel, and there's, it's not the same people overseas that provide Israel with its international support. Our country's demographics,
and the weapons aren't helping. America just gave thousands of more bombs. I'm saying, like, how's it going to help?
Yeah, it's not.
Israel's already dropped 5,000, 2,000 pound bombs on Gaza. Like
Yeah.
what more weapons could America give that's going to help them?
Yeah, and it's just over the long term is if Israel was to, let's say, theoretically allow Gaza to they stop the war and then they say you can be your own state. They would have to keep literally everybody out of their out of Israel from that point on that was involved with getting bombs dropped on them. They'll
Well,
have to keep them out
if
of
they didn't go
Israel.
in October 8th, the
Yeah,
international community, maybe Saudi Arabia, the Abraham Accords, might have turned a blind eye to Gaza. But like now, after 6 months of the war, there's no way the international community is going to allow Israel to just rebuild the apartheid wall and let the Gazans suffer under
True.
siege for more decades.
True. No, that's true. And it's like it's it's impossible. And
I mean,
any
if
state
they
that's
hadn't went
next
in,
to them
like,
is going to be an Iranian proxy state to the south, which isn't good for Zionism overall. And then, like you said, absorbing the population in and allowing them to vote, one man, one vote, so to speak, then you know what's going to happen is ultimately they're going to be very close to a demographic majority, and they
it'll
make
be
a
the
few
end of
alliances.
Israel as we know it. I mean, it's
Yeah,
saying,
you're right.
okay, Jews
No
might
matter what, it
have
shifts
safety and
Israel.
security.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like that's what I would go for, because, like, I would say, I think you could have like some sort of secular state that could survive and absorb them, but it'd be the end of Israel as we know it.
Yeah, that whole zone right there would pretty much. I mean, and that also puts to bed the Oded Yanan plan. I remember hearing about that as a kid. You know, I didn't remember the name of it, but in our churches here in America, obviously most of our churches are very pro-Zionist, and they would just, oh yeah, you know, this is what Israel's, you know, what ancient Israel looked like from all the way to pretty much Baghdad and whatnot, and down into the, you know, the Saudi Arabia ways, not quite to Medina or Mecca, whatever. And it's like this whole thing where Israel was on a path of expansion, it's being reversed, and it was gambled and tossed away overnight. And it's the same thing, ironically enough. It's a microcosm of what happened to the British Empire or the French or even America, where you know, they call it decolonization or whatever else, and they're withdrawing, you know, from all these different areas of the world and shrinking down, and then the capitals are being basically demographically changed. It's just there's no other way to explain it.
Well, it's the
Well,
fallacy of
Israel's
blaming it
having
on
a similar
Netanyahu.
issue.
Well, so say why I don't think there's really Netanyahu's a moderate, and from the extreme end. Now it's definitely too late to do. I mean, Israel could try.
Wow.
There's still some, but if Israel had right from the beginning just went for ethnic cleansing, they would have had to declare war against Egypt. They would have had to weather the likelihood that the United States would have broke off its ties. But for Israel to survive, it has to do an ethnic cleansing, and what that meant was pushing the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula and never letting them come back. And
basically, what Netanyahu is.
they had the plans. Like I covered it on Week in Review.
Killing as many as possible, and then
well, I mean, God
he's
forbid
going to
genocide.
deport them to the West, essentially, to other nations.
I mean, God forbid genocide. God forbid, like just killing them. But I'm saying just they could have pushed them into the Sinai Peninsula, but they would have had to declare war against Egypt to do it. And
for sure there. Yeah.
And I showed it on Week in Review. They had the plan. I mean, that was the plan from like October 21st. Like when they first started, that was the plan to force them into the Sinai Peninsula. And they just, from the extent like Netanyahu was the moderator, he just didn't have the balls to do it. They had the plans ready. Egypt, no one could have stopped Israel. I mean, diplomatically, who knows? Even considering how bad Israel's faring on the world stage diplomatically, it's hard even to know if October 21st, when they started the ground campaign, if they just went for ethnic cleansing and forced them into the Sinai Peninsula right away, they might have been better off than they are in the current situation.
Yeah, it's
but I mean, I think what's the like now 6 months later?
I understand you're taking off.
But I'm just saying, like realistically, 6 months later, what's the chance they're going to do that now?
No, you're
Like
right
six,
though. That technically speaking, again, we know what's righteous and just and all that. But if your goal is to win a war, in times past, we'll just say before media, way back many years ago, that kind of a thing would have been the norm in most wars. It's only in recent history that we have these extremely just and whatever wars, whatever we want to call them, and things that have. But we also have way more dangerous tech and. At this
well, I'm
point,
also just
you're
I'm
right. They
arguing
can't
that Israel,
they
as
can't
we
do
know
that.
it, is over.
And
That the only way that you could have, like when Israel's going to be okay and survive, it's like no, Israel as we know it
not
is
in its
over.
current form. You're right.
And
Yeah,
it's saying the only way that Israel could survive is through an ethnic cleansing. I think the window of opportunity on that passed. I can't imagine now at this point that Israel could push the Rafah,
yeah.
they could push them into the Sinai Peninsula and just expel them like that.
Well,
And
and
if they
no,
can't,
you're right.
Israel, as we know, it's going to be over because they're going to have to do a two-state solution.
They'll have
to
no choice
absorb
but
them.
to grant them a state, I think. And then it's still again that takes away from. I think that'd be
But you can't
that would
know
cause
because the
a
polling in
ripple
Israel.
effect into the West Bank.
Well, I was like,
It's gonna
Netanyahu is
be
the moderate. You're trying to blame it on Netanyahu. I was like, no, he's the moderate. Like 50% of Israelis probably want to do an ethnic cleansing, and Netanyahu's the moderate, stopping them.
Pardon
from
me.
doing it.
Not in that sense. What I should say is he's
But I mean,
just
you
the
hear what I'm saying?
figurehead of the
That like
executive branch
Netanyahu is the
of
one
the
who
of the
stopped them.
government.
Netanyahu is the one that stopped Israel from doing the ethnic cleansing because probably half of Israel would have backed him if he did it.
Yeah, it's still I'm wondering about the whole thing. Really, it's just in the grand scheme
But I
of
mean,
things.
don't blame
Like,
Netanyahu for being like like too much of a right winger. Like it was actually too weak because Israel.
no, I
wanted
understand
him
that, but
to do.
he didn't have a deterrent effect. Actually, truth be told, that they for whatever reason they felt like they could beat him, and they did. They did it with hang gliders and mopeds.
Well, I mean, you're talking
Sometimes,
back to October 7th. I'm talking, when they started the ground invasion, why they didn't go for the full ethnic cleansing and pushing them to the Sinai Peninsula.
yeah. Well, you never know. Maybe it's the IDF wasn't actually ready at that point because if it was truly caught off guard, that's got to do the mobilization stuff.
I
And
mean, I
you
showed
got
the
reservists.
plan. Like Israel just backed down to the U.S. pressure. Netanyahu
pretty much.
Netanyahu backed down to the U.S. pressure to not, and the Egyptian or international pressure to not carry out an ethnic cleansing.
So what do you think? Let's fast forward to today. Let's just say that you had the all ability right now to make executive decisions from Israel's point of view. You were in charge. What would you do to try to make this as I don't know what to say. I guess as clean as possible and to limit the amount of damage as possible? What would you do?
Someone have to get up and just like publicly repent and say we were wrong. We need to immediately move towards a one-state solution, allow in international aid, end the war. I mean, I would basically say you got to denounce Zionism. You say like, okay, we were wrong. We can't have a Jewish ethno state. And so some leader would have to offer all the Palestinians full Israeli citizenship and see how they responded. I mean, they could unilaterally try to make a move to do that. But I mean, so if somehow, that's not even on the agenda. There's not even
I agree with you that
there's not even a name. But like if somehow I rose to power in Israel, you're like, okay, like you're like, I would make a public outreach to the Palestinians and say we were wrong. And we want to move towards a one-state solution, confederation, emirate style thing, and we're willing to give all of you full Israeli citizenship and work towards reconciliation, reparations. God forbid, and I would do that because I love Israel. I want to save Israel. And I think that's the only way to do it.
There's a frame of reference.
There's not even a single name. There's not even a single name of a major Israeli figure that's even said that that's what they would do.
No, I understand, and I have a frame of reference for that. I have a, there in my region of California, they had those Japanese internment camps, and they were only deprived of their basic rights for 3 or 4 years, whatever, right? From 1941 to about 45, right? Now, they didn't get their property back. Their property was taken by, FDR, basically, is how they saw it. Every single Japanese person that I knew growing up, their grandparents absolutely hated the Democrat Party and preached against them. They would never vote for them under any circumstance. Even if they agreed with them on most issues, they still wouldn't do it because of the name and because of its association with the guy that took their property. And I saw it firsthand how, like, my Japanese American friends would be like, hey, when we're at my grandparents' house, don't mention anything that, about Clinton or whatever. This would be in the 90s, let's say, because my grandpa fucking hates the Democrats to this day. And, there's truth to this. This is, and keep in mind, this is an American example where, there's 4 years of it, 3 years, and then the internment camps were much nicer than rubble in modern day Gaza with the risk of death and everything. And it's like, I could see just how far down the future we're talking 50 years later in the mid 90s. And, my friends would be like, my parents are sort of split on the whole thing about even voting for these people. And now my generation doesn't care. That's what they would say. And so pretty much it was like you could see a 3-generation kind of effect on thought, because so-and-so is going to tell their children, who's going to tell their grandchildren, and so the long-term damage can only be, the only way that, like, I like how you said repent. There's going to have to be, at some points, there's going to have to be something like that. When you look at that incident from 2006 or whatever, ultimately it caught the IDF off guard that that Hezbollah could even do that. And if it's not stopped before it spins to the next 1 or 2 levels, then you got Hezbollah, you've got the situation still in Gaza. You have Iran as well as doing its nonsense, which probably means Syria gets in, which means then that Iraq is right in between Syria and Iran. So they've got sections of Iraq that are highly loyal to, the same sect of Islam that the Iranians have. There's Shia zones over there that freaking have way more culturally in common with the Iranians than they do with Iraqis that are, Sunni Muslims. So it's just, it could really freaking spin out of control if it doesn't get stopped somehow, even if there's no repenting, we'll say. But I think what you're saying is right, though.
I mean, they'd have to do a phase-in period of like post-Civil War Reconstruction, Jim Crow, but it'd have to be much more rapid, like a 5-year. It'd have to be like 5-10 year phase into full citizenship. In some like security perspective, it'd be easier to police and secure the Palestinians if they were citizens.
Sure.
And there'd have to be some form of, like Jim Crow segregation.
Yeah, because if they're their own nation, they can easily just immediately, who's going to help them? The Iranians. It's obvious what would happen. They'd have Israel would be stuck with a mini Iran next door. Right
most
there.
People in the area, look for like some favor. Experts say you need some sort of confederation emirate style. So like if Israel, became one nation that maybe has 7 states. And how to
I got you. I agree. I think you have
that's what most of the experts say. And it'd have to be like a phase-in, but like technically you'd have to extend the hand and offer full citizenship to all the Palestinians immediately, and there'd be some sort of phase-in, and it wouldn't be like in the United Arab Emirates. They have checkpoints between states, so it's not like the United States. So you could start, you have full Israeli citizenship. Gaza becomes an emirate where you're now an Israeli, but there'd still be like a checkpoint to travel, and there'd be some relative
self-rule in exchange for like governance, sort of.
It would be the end of Israel, because
under Israel's flag. I understand that part. Under Israel's
they'd have to be able to go back home.
But
everyone in Gaza
like an area
Israel.
that's more conservative in America is versus a more liberally governed zone. It's
Well, I'm saying because everyone in Gaza comes from Israel. From
yeah, no, I
1948 to
understand.
so
I
they'd
get
have
that part.
they'd have to eventually be able to go back into Israel proper to where they came from.
No, I understand what you're saying, that for the time period of keeping people separated from each other. Yeah, because
it can't be like the Civil War through like Jim Crow that took like 70, like it was almost
I understand
100 years from the
exactly what
Civil
you
War
mean by
till civil
that.
rights.
You
They'd
know,
have to do it like
prior to the war,
10 years.
Prior to
It'd
the
have to
war,
be-
there's channels where guys would do interviews in Israel as well as West Bank and Gaza about attitudes. And unfortunately, the war, one of the casualties will be the average trust between the people. If you look at a lot of videos, from there's a few channels out there where just regular Jewish guys go around asking opinions of different people and different topics, right? You'll see that years ago, Palestinians would generally say that they like Israelis and understand that they're all culturally tied to the land. And then most Israelis would say, I don't want to see anything bad to happen to them. You would only occasionally have an extreme kind of person. And, most people that would, but that it's unfortunate that during these times of conflict, one of the casualties itself is this trust amongst people and amongst different peoples in our different regions. And, we see it in America often now with race in particular. There's certain issues that happen, and all of a sudden, where this movement's going to go or this movement is going to go. You don't even have to read the stories or listen to the stories when you see the headlines on certain stuff. You already know, an officer was involved. Okay, so this group's going to be going this direction. It's become way too predictable. And over there with that, it's, there's unfortunately that mistrust is going to the gap that is between how Israelis see themselves and how people in Gaza see themselves. It's going to be mentally much different than it is now. Even if Israel was to say, hey, you all have 100% citizenship rights as far as you can now start voting, and we'll call them all elections. You have a state name or whatever for that region. You have the normal provincial governments. They're basically under your democratic control, all that kind of stuff. But even then, the attitude amongst the people, it's going to be one of the unfortunate casualties of this.
Yeah, it'd be like, if you consider like America, you would probably have to make like Tel Aviv or a few other places mega cities. And I think I'm not sure if Tel Aviv has like 1.5 million people, but if you made Tel Aviv like a city for 5 million people, it would be multicultural, and you would basically end up like half the people in Gaza would end up moving to the cities, and they'd probably at the beginning be completely reliant on welfare programs. But then
no, you're absolutely correct. It's like,
you think like the African Americans, like almost every East Coast city in the U.S. is dominated by African Americans. And you just look like Gaza. Okay, they're going to get full citizenship. They're going to move to urban areas. They're going to take over urban areas, and they're going to become dependent on welfare programs. And there's going to be high crime. But it's saying
very
that
similar to
me, that seems the best option.
Issues we had in the 90s with Mexico. We were spending billions a year that could have been.
LA is only 25%, 20% white now.
Yeah, so it's way different. LA in the 80s was like 60% white or whatever. It was much different, and it's like. And San Francisco used to only have like a gay section. Now the whole place is like fentanyl addicts and a lot of the rainbow stuff everywhere. And it's not even like one zone. It used to be a much different city when I was a kid. I remember the old San Francisco. The truth is
like the African migrants coming to Israel also.
And then
Hispanics
are more acculturated now, but at that time they did cost disproportionately more than the benefit to most average American taxpayers in California. But at the time it was only like considered a West Coast issue. So East Coast and Midwest politicians didn't really pay attention to it. And it's but there's this attitude at academia level where, oh, this was once Mexican land, and as such, they should be trying to culturally unite California, then the even Texas now, and all that too, all the former lands of Mexico back with the people there. Now that's not what's going to happen, but you have people that put that out there, and it's similar to that's what you'll want to expect to happen in Israel. Let's just say everything went right, like the war stops and all this other stuff, right? 80-90 years from now, maybe you guys will get to the point where the way Hispanics were integrating with whites in the 80s or 90s in California. Nowadays, our neighborhoods are fully. I grew up in a neighborhood that already was like 30% Hispanic and different white ethnic groups and Armenians and others, but the majority of the state was not like that, and now the majority of the state is, as is large swaths of Arizona or Nevada, southern Nevada, and it's ultimately the population is now more integrated and chilled out, and it's becoming meshed more into one. And most of them are pretty much, ironically enough, are doing exactly what white people started doing as they got wealthier in the 70s and 80s. They're moving out of bad neighborhoods and they move into nice neighborhoods and keep them up. So it's like it's funny, you see that with Hispanics in California now, where that same phenomenon that used to be called like white flight and that kind of stuff, they do the exact same thing. It's just leaving crime and leaving, it's regular folks that have made it that move to suburban areas. Most suburbs out here are Latino, so it's we've integrated perfectly fine over the long term, but we had way more welfare costs than we needed to have early on, and that's going to happen to Israel. And
there's a lot of issues, but you say it beats war.
Yeah, exactly. We are better off in most. I'd say like every white person and every Hispanic person in California, we come across amongst each other every single day, and so it's not even really looked at. You don't really see most of us differentiating from one another. We just they ask us, which ethnic group are you from? Like, are you French or you English, German, Jewish, Irish, Italian, whatever. And we ask them what mixture from Mexico and Spain, or is it Portugal did, or one of the other, there's other European nations that settled, had immigrants there too. So it's perfectly fine. And Mexico itself, the average citizen there, we cross, Californians cross the border all the time and vice versa for travel and stuff. So,
it'd probably be more comparable to African Americans.
Yeah, because there is more confrontation with African Americans. I think I saw it on the East Coast when I would go back there,
and we've ceded control of the major East Coast cities, even to Midwestern cities, to African Americans.
Yeah,
so like Chicago, Baltimore, New York City, they're all largely the government controlled by African Americans.
Well, see, there's the truth to that, and that's one reason why, like in those areas,
you said like Tel Aviv eventually, would be like that, where Palestinians would
be the majority.
Would be like Baltimore, where
well, you got a good point.
Violence and crime, and they would even take over a city council and the governance of the area.
That's true.
So the Mexicans, I'm not sure. One thing, like they haven't really taken over cities in the same way African Americans, and the animosity and violence is.
No, there's truth, and I'll tell you, it's one thing with with those types of populations. America has a different experience with different ones in different types of integration that have been used, and so
what happened in my lifetime. Like, I live as a minority among African Americans. I mean, it's a brief time when I was a young kid. Whites were the majority, but for decades I've been a minority among African.
I feel you. Yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing with. By the time I was in high school, my neighborhood was easily 55% Hispanic, and not just American background. You're talking, it was hitting a point where Spanish was the only language in the household in like 25% of the houses by then. Whereas before, I would have friends and it would be like their grandparents that would speak mostly Spanish, and their parents could speak both languages, but they would favor English, 75-25. And then, of course, the kids my age didn't speak any Spanish, or it was all.
It may even be, God forbid, like if I had confrontation with an African American, the system, at least in my area, would probably favor them. Like I went to school already, middle school, it was already majority African American. And if
Power is a relative term, my friend, and that's one reason.
If I got bullied or in a fight
that-
with African American, I was more likely to get in trouble than they
True.
were.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And so, like, I've already experienced that largely my whole life. So,
no,
like,
I feel
Israel,
exactly.
like,
No, you're.
I can see, like, Israel, like, I could see people being scared of that, and be basically giving up on Israel. And certain areas would say, like, yeah, it would probably would happen to Israel, and but they may not. They're really not any other choice. And say it wasn't that bad.
Well,
like, okay, I got some bullying or at school, but like, no, I mean, relatively, like, I don't have any problems with my African American neighbors. And even looking back, the bullying I faced in grade school wasn't that bad. Like, it's like relatively, the African Americans didn't really treat me that poorly. Although I got beat up or bullied, somewhat, but not even that badly.
No, I understand because I lived in an area that was predominantly Hispanic, but my freshman year of high school, I went to a high school that I was bused to that was predominantly black. Back when we used to have a predominantly black side of town. Now that area is mostly Latino, but or Asian, even Southeast Asians. But the like war refugee children from Vietnam and their grandkids and posterity, right? But back when I was a kid, it was still majority black. And most of the time at that high school, even though half the school was white and they were all bussed in from either middle class, rich, or areas like mine, working class, white kids would go there because there was a computer tech program, which was cutting edge back for the 80s and 90s. And so I didn't really see, there wasn't really that much interracial violence at all, actually. The gangbangers and all that, they would fight amongst themselves typically. And, this was, I saw like right when, that movie Colors came out, I was in middle school and our middle school was attached to that high school. And so back then in California, there was localized black gangs similar to what Detroit has traditionally had, where they're neighborhood black gangs and not these large super gangs like Crips and Bloods with all these different sets. And what happened after that whole movie came out was you started to see certain local gangs in that area start to claim an allegiance to this group or that group. And they basically, I had friends who kept going there throughout high school, and I transferred to my home school, which was a predominantly Hispanic school. And there was more fights at the Hispanic school that I went to than there were at the black school that I went to. And at the black school, it was primarily amongst gangbangers. But the school that I went to, though, they were pretty quick about kicking kids out, though, and expelling them. They don't do that anymore. Back in the day, they used to have that attitude of Joe Clark. Remember that movie Lean on Me from back in the day, where Joe Clark brings law and order to some New Jersey high school.
Yeah, I used to like that movie.
Yeah, that's how their attitude was. And so with strict enforcement, quite frankly, there was actually fewer problems at one of that school don't exist like that anymore. It's now like only 30% black, because that whole side of town has been Hispanics have vastly just outnumbered them over the course of like the last 30 years, roughly. They've steadily.
My strategy, like even thinking like I never snitched or told on somebody. Like if I got bullied, I might have tried to be smart about not being in certain situations or where it was, or a situational awareness. But like I never had
of course.
And I like it would have made things worse, because like even if I had told, there was really no one to tell to. And if I told the authorities probably wouldn't have taken my side.
And yeah, exactly. That's what you it would make the situation worse, probably.
Yeah, because the authorities wouldn't have taken my side, and then
there'd be repercussion for going to them in the first place.
and then whatever credibility I had would be diminished from. But yeah, I mean from that, because that's my experience. Like I think Israel could handle integrating. That's what I lean towards, but there is no one on the Israeli scene suggesting that, and I don't even know how that could be. Like who would?
It'd have to be such a stinging defeat or some kind of a stalemate that the Israeli government's sort of forced to do it.
Yes, I'm leaning towards. I mean, Israel, you might have destroyed itself with this war.
Now, I mean, that's very much. I hate to even say that that's on the table as an idea, but you're right. It not only is it on the table as an idea, again, unfathomable, just even a year ago that Israel would be this kind of a precarious position.
Well, I mean, look, like the U.S. wants to portray like Netanyahu as the problem, but say like, no, I mean, Netanyahu, if it wasn't for Netanyahu, Israel would have already struck Iran. So like Netanyahu is the one who prevented Israel from retaliating against Iran. And
yeah, it's just I don't think that
and I don't even think Benny Gantz.
It's hard to say what's going on.
On the left, because the left-right refers to economics. So like Benny Gantz, is more socialist.
More progressive.
Capitalized. It was pro-capitalistic, but I think even Benny Gantz, he probably would have just immediately, return fire against Iran.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to paint him as somebody especially different, but obviously he's the figurehead for the whole, But
he's
the
on the
whole
left because
apparatus
he's a socialist.
Makes the decisions at the military level and all that. Because, like you say, this has been a strategic blunder more than anything else. Because like you said, there was a point in time where certain ideas, if they had been executed in time, could have happened. And
but if they just took the hit, I mean, if Israel had just took the hit, they probably, maybe could have made the deal with Saudi Arabia and just perpetually continued the apartheid system and just like,
that's
these people are animals. The reason we have them locked up,
they would have had more sympathy. It would have been like the level of sympathy America had right after 9/11. If that hadn't have blundered away, we all know we don't need to relitigate that situation.
Use the sympathy use the sympathy to continue the apartheid system.
The deal that the Israeli government could have gotten with that kind of sympathy level by showing restraint and telling the Saudis, look,
That's saw not really restraint, because I'm against apartheid.
Yeah,
if they just taken the hit October 7th,
they could have reinforced.
You would have bought them another 10 years of apartheid.
No, there's truth to that too, and if that's what.
I still think the apartheid, like it wouldn't have stood. Like even if they took the hit and the international community granted Israel another 10, 20 years of apartheid and the Abraham Accords, like the apartheid, I mean, still like just having 2 million people under siege like that would have led.
It's difficult. You can't really have that. You can't keep that going in today's modern era because there's a lot of reasons, but one of which is the average person has the ability to film it and put it on the internet now. And it's like, if World War
we knew about that stuff.
II were able to show on cameras in real time what was happening to Dresden or earlier in the war, the London Blitzkrieg, most German citizens, if they had to see what happened, to London in full images like we see today, they would have, there would have been a people's revolt against Hitler's government in terms of blackouts and stuff like that. I don't think you could have had a second world war with today's technology. Not that way. It's just people will fall. You know what I'm saying, though?
People knew what Israel was doing, and that's why they liked Israel. Even when Trump got in 2016, even Vivek Ramaswamy, build the wall and saying Israel was shooting people saying like Israel had girls running robot-controlled machine guns. Like for a decade, like literally for a decade, they were, and even saying like before October 7th, Israel had killed close to 200 people, 2023, just for coming up to the wall.
Yeah,
And like maybe some were terrorists or not, but it was basically like you come up to the wall, you're going to be shot. And a lot of it, I mean, they had some people that were, but a lot of it was just mechanized, remote controlled machine guns. And so, I mean, there's some people disturbed by that, but there's a lot of people who aren't disturbed by that. There's a lot of people that like violence. I mean, humankind is diverse. So you have a certain amount, in a thing like the Trump original anti-immigration push, like even Richard Spencer, the white Zionism, that's what they want to do in America. Is they say, we're going to build a wall and we will kill you if you come up to the wall, just like Israel does. And they might have seen and even like sympathy, like sociopathy, psychopathy, you think like MobTube or something like that. Well, it just 1 out of 50 people is a psychopath and doesn't feel sympathy. But not to be like a full-fledged psychopath where you could like kill and torture people and not care, God forbid. And not saying not all psychopaths are going to be at that level of horrendous crime. But just relatively not being bothered. 1 out of 10 people, 1 out of 4 people. It's like, okay, life is harsh. That's what it is. I'm glad it's not me.
Yeah, that's part of.
You come from like a Christian
wars on television
background. It's like, well,
it's a different story.
And even I mentioned the biblical difference. The Bible, 10 Commandments. You get punished for the sins of your parents. And saying, well, why is this happening to you? It's because your parents made bad decisions. And so there's a lot of pushback, but like it says that in the 10 Commandments, and there's a lot of natural kind of like, well, God forbid, like I hate to see people suffering, but you're just paying the price of your parents' bad decisions.
Yeah, and I remember that old Spencer character and his characterization of that, and that's. Those guys,
people
like
obviously
Israel, it's a delusional vision, but across the West, really, if you look at it, there's been a withdrawal. You go back to like Rhodesia and the Rhodesian Bush War, South Africa. We're old enough to remember when South Africa still had apartheid in the 80s and 90s, and it was like 1994, I believe, is when they ended it. So, I was like 19 years old. You would be around the same age, I assume, too. And so
I remember seeing that Zulu movie.
Yeah,
that was a movie.
It's amazing that there's been a complete withdrawal from those types of ideologies where, you go back to the end of the Second World War and really,
human nature is still human nature.
Yeah,
so there's been a change in the public narrative and certain norms, but I mean, human nature is still human nature.
I agree with you, and that
saying like
people yearn to be free at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, even say psychopathy, like if you're specialized in MobTube, 1 out of 50 people has no remorse. Period. Like God forbid, kill, rape, whatever. They just don't have remorse.
Oh yeah.
Like 1 out of 50 people does not have remorse, no matter what happens.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, okay, like, but even things like narcissism, spectrum, like 1 out of 4 people. So I mean, if you're just looking at like 1 out of 4 people would just, well, thank God it's not me. Like, just the lack, or would be able to rationalize. So it's like, okay, you're talking like Germans or, like period, like how many people could pull the trigger? So, it's going to take a toll on most people to pull the trigger. There's going to be a certain element of people where they could pull the trigger. It's not going to hurt their psyche at all. But the knowledge level. So I mean, even if the U.S. like Trump, I mean, if you think of that, like Black Lives Matter, and Trump wanted to call in the National Guard, and Trump was basically like, yes, we will open fire into the crowd. If you protest and you come to these protests, we will open fire into the crowd. And like, I don't think, I mean, Trump, if you say he's a psychopath or whatever, I doubt he would have had remorse. And if you looked at America, like if they had started, I mean, even think of, like
he sees it strictly as a law and order issue. And
we were talking about the draft, like
the
thing, like, okay, like Vietnam, you had the protest, the Democratic, if it was like 1968 or 64, where you had those huge protests at the Democratic.
68. Yeah, and then there was Kent State, where you always have to be careful anytime the word National Guard gets brought in. It's but no, I understand the sentiment
Well, I mean, there were a lot of people who were
protecting
supporting the
businesses
state
from
and the police.
rioting after a certain period of time. But the
Well, I
problem
mean,
is that but yeah, you're right. It's basically the same concept in terms of putting these the separation of stability is not really there. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Human nature applies to Israel or the Palestinians as well as anybody else, and it's like there nobody wants to be perceived as being controlled by others, and the ultimately a one state setup, like you're saying, even if they're culturally different or whatever, they feel like on a political level that they'll have the momentum, and there's a good chance that that's like you said, they're going to it's going to change the demographics of Tel Aviv over the course of time, and however, I think that you're going to see a similar effect that you see with Latinos in America in the West, where they may be the majority, will say now, but in terms of
well, just like you or me, it
culturally,
was
they're much
forced
more
upon
like
us.
regular white Americans, actually,
You
in
didn't
the
have the choice in
suburban
the matter.
areas.
I mean, there was pushback against integration, Jim Crow,
Yeah,
busing, and saying at the point, like, we didn't have a choice. It was just forced upon us.
yeah,
And we had to do our best to survive. So, like, maybe your parents had a little bit of racism and like, I don't like this, but like they couldn't have done anything about it. Eventually their neighborhood was
sure,
integrated, and their choice to homeschool you or to send you to school and wish you the best, and saying
yeah,
so you just did, so in any of these situations, there's going to be pushback. There's going to be elements to say like, well, what if we fight? And
yeah.
then
Well,
once
I
it
think
happens, you just
ultimately the Palestinians under a one state like what you're talking about, the Palestinians of the future will be much more like Israelis of today in terms of culturally, uh, and they may not even. They're going to be more secularized forms of Muslim and Islam there. It's going to be there's going to be an Israeli influence on the population big time
it's going to
still.
have to be forced upon the people. I'm going to say like,
Yeah, well,
I mean,
exactly.
it's just like
It's interesting.
Reconstruction and Jim Crow,
Well,
integration, civil
same thing
rights.
with the Japanese during those camps. They used to make all the Japanese kids learn everything in English. They immersed them in English, and they immersed them in U.S. history and to look up to George Washington and all that. And they did
That's a
the
small
same thing
group.
with
I mean,
Native
that's
Americans in boarding schools back in the day. That was one
that's not what it's
tactic
going to
with
be
them.
like there, because that was when you had like, you're talking about a tiny population.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, that's where it's going to be like,
I
it's
understand
going to
that
be
it's a
like
much larger
integration
scale
after
version
Jim
of
Crow.
that, but
It's going to
essentially
be
that's what they're going to have to do.
like me or you who grew up as minorities,
Sure.
as so to say, white people who grew up. I was always a minority as a white person.
No, exactly. For the most part, I'd say the same basic thing, because it's like, my area originally was pretty much equal mixed at a certain point when I was younger. So it just, it wasn't something that was too bad or whatever. I had no problems with most aspects
Your
of it.
opinion on it didn't matter. It's like you just
Yeah,
had to
it
do the
just
best.
either way,
You
it's
could
just
have
where we
you could have
live.
protested. You could have had like a little
Yeah.
clique of racist friends, but like
No
it
shit, huh?
happened whether you liked it or not. You just had to do the best you could to survive.
Yeah, exactly. It would people, no matter what that's what
I mean,
I
so to
tell a
say
lot
like,
of
yeah, I mean,
people.
Israelis, like no Israeli, like you look at the polling, no Israeli wants to integrate and give full citizenship to the Palestinians. Like the percentage,
No, I agree with you there.
it
That's
would
what
have to be forced upon them, and then it'd be like a period like Reconstruction, Jim Crow, to civil rights that would have to be implemented.
Yeah, it
Relatively
sucks
quick
that it
over.
has to be sort of that's something that has to be put on the table. But yeah, there's truth to that, because you can't just take two warring populations like that and expect their civilian population to be integrated and everybody sings kumbaya. It's not how things happen, and it's
Well, you just force
it
them. You just force it upon them. Like saying, you give them full citizenship, you give a certain amount the right to move
sort
back to
of
where they came from,
Israelification,
and
sort
then the
of.
Israelis just have to suffer integration.
So the Israelis have to deal with integration racially, ethnically, but the Palestinians have to accept cultural Israeli norms and cultural standards, basically,
I
right?
mean, it's not going to be like even your Japanese. It could be in many places, like Israelis will have to learn Arabic.
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, so I mean, it's really the
Well,
death.
you know, I'm sure you know the situation.
Well, I'm saying it's the end of
there.
Israel. If you
There's
look at
probably
it,
a lot of places that the people are bilingual anyways in those areas.
well, I mean, Israel basically has to do an ethnic cleansing. Israel, in order for Israel to survive, it has to do an ethnic cleansing. That's why over half of Israelis want to do an ethnic cleansing, because like it's just you want a democratic Jewish state, they need an ethnic majority, and they don't have an ethnic majority.
True. I mean,
And
it's really true that there's no, in order for them to have a Jewish democratic state, aka Zionism with voting,
I mean, it'd be like
you have
white
to have a Jewish
nationalism in
majority.
America. I mean, it'd be like white nationalism in America, because
Certainly.
whites are a minority in every major urban area. So like you could move to a red area, and but you're not going to retake any of the major cities.
Yeah, exactly.
White,
You're ultimately,
there's not a single major U.S. city in America that's majority white.
No, they're not. And the reality is that it's, if you look at like that whole withdrawal of those types of movements, and it's, South Africa at one point had its, system of apartheid, of course. And, Israel was one of the states along with America. There's those, basically it was us two that propped South Africa up the most. And most people would say that, without America and Israel breaking the sanctions, which we needed their uranium and other stuff for some of our weapons. And, there was a lot of diamonds, other stuff like that. But if it hadn't been for that, then a lot of people believe that apartheid would have fallen right after Rhodesia fell. Very close to apartheid. South Africa would have been sort of a Marxist domino of black Marxism back then, which back then they would work with their nationalist groups too. And then later they figured, once we kick the whites out of power, then we'll figure out which of our tribes, is the leaders. But for now, we work together. And that's what's happening.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the eclipse, but like last week I didn't stream because I went for the eclipse and my family went to Niagara Falls, and I was shocked. Niagara Falls was a shithole. There's Niagara Falls, the New York City, and like we drove through Canada. The Canada side of Niagara Falls was nice, tourist attraction, like commercial, clean restaurants. And then when we got there, we rented out a house, Airbnb. And I walked around. It was like Detroit. There were abandoned houses, abandoned factories. There was like a food desert. There were a few hotels and casinos, but the whole U.S. side. And then I looked online, and it turns out that Niagara Falls actually has the worst crime statistics in all of New York, in like corruption, tax base. It's like 30% African American. There were like a few Indian restaurants, but like it was devastated. And we were in this nice like old 100-year-old mansion, and even the houses in Niagara Falls, it was like Detroit. You could get like an old mansion for like $200,000, like a 3,000 square foot house. And so just looking like like the Rust Belt, just to look how Niagara Falls was devastated, and the opposite side of the water, Canada, was just completely together. And God forbid it was walking around with my dad. My dad wasn't surprised. Like, we're in Detroit, or the Rust Belt and what's happened to America. And I'm not sure if you've been to the East Coast or the Rust Belt.
Yeah, I've been to Detroit a few times. Yeah,
but I mean, if you would have known, like, okay, like let's go to Niagara Falls, and you would have known that like Niagara Falls is like it's like Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's like two streets of commercial stuff, and it's not even nice. Like on Canada, like it's pretty nice, but even like the tiny area of tourist trap commercial stuff, it's not even nice. It's not even that. That's not even that nice. There's just a few hotels, like a casino that maybe has security. Maybe it's a little bit nice inside the hotel, but I was surprised that Niagara Falls was a hellhole.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is.
Probably only getting worse, because I'd been there maybe 2 times, like my family, every 15 years, and like it's probably like exponentially declined and gotten worse over the last decade or so, and it's probably like that all across America, and just the immigrants. So you have all these like Indian speakers or Asians, and it's even on the Canada side, like whites were the minority. Like even on the Canada side, it's like I mean, Canada, even with the demographic change, was still nice. It was clean and polite and
orderly and
orderly. I mean, the demographic change was the same on both sides, but
right.
Somehow America turned into a hellhole.
I've heard that. I've never been able to go into Canada myself. Unfortunately, they don't let you in even if you've had a DUI arrest, and that's they have some. Although I guess if I was from maybe one of
I had a passport. I mean, they required
of the world, I would have got in, but not from America. I'm not. But
okay, yeah. I mean, it required a passport to drive, but yeah, I was just thinking about the I was going to talk about the eclipse, and I thought like America, like the eclipse being a sign that America's like like the sun is setting on America.
I think there's it's already, because look, it's not even a question of, we're now in basically a multipolar world, whereas in the 90s we could technically say we were the one superpower. You combine us with Canada especially, and you could say
I looked online and said, like, I think that, I mean, it could be different ways of measuring it, but Niagara Falls is one like the 5th most popular tourist attraction in the world.
And yet the city of Niagara Falls is a dump.
Well, it's saying like, okay, like there was an empty lot next to where we were staying, and like they fill it up with cars. People were paying $20 like every spot. And there was another place, just a huge like empty lot, and they filled it up $40 a parking space, because like the eclipse was a big deal and people were driving in from all over, and figured, let's see the eclipse by the falls. So like this one, probably like 500 people paid $40 just for parking, in like but a few blocks from the falls is abandoned factories and buildings. And if you're just looking like Canada, all these tourists, and there's nothing, and you have all these abandoned places, and you can't even have a business. You can't even it's not even safe. Like it's even like a little bit dangerous to think you can't even walk around at night at Niagara Falls on the American side, like without you being worried for your physical safety. It's like, how is it not together that they can't even build some sort, like think like Las Vegas or something. Like, I mean, Las Vegas is more popular than Niagara Falls, even without, but I mean, it's the 5th most popular tourist attraction. And it's a dump. We can't even figure out what to do with it. You could buy property for $200,000 there, and it must be so bad that you couldn't even successfully open a business there.
Well, let's keep it real. A lot of that has to do with public safety is the first thing, because
I mean, corruption, public. I looked into it. I mean, the history.
Without public safety, you'll never have a business community. That's something that we learned in a lot of cities.
California,
in the 90s.
You're a different place, because like you can't even probably get like a junk apartment for $200,000. Let alone,
and nobody's gonna buy something like that in the middle of a crime dump.
Yeah, I mean, but Detroit, you could get a whole storefront or something. The places are just sitting empty, and then you're saying like Niagara Falls is still one of the most went to attractions in the whole world, and you can't even successfully open a business there. And they got casinos, like God forbid, like casinos, the best bet. Now they have gambling, so you have like a high security zone casino. It's like the only successful business there.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so many areas that can be built out of a casino, right? And it's like, I saw the difference between Native American tribes out here pre-gambling versus post. Like when I was a kid, Native American tribes in California were known for poverty and high welfare rates, and everything, every statistic that was negative that you could think of, California Indians had, as we called, that's how we saw them. And it's like, but after the change in the law where they were able to open up bingo parlors, there was some level of change, and then eventually they started putting some slot machines in and testing the law and the way
Well, they
things
just legalized
were.
it.
And yeah, and ultimately it became legal. You know, there was a time period where it was questionable with slot machines, and then the Californians just got used to it. And truth be told, is our state government has always been bought off by Vegas interests to keep gambling illegal in California. So everybody in the LA basin drives to Vegas on the weekend. But
Detroit, the big three used to be General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler, but now the big three is the MGM Grand Casino, Greektown Casino, and Motor City Casino in terms of employees. Because like the automotive places are on decline and layoffs and globalized, moving to Mexico, and so now the big three employers are the casinos.
unfortunately,
It's
that's a
already been
sign
a
of the
decade.
times. That
When I was young, there was the Indian places, but it's like even when they've had casinos in Detroit for like 20 years. Ironically, Donald Trump in the 90s made a bid on the casino and lost.
If I remember right, Detroit itself legalized casinos in like '96. I want to say, is that about right?
I think I would maybe even earlier, maybe Canada, but it was definitely.
I remember I've been back there a number of times, and I do remember going back there in 1994, and I don't think there was a casino there yet. I mean, I could be wrong because it's such a long fucking time ago, and I've only been in and out in most cases. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't until I want to say it was 20 or 21 before they had it, so that would have been mid 90s sometime.
Yeah, look it up. It's just a Google search, but whatever it was in the mid 90s.
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong.
Yeah, and Canada had a little bit before, and Canada, you only have to 19 to drink or gamble, and I remember at 19 going over to Windsor. So I mean, they had gambling before I was 21, which but yeah, I mean it's unfortunate looking at the decline of America, and just looking at Israel and you're saying it's just a failure of human interaction. Just to be in Niagara Falls and see all those tourists and just no businesses.
Well, yeah, across the West, and you could throw Israel as the latest casualty, so to speak. Every Western nation, if you want to, especially since a lot of Israel's demographics originates in Eastern Europe, if you look at, the growth of the English or the French or the Germans or, Jews in Israel, the Poles, whatever, Russians, you name it, America, Australia, New Zealand. And so every place where there was colonization as well, where there was a revolt and then new owners, just took over, whatever. So you look at every single one of these lands and they're all going through the same kind of situation where it's the breakdown of empire across the board and the breakdown of nation state across the board. And I don't think, there's something similar that's going to happen, I think, to Japan as well. Japan has decided not to allow any immigration, and its losses in World War II in particular are really catching up with it. And combined with birth control and other demographic change that people chose to do themselves, they have older people that die there that have no family, and that problems of no familyism, so to speak, is going to get worse by the generation. They have such a low birth rate, and so they have chosen not to allow a lot of immigration. They allow some from like Southeast Asia. There's some Hmongs and Vietnamese that are allowed to go there and immigrate, but for the most part, they've decided against it. Well, they are dying out, literally. And whereas America, if you look at our population, it's at least maintained. However, it's maintained severely through immigration from Mexico and further south. And that's the only thing that, when you look at the death to birth ratio, the number of people that die each year versus the sheer number born, if you up in the last 30 or so years, that the only thing that's kept America's population maintained has been Hispanic immigration. And ultimately, Mexico is also having these similar issues as it's becoming more like us. You have couples in Mexico that engage in birth control, whereas 1 or 2 generations ago, they followed the Catholic faith tenet of reproduction and no, marriage and all that stuff. And now they're having a breakdown in norms too, in terms of the number of people, people are using birth control and things like that. So you look at the demographics of where we're getting our current population from. Well, Mexico is going to end up being sort of a transit nation for other countries' immigrants that come here. And we're already seeing the early stages of that. And we're going to see a lot of that, I think, from the Islamic world, unfortunately, because, and I say that because with Hispanics, you have Catholic, situation in terms of religion, or you have people typically that don't have a religion. So they either have no religion or they have a religion that's European-ish, if you will. There's a few Jewish folks, of course, in Mexico, there and whatnot, but obviously the overwhelming majority, as we all know, has been Catholic. Well, once there's no longer countries that are even of Catholic or Christian origin, and certainly not Israel isn't a source country for migration, and Israel's going to have its own demographic issues, we're going to start to see that our population is going to end up like Europe, and we're going to have way more, whatever land is producing the most excessive number of people, they're going to end up in America. And the highest likelihood region is going to be the Islamic portion of the Middle East. Because obviously with Jews in Israel, there's a lot of Western similarities in terms of birth control and couples and the way, people are, the way neighborhoods look, so to speak. Now, the Palestinians and the Arabs that are in Israel over the course of time are going to be more Israeli-fied, if you will. But I think that ultimately the same problem that we're all having, where our nations are either changing from within or through immigration or whatever else, some sort of integration of populations. No matter what, we don't control it, and it seems to be something that's happening regardless of what you do or I do or anybody else. That I think Israel, you're right, over the long term, it's going to be a country where there's going to have to be some kind of assimilation with whatever population makes it through this whole conflict. And it's not going to be overnight, like you're saying. And it's not going to be a pretty situation, because it's hard to keep up even the appearance of having, a split population, a population split by force. Everybody has been conditioned in our modern world to accept that segregation of some type, or apartheid. You can put whatever name you want to it. It's separation. That any kind of forced separation of two populations must be bad. And when there's people who violate those norms, and then the violent stuff happens from government against one of the populations that's violating it, that creates really bad media images. And it's going to do it's going to be very difficult for Israel, I think, to maintain even in a separation state with that. It's again, it's just a cluster F. I'm not going to use any foul language, but it's a real cluster. It's unfortunate because there's so many. It's just so many simultaneous freaking what ifs and why didn't we's and what do we do now? And there's
God forbid it's a disaster. So I guess let me get back to my
get
research.
going. I appreciate your time, and you have some great discussions, and you have an interesting point of view on a lot of these issues. So, all right, and thanks, John. It's good to see you. You're one of the people that uses your brain over in that other community, because I see you in a place like this. All right, so take it easy, guys.
Okay, God bless.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so let me cover a little of this and do some of these chess studies. So, yeah, just focus on self-improvement, positive things, education. You just Okay, so let's get through a few of these articles and then look at some of these chess studies just to keep up some of my research or, kind of fact-based best knowledge. So David Hurwitz, this is already the week before, and like after the escalation, this week, this is 11 days ago after the convoy. So yet another, how could this have happened? Tragedy prompts deep strategic concerns. IDF probe into mistaken targeting of aid workers from NGO is respected. Respected won't satisfy anybody. Incident complicates a war. Israel must win. Raises inescapable questions about Prime Minister's strategy or lack thereof. The IDF's mistaken killing of 7 staffers of the World Central Kitchen Aid Organization on Monday last week night is yet another of how could this have happened? Disasters that have unfolded since October 7th, the biggest of all. How could this have happened? Catastrophes. Yes, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the IDF Chief of Staff Herzi Levy have said in their heartfelt apologies, things go wrong in wars, and especially in complex urban wars at night, fought against terrorist armies embedded like nowhere before amid the civilian populace. But Israel has had a core declared interest in the work of the WCK was doing in Gaza. This is a avowedly non-political, highly efficient humanitarian aid organization, and one that responded swiftly to Israeli civilian organizations' appeals for experienced assistance in feeding tens of thousands of displaced Israelis in the immediate aftermath of October 7th. It had become one of the key organizations that Israel was working with in Gaza, an increasingly central alternative to the reviled Hamas-riddled UNRWA. And the specific logistics of its operations across the Strip were supposed to be tightly coordinated with IDF, castigated by WCK, bitterly denounced by the leaders of countries whose nationals were killed in the strike, battered globally for deadly incompetence, and in some quarters falsely alleged malice. The IDF is indeed, as promised, investigating what went wrong. But as with every how could this have happened disaster since October 7th, including other deaths in Gaza relating to aid delivery, and relevantly, including the IDF's tragic killing of 3 Israeli hostages who had escaped their captors in December, the findings of this probe will by definition satisfy nobody. Self-evidently, the WCK convoy should not have been targeted. The personnel were not enemy gunmen. They did not pose a murderous threat. Why then were they hit? The fact that the WCK logos on the vehicles would not have been visible at night does not begin to constitute an adequate explanation. Where did the coordination fail? Who gave the approval for the strike? The answers to those and other questions will not undo what happened and will not alleviate the criticisms. The best that can be hoped for is that the lessons will be learned to reduce the likelihood of the next disaster. And this is anything but certain. The IDF and the Israeli government will be able to rebuild the relationship with WCK and other aid organizations on which Israel has came to rely in Gaza. Without them, since Israel is determined not to allow UNRWA to resume a dominant role, it will fall to Israel and the IDF to oversee and try to secure every stage of humanitarian aid process with a colossal allocation of financial and logistic resources and Israeli troops. This in turn would take Israel further down the path to the ongoing governance of Gaza that some on the expansionist far right of the coalition have sought from the start, that the ex-generals Yoav Gallant and Benny Gantz have cautioned against, and that Netanyahu has ostensibly opposed while steadfastly delaying decision-making on any other strategy. Rafah isn't imminent. The bigger strategic issue now is whether how could this have happened? Question needs devastatingly to be applied to the prosecution of the overall vital ongoing war against Hamas. The IDF made extremely effective headway in the first weeks and months of the necessary war to dismantle Hamas and bring the hostages home. 3/4 of Hamas's battalions in Gaza were tackled. Some half of the hostages were released in a week-long truce at the end of November. But as the IDF in its hurried drown up post-October 7th war plan chose to move inexorably south through Gaza, encouraging the evacuation of non-combatants as it progressed, rather than initiating operations everywhere in the Hamas-run territory, it created an even greater challenge in Rafah. There on the Egyptian border on the foot of the Strip, most Gazans are no sheltering. Hamas leaders and many of the hostages may well be situated, and 4 Hamas battalions have been swollen by the arrival of gunmen fleeing south. Netanyahu has been saying for weeks that the IDF's operational plans for Rafah have been approved, and insisting for weeks that the tackling of the Hamas organized fighting forces in the terror group's southernmost stronghold must be go ahead. But the fact is that the IDF has relatively minimal forces deployed in Gaza. At the moment, its operations have tailed off almost to the level of routine raids in the West Bank, and there's little evidence of any imminent significant operation in Rafah. The U.S. administration, from President Joe Biden down, has made its profound concerns about a major IDF operation in Rafah repeatedly clear. On Monday, in the video call from Netanyahu aides, who the prime minister prevented from traveling to the Washington, D.C. last week, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan reportedly characterized the IDF's proposal for the safe evacuation of Gazans combatants from Rafah as unrealistic and unimplementable, and that was before the inadvertent airstrike on the WCK convoy. Not only is there no green light from the U.S. for a major Rafah incursion, but the Prime Minister is also doubtless wary of ordering such an operation given the potential consequences for the protracted negotiations on the hostage deal. Relatives of the 130 Israelis held captive in Gaza since October 7th are understandably clamoring with ever greater desperation for a deal. Some of them have now joined forces with the anti-Netanyahu elections. Now, campaigners, police are using increasing force against the growing ranks of protesters, and the national imperative to see the hostages brought home has developed into an ever more partisan issue. Israel was plunged into the existential crisis by the Hamas invasion on October 7th. The resort to war has not failed. The IDF has fought with unity, courage, and success against the immoral Hamas war machine above and below ground. Hamas is much weakened. Many displaced Israelis have returned in the south, but neither of the war's twin aims have yet been achieved, and the Hamas army has not been fully dismantled and is potentially able to rise again, and 130 hostages 6 months later are unthinkably still in captivity. Inevitably, this all comes back to Netanyahu, since he is Israel's duly elected and utterly insistent leader, now in less than full health with a pacemaker installed last year, newly post-hernia surgery. He still refuses to so much as formally designate a deputy. Netanyahu directed Israeli policy in the years that Hamas built its army before October 7th. It was on his watch that the terrorists massacred 1,200 people in southern Israel. It was under his leadership that Hezbollah was able to deploy immediately across the northern border, where it is yet to be strategically tackled. He has adamantly retained the premiership amid calls to resign, presenting himself, despite the disastrously false pre-October 7th assessment that Hamas could be bought off and didn't seek war, as the best person for the job. And he has declared that those who are demanding elections, calls further exacerbated by his reluctance even now to require Israeli Haredi community to share the responsibility of national service, are playing into the hands of Hamas in what is tantamount to an accusation of treason. He has asserted that he is periodically capable of negotiating the international diplomatic breathing space, and that practical American military support needed by Israel to see through the war to its successful conclusion, but is the divisive head of the far-right coalition that is contentious at home and loathed abroad. And having initially sought to allow the minimum of humanitarian aid into Gaza, that assertion has been increasingly discredited, and Israelis' diplomatic and practical room for maneuver constrained. Global criticism and ceasefire pressure has mounted. American concerns about the absence of strategic planning and decision-making have become more overt. Netanyahu continues to claim, as he did recently on Sunday night, that victory is a mere moment away, but the truth is that the IDF's current relative minimal Gaza deployment simply does not allow for an imminent push to victory, noticeably including in Rafah. And the prime minister, concerned as for the hostages, aware of the toll 6 months of war have taken on Israeli reserve forces and lacking support from the Biden administration, is not currently ordering anything remotely akin to the military deployment he authorized earlier in the war. I write this concerned only with Israel's well-being in general and fiercely supportive of the twin declared goals of the war in particular. If Netanyahu was manifestly leading Israel effectively to the realization of those ambitious and all-important goals, Israel would owe him its appreciation. But telling the nation in intermittent press conferences that Israel is on the cusp of victory without making the inevitable, unenviable decision about the strategy for achieving it is bravado, not leadership, and it risks turning the handling of Israel's essential post-October 7th resort to war to destroy Hamas into the worst, how could this have happened, disaster of all. God forbid. And another David Horowitz. I got 3 David Horowitz here. I'll try to read these quickly, and then we'll get to some of the chess studies because I want to get through much of this as possible. This was also just a few days ago before the Iran. It's not whether Netanyahu should go, it's how. How do you get rid of Netanyahu? How is it even possible? What would happen? He failed Israel with his policies on Hamas before October 7th. His presence complicates the necessary defeat of Hamas now. If he won't move aside, his colleagues should seek a transition that minimizes national divides and harms to the war effort. Israel is not a step away from total victory over Hamas, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu knows it. As he himself acknowledged, a quarter of the Hamas army is intact in Rafah in central Gaza, and as most of its leadership and 129 hostages abducted on October 7th are still held captive in Gaza, and Israel's capacity to take the steps actually necessary to dismantle Hamas and return the hostages is increasingly limited. The IDF's proposal for the evacuation of Gaza non-combatants from Rafah and the major ground operation to tackle Hamas' last major stronghold, where 4 battalions, Yahya Sinwar and his would-be genocidal partners, and many of the hostages are located, has been rejected by the U.S. as unworkable. Netanyahu claims to have set the date for the IDF entry into Rafah, but without U.S. practical and diplomatic support, no such operation can or will go ahead. International public and political opposition to Israel's entire resort to war has grown inexorable. From almost immediately after Hamas's invasion and barbaric massacre, there was diminishing tolerance almost from the get-go for the Jewish state's right to take on the terrorist army government that invaded Israel and slaughtered its civilians, and intolerance fueled by Hamas supporters and apologists, embraced by anti-Semites, banned by dangerous fools, indulged by feckless politicians. And as the months have passed, the Biden administration has shifted its initial broadly supportive stance for Israel's obligation to destroy Hamas to increasingly deep and overt frustration over the civilian death toll in Gaza, while acknowledging that Hamas cynically places those civilians in harm's way. The humanitarian crisis in the Strip, the Netanyahu coalition's refusal to so much as substantively discuss how Gaza might be viably governed post-Hamas, and the Prime Minister and his coalition's rejection of the vision of a regionally integrated Israel. This is a vision that the administration is convinced is essential to Israel's very survival, but one that requires at least a readiness in principle to advance towards a two-state solution with a reformed Palestinian Authority. Amid the re-election stresses and growing pressure from part of the Democratic base, and frustration has increasingly centered personality on Netanyahu, the administration's hostility to and mistrust of him, and its conviction that he is compounding the pre-October 7th refusal to recognize Hamas' overt planning for the mass murder of Israelis with his mishandling of the post-October 7th war has come to color its entire stance on the war. This was evidenced by the non-veto of the UN Security Council ceasefire resolution last month, Biden's call for a unilateral temporary ceasefire after the IDF's mistake in killing 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers last week, and the hints at limitations on vital munitions and other weapon supplies. As the Prime Minister, who presided over years of policy that tried to buy off Hamas even as the terror group built up a war machine and publicly declared its every intention to use it, Netanyahu should, of course, have immediately acknowledged his responsibility for the worst catastrophe to befall modern Israel. He should, in the national interest, have set a timetable for a transition of power via process designed crucially to minimize the disruption to the war against Hamas and to minimize political infighting inside Israel, but Netanyahu's psyche evidently allows for no acknowledgement of failure. He is convinced that everybody is to blame but himself, the military intelligence establishment that misled him over Hamas's intention in the years before October 7th, and who failed to alert him in the weeks, days, and hours before the invasion, the political adversaries who briefly unseated him for 18 months in 2021 to 2, the electorate that failed to adequately appreciate him and compelled him to then build a coalition with the messianic far right, the media critics, the masked opponents of his legislative bid to radically constrain the judiciary, the defense minister who warned him that the judicial overhaul was tearing apart Israel's society and emboldened Hamas and Israel's other enemies. Therefore, he, as calls mount from within and without for Netanyahu to go, it remains a dismally safe bet that he will fight tooth and nail to do anything, but instead has been his years-long strategy. He will brand anyone who questions his self-regarded peerless leadership as an enemy of Israel. The idea of a consensual move to early elections in September, as proposed by his oft-defeated rival Benny Gantz, is anathema to him, a handover to capable ally. No longer in perfect health, he won't even formally designate a deputy. Far from being uniquely capable of ensuring Israel has a practical and diplomatic room to destroy Hamas, he is almost uniquely incapable of doing so. And therefore, as was the case when he insisted on continuing to run the country while in the midst of a corruption trial And as in the case when he pressed on with the assault on Israeli democracy and briefly fired that defense minister, so too now it falls to a potential few good men and women within his coalition base to tell him that his presence is harming Israel, that his policies empower and embolden Hamas, and that far from being uniquely capable of ensuring Israel has the practical and diplomatic room to destroy Hamas, he is almost uniquely incapable of doing so. But not only must they tell him this, in contrast to the cynical sheep-like self-preservation they demonstrated during the judicial overhaul crisis, they must protect and serve the electorate they represent by organizing an orderly transition in power. In a 64-56 coalition, it does not take many people of integrity to put the interest of the country above self-interest and fear of the pro-Netanyahu machine. Israel is in the midst of multiple crises, with the stalled war in the south, a potentially far worse conflict in the north, acute tensions in the West Bank, Iran's multiple machinations, international hostility, no remotely competent public diplomacy, dysfunctional governance that continues to fail the citizenry at the most basic level, and an electorate riven over the Haredi community's exclusion from national service, and much more besides. Directly responsible for some, Netanyahu undermines Israel's capacity to tackle all these crises. Again, it would be best for Israel were he to initiate his exit, however unjust he may erroneously believe it to be. Knowing he was leaving in a few months, he might just be liberated from his terror of the far-right tiger. He rode back to power and perhaps could even put together a mainstream government capable of forging genuine strategy for completing the war and enabling a post-Hamas Gaza. But if not by his own belated will, then via due political process. His necessary departure needs to be achieved in a manner that helps Israel address what has been since October 7th a genuine existential crisis, a manner, in other words, that gives Hamas and Israel's other circling enemies cause for concern and fear. And we'll read, God forbid, the most recent, David Horowitz from today. Donald, John, God bless as always. Israel warded off a huge Iranian attack, but that success is not the same as a victory. 8 insights into the momentous events of the past few hours. When Iran targeted Israel as never before, Israel defended itself with allied help, and the regime's nuclear threat became ever clearer. 1. The opposite of October 7th, Israel's handling of the unprecedented Iranian drone and missile attack overnight Saturday was the complete opposite of the unfathomable catastrophe of October 7th. In other contrast to the failures at every level that enabled Hamas to invade 6 months ago, Israel, with considerable input from the U.S. and regional allies, was braced for the Iranian attack. Its intelligence on what was about to unfold was accurate and prepared effectively to meet the onslaught. Its military establishment, especially the Air Force and pilots, rose to meet the danger. And again, with the assistance of the U.S. and regional allies, Israel's leadership thwarted the attack, fulfilling its obligation to keep its citizens safe from enemy aggression. 2. By the numbers, according to the IDF, Iran launched 170 drones at Israel, not one of which reached Israeli airspace, all of which were intercepted in the course of their hours-long journeys by the IAF, the US, UK, and Jordan. Iran also fired 30 cruise missiles, some of which were reportedly capable of carrying 1,000-kilogram warheads. Again, according to the IDF, not one of them reached Israeli airspace. All were intercepted earlier in their approximate 2-hour journeys, 25 of them by the IAF, Israeli Air Force. Finally, most dramatically, Iran launched 120 ballistic missiles at Israel and did so even as it was telling the United Nations that its military action against Israel was concluded. Along their ultra-rapid routes, almost all of them were downed by Israel's long-range aero defense system. Less than a handful evaded Israel's defense and hit the Nevatim air base in southern Israel, where F-35s were based, causing what the IDF said was of minor damage to infrastructure. The runway was not impacted, and the combat planes operation were not affected. 3. The U.S. alliance. Relations between the Netanyahu government and the Biden administration have grown increasingly strained over the 6-month plus of Israel's war to dismantle Hamas in Gaza, with the U.S. openly fuming at the civilian death toll and inadequate humanitarian aid. White House officials rejected IDF plans for a major ground offensive in the final Hamas stronghold of Rafah, and the president personally and politically mistrustful of the prime minister. In the days ahead of Iran's anticipated response to the Israeli Air Force alleged April 1st killing of the leading figures of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps inside Iran's embassy compound in Damascus. However, the U.S. sprang to Israel's defense It sought to deter Iran diplomatically, coordinated intimately with Israel in preparing for the defensive action, dispatched its CENTCOM chief, shared intel, activated regional allies, and mobilized its own forces. When the attack began, U.S. intel was critical, enabling the immensely effective response by Israel, the U.S. itself, and regional partners, including, but not limited to, Jordan. The partnership was concrete, and years of military preparation, coordination, and innumerable regional drills bore fruit. 4. And its limits. In their 25-minute phone call held after it was clear that Iran's onslaught had been blocked, however, U.S. President Joe Biden reportedly told Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, "You've got to win, take the win, and not to respond militarily." Were Israel to ignore this advice, he reportedly made plain the U.S. would not, in contrast to Saturday night, participate alongside Israel. The U.S. has also reportedly made clear in the wake of the April 1st raid in Damascus that it wants advance warning from Israel of any future such airstrikes early enough in the process to be able to have its say. It seems very clear that the U.S. regards the alleged Israeli Air Force strike that killed IRGC General Mohammad Reza Zahedi as misconceived and would have opposed it had it been informed in sufficient time rather than shortly before the blast. Some Israeli officials maintain, however, that Zahedi was a highly prized and necessary target as the most senior Iranian military officer in Syria and Lebanon, responsible for orchestrating terrorism against Israel from across the borders and in and from the West Bank. Israel, it should be noted, has reportedly targeted very senior Iranian officers in the past, including the father of the Iranian nuclear program, on Iranian soil without prompting anything like the Saturday night response. The difference this time is at least partly a likely consequence of Israel's weakened deterrent capability over the past year plus, and especially given the failures on October 7th. Israel has for decades prided itself in the capacity to defend itself by itself against all enemies, albeit with an immense reliance on U.S. arms supplies and U.S.-led diplomatic support. Saturday night marked the first significant instance of Israel defending itself with the direct, active, and crucial participation of the U.S. and other allies, and that is now apparently being followed by a U.S. military bear hug, a constraining embrace by a superpower ally that currently believes it understands Israel's interests better than Israel does, and that also has its own and other allies' interests to look after. 5. A success with profound limitations. Biden hailed Israel's remarkable capacity to defend itself and declared that Israel had sent a clear message to its foes that they cannot effectively threaten the security of Israel, but it is absolutely certain that Israel's foes are not reading any such ostensibly clear message. Hezbollah remains firmly ensconced across the northern border. We wait to definitively learn the considerations that saw Hezbollah continue to refrain on Saturday from the kind of colossal onslaught on Israel, including with precision-guided missiles, from which Israel has no adequate defense. But it is waging near relentless conflict, and tens of thousands of Israelis have no foreseeable prospect of being able to safely return to their homes in northern Israel. The Houthis are apparently beyond anybody's control. Iranian proxy run wild. Hamas is hunkered down in Gaza, a quarter of its military strength and much of its leadership intact, uninterested in the hostage deal, confident that it will survive the war and rebuild and rearm its war machine. While the U.S. president may have told Netanyahu, "You've got to win," the resounding success of Saturday's defense is not the same as a victory, and the Iranian leadership plainly does not regard Saturday night's assault as a defeat. Tehran, without doubt, anticipated wreaking considerable harm with its long-prepared, diverse, and potentially immense potent mix of drones and missiles. There will likely be a great deal of dismay and recrimination at the lack of military success, but after years in which Israel threatened relentlessly to target Iran's nuclear facilities, and indeed engaged in a series of operations to set back the Ayatollah's nuclear program, it was Iran that launched the first major attack between the two enemies. It bragged that it was able to scare the Israeli public for days ahead of the much-touted assault, and it now claims to have changed the equation, warning that future Israeli strikes on Iranian territory, including its international diplomatic premises, will henceforth again be met by Iranian retaliatory strikes on Israel. Rather than being chastened by the failure to cause greater harm in Israel, humiliated by the defensive capacity shown by Israel and its allies, or deterred by the evidence of partnership between the U.S., Israel, and other regions, it is warning Israel against retaliation for Saturday's attack, and warning the U.S. too that its bases will be targeted if it joins in. 6. The Israeli response. Ostensibly informed sources in the Prime Minister's orbit were asserting, even as the Iranian attack was still in progress, that Israel's response would be rapid and substantial. According to one report, Biden and their call persuaded Netanyahu not to approve an immediate retaliation. The War Cabinet was meeting on Sunday afternoon to discuss the issue further. Israel officials are privately indicating that a response needs to be predicated on what Iran attempted to do: terrify nation, inflict casualties and devastation, destroy crucial airbase, and more, rather than the little that it actually managed. There also note that the ostensible new Iranian equation with the threat of Iranian response to future Israeli strikes and operations cannot be allowed to take hold. The temptation to hit back fast will be acute, and Netanyahu will be under political pressure to act. This would, of course, be in defiance of the U.S. and would threaten the coalition that pulled together so effective on Saturday. A response there needs to be one that is strategically planned. 7. The critical threat. In this context, it is worth remembering the events of early 1991 when Saddam Hussein fired 42 Scud missiles into Israel that had no defense against them. The hope and belief that the Patriot missile defense system could intercept the Scuds proved misplaced. Then Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir was persuaded not to hit back at Iraq, largely by the Bush administration, which warned him that an Israeli response risked destroying the coalition of allies gearing up to take on Saddam. That episode underlies that there is more than one way to face down a regional aggressor, and that an immediate retaliatory lashing out is not always the most effective. Saturday night's thwarted Iranian effort to cause devastation, harm in Israel underlies as never before the supreme imperative for Israel, the United States, and life-affirming nations in the region and worldwide to prevent the Islamic Republic from completing its nuclear weapons drive. Saddam was erroneously believed to be developing a nuclear capability, while the Iranians are categorically a long way down the path to nuclear weapons and have the capacity to break out to the bomb at fairly short notice. Saturday night's thwarted Iranian effort to cause devastating harm in Israel underlies as never before the supreme imperative, and Iran with this leadership and nuclear capability is simply unthinkable. Whatever the complex pros and cons of direct response to Saturday night's attack, the wider imperative and the diplomatic and military alliances necessary to stop Iran has to be the prime consideration. Following the events on Saturday night, after all, Iran can be expected to pursue its nuclear program with still greater determination. Thwarting it will necessitate the deepest possible Israeli alliance with the United States and other potential allies. 8. And finally, it is quite staggering the rapidity with which Israel has moved in the past few hours from believing itself to be on the verge of regional war to a return to something akin to routine. Leaving aside for a moment the fact that life in Israel has been anything but routine since October 7th, that there is an ongoing war in Gaza, 129 hostages to save, a northern border zone that is unlivable, and escalating tension in the West Bank, it seems beyond premature to believe that this unprecedented Iran-Israel open conflict is anything like over. Okay, so let's look briefly at Thomas Friedman's opinion piece today in the New York Times. Iran just made a big mistake. Israel shouldn't follow. It would be easy to be dazzled by the way the Israeli, American, and other allies' militaries shot down virtually every Iranian drone, cruise missile, and ballistic missile launched at Israel on Saturday, and conclude that Iran had made a point, retaliate for Israel's alleged killing of a top Iranian commander operating against Israel from Syria, and now we can call it a day. That would be a dangerous misreading of what just happened, and a huge geopolitical mistake by the West and the world at large. There needs to now be a massive, sustained global initiative to isolate Iran, not only to deter it from trying to such an adventure again, but also to give reason to Israel not to automatically retaliate militarily. That would be a grievous error too. Iran has a regional network and Israel needs a regional alliance along with the U.S. to deter it over the long run. So there must be a major diplomatic and economic consequence for Iran, with countries like China finally stepping up. When Tehran fired all of those drones and missiles, it could not know that virtually all of them would be intercepted. Some were shot down over Jerusalem. A missile would have hit Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of Islam's holiest sites. You can see a picture online of Iranian rockets being intercepted in the skies right over the mosque. Another could have hit the Israeli parliament or a high-rise apartment house, causing massive casualties. In other words, we're talking about an escalation without precedent in a long-running, tightly contained shadow war between Iran and Israel that has almost exclusively been limited to targeted Israeli strikes against Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps units in Lebanon and Syria, where they have no business being in the first place, and Iran retaliated by having its Lebanese proxy militia Hezbollah fire rockets at Israel. We've also seen Iran smuggling arms and explosives from Syria to Jordan, into Jordan, Gaza, and the West Bank to be used to kill Israelis and destabilize Jordan, and the Mossad assassinating a nuclear scientist inside Iran. But Israel has never launched such a massive missile strike directly at Iran, and Iran has never done so at Israel. Either before this, indeed, no country had attacked Israel directly since Saddam Hussein. Iraq did with Scud missiles 33 years ago, without a U.S.-led global initiative to impose sanctions on Iran and further isolate it on the world stage. Iran's behavior would be tacitly normalized, in which case Israel would most likely retaliate in kind, and we're on our way to a major Middle East war and a $250 a barrel oil. The alternative to a wider full-scale regional war, which we don't want and Israel doesn't want, cannot be a return to the status quo. Ante Nader Mosdevich, the founder and CEO of the geopolitical consulting firm Macro Advisory Partners and a senior advisor to Kofi Annan when he was the UN Secretary General, told me a global effort to isolate Iran is the best way to separate the regime from its people, reassure Israel and the Israelis of the security, and remove the need for further regional military escalation, which would be a gift to Iran and its proxies. It is also the best way to ensure that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel does not drag the United States into a regional war to shore up its own crumbling political base. It is impossible to exaggerate the political military implications of what just happened. Shortly after the military strike, President Raisi of Iran issued a statement declaring that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has taught a lesson to the Zionist enemy. It sure did, but it may not be the one Raisi thinks. Iran just unwittingly revealed to the whole world that Iran's government is so penetrated by Western espionage agencies because so many Iranians hate their own government that President Biden was able to predict almost exact hour of attack over a day in advance, and it showed the whole world that Israel and its Western allies have far superior anti-missile capabilities than Iran has missile capabilities. As Ort's veteran military correspondent Amos Harrell wrote Sunday, we're talking about an unprecedented achievement in the history of Israelis' war, albeit with some help from friends, that largely takes away the main card held by Iran and the Axis drones and missiles. The impressive aero systems and interceptions have garnered most of the attention, but Israel and American pilots downed hundreds of cruise missiles and drones. One has to assume that Iran and its proxies have to be both disappointed and unnerved by this turn of events. As Harrell added, the Iranian intention, as evaluated ahead of the attack, was to put on display its capabilities with an attack on military targets. An analysis of the areas in which warnings were sounded suggests that targets could have been the Nevatim Air Base in southern Israel. It appears that Iranians plan to destroy the base and the advanced F-35 fighter jets stationed there, which are the crown jewel of American aid to Israel. Iran failed completely. Instead, the Iranian attack may have been limited to badly wounding a 7-year-old Israeli Muslim Bedouin girl by fallen shrapnel. And if that's how effective Iran's offense was, its leaders have to now be wondering how good its defenses are if Israel now chooses to retaliate. Hezbollah has to be asking the same. That may explain why Raisi, after his boast about teaching Israel a lesson, asked that the U.S. and all other supporters of the occupying regime appreciate this responsible and proportionate action by the Islamic Republic of Iran and not go on the offensive against Iran. Message to the world from Tehran: we were just sending a little warning shot, nothing to worry about here, let's move on. That is not only because Raisi is worried about his external front. Earlier this month, Awards reported that Iranian soccer fans in Tehran's stadium were asked to observe a minute of silence in honor for the 7 members of Iran's elite Revolutionary Guards, including top General Mohammad Reza Zahedi, who were killed in the Israeli airstrike on its consulate in Damascus. Instead, spectators began booing and blowing air horns in an apparent act of protest. In a video circulating on social media, fans can be seen loudly interrupting the moment of silence. In one video that made its round on X, fans can be seen shouting, "Take that Palestinian flag and shove it." And this is not the first time this happened at football matches. Many Iranians understand that the regime's obsession with destroying the Jewish state is nothing but a costly way to divert the Iranian public's attention from its murderous crackdown at home against its own people. And the soccer match story indicates people are growing less afraid to say so in public, especially after the regime has killed an estimated 750 women, girls, and men since its nationwide protest uprising started September 16, 2022, after the death of a young Kurdish woman, Mahsa Amini, in the custody of Iran's morality police. Thousands more have been arrested. One reason Iran supports the Hamas war and prefers that Israel remain stuck in Gaza and occupying the West Bank is that it keeps the world and many Americans focused on Israeli actions rather than the brutal crackdown against democracy protesters in Iran and on Iran's imperialist influence in the region. where it uses proxies to control the politics of Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, and uses those countries as military bases to attack Israel. No one should think that Iran is just a paper tiger. Tehran can still unleash thousands of shorter range rockets against Israel through Hezbollah, and because some of those rockets have precision guidance, they could do significant damage to Israel's infrastructure. Iran has bigger missiles in its arsenal as well. Still, what happened Saturday is ultimately a significant boost for what I call the inclusion network in the Middle East. More open, connected countries like Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, and Israel, and the NATO allies, in a real setback for the resistance network. The closed and autocratic systems represented by Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and Iran Shia militias in Iraq and Russia. The sound within Iran and the resistance network on Sunday morning is the sound you hear from your car's GPS after a wrong turn, recalculating. So, God forbid, Thomas Friedman. I didn't even read Brett Stevens, but it doesn't look like the U.S. has an accurate assessment, compared to the Iranian assessment of what's going on. God forbid. So, we'll see what goes on. What happens with the war. I don't think it's looking good for Israel or the U.S. to see like Thomas Friedman, kind of like the shilling, inaccurate assessments. God forbid, I think it's more likely Israel to be isolated than Iran. You'll look for news updates, but I don't think there's going to be a big global push against Iran. There's more likely to be pushed against Israel, and even here in the U.S., God forbid. So we'll keep you posted with the war in Israel. I put the Eclipse in the thing, although I don't really know if I have any more insight into that. So let's read a few chess studies. So 20 people watching. So, God bless anyone tuning in. Glad you're here. You got John Wolf modding in the chat. And, so doing at Doooovid if you had anything specific. So, like God forbid, the only thing really successful in my life going right now is my chess coaching. My eBay business is going pretty good. But, I want to get back to writing. And I'm trying to encourage the creation of a newsletter for the Detroit City Chess Club, the Detroit Institute of Arts. And I'm going to write an article for it. Hopefully other people step forward and write some stuff. And, a few weeks, hopefully they'll be ready. So let me read a little bit on chess. So I don't think I ever read, I want to write not like technical chess stuff. I want to write about chess and education and expertise, like my research going back the past few months. But for this essay, I'm going to focus on chess as an art, or its connection to art. And, because I coach chess at the Detroit Institute of Arts, the art museum. And so, a lot of people like, what's the connection between chess and art? And the Detroit Institute of Arts just had a Marcel Duchamp exhibition, the Cubist, who was also an avid chess player, even a chess master. And, there's some basics of chess because it's representational, although the game itself is geometric, algorithmic, calculative. The meaning of chess is interpretive. And I think that's what leads to the artistic element of it, because the calculation, but what does it mean? And what it means is open to interpretation and doesn't affect the game, how you interpret. So when you talk about chess, it usually is talked about in an interpretative fashion of some larger significance of what the pieces mean together, even though the rules of the game, that doesn't necessarily matter. So one of the most important chess advocates in history is Benjamin Franklin. And Benjamin Franklin, the founding fathers of America, many of them played chess. So, advocating for chess at the Detroit Institute of Arts, besides for competitive chess, just say chess is a good game to facilitate intellectual conversations, interaction in a certain way. So let's look at the morals of chess. This is from the founders online National Archives, Benjamin Franklin, from the Columbian Magazine, December 1786. Franklin chess have long been associated in the popular mind largely because of this bagatelle, which was the most widely reprinted product of his Passy press. Made public for the first time in 1786, it would be reprinted at least a dozen times by the end of the century and translated into French, German, and Russian. Franklin played chess with a single-mindedness that threatened to exclude all else. The story has already been told in these volumes, of Madame Brilliant being detained in her tub while he, oblivious, played chess in her bathing room well into the night. Tales of Franklin's chess games became magnified over time. The Rey de Chaumot's grandson, Vincent, maintained that the doctor's tireless passion for late-night games was checked only by a supply of candles, and that once in the home of French minister, Franklin refused to receive an important dispatch from Congress until after a match had finished. The morals of chess poses certain infuriating problems for the textual editor. No manuscript copy has survived, and although we know that Franklin printed the bagatelle on his Passy press, not a single imprint has surfaced. Because he sent the essay to Burble Dupont in June 1779, its composition has commonly been dated circa that time. However, we believe that the essay was originally formulated as early as 1732, and that Franklin, in the spring of 1779, was once again recalling material from his earlier life for the amusement of his circle at Passy. Our evidence comes from the commonplace book that Franklin kept from 1730 to 38. He used it primarily for two purposes: composing pieces from which would find their way into the Pennsylvania Gazette, and drafting rules, procedures, and papers which he would present to his secret society, the Junto. A sketchy outline of the morals of chess appeared in the commonplace book between a fictitious letter for the Gazette and a set of private proposals and queries to be asked the Junto, dating from June 1732. Based on Franklin's mandates that every Junto member produce queries on any points of morals, politics, and natural philosophy, at each meeting, the four times per year addressed the group on a subject of his own choosing. We suspect that Franklin originally drafted this essay for the presentation to his club of leather apron men. What might have brought this essay to mind in 1779? Franklin was certainly playing chess with his Passy neighbors and friends, but even more important was his recent sifting through the early papers he had with him, looking for previously unpublished material to add to Benjamin Vaughan's edition of his writings. One of the pieces Franklin sent to London, probably in the spring of 1779, was a list of standing queries from the Junto. The question that Franklin either had his commonplace book with him at Passy, or that he had copies of the early papers relating to the club. One of those may well have been his Morals of Chess. In the absence of the original manuscript or Passy imprint, we published the text of the Morals as it appeared in the 1786 Columbian Magazine because we believe that the magazine reproduced most closely the essay as it was issued from Franklin's press. One of the magazine's editors, Matthew Carey, had worked for a short time as Franklin's printer at Passy in 1779. Years later, when Carey and his fellow editors were soliciting contributions to the first issue of the Columbian Magazine, they naturally turned to their most famous Philadelphia neighbor. Carey may have either procured a copy of Morals from the author in 1786, or else have published the essay from an imprint he had kept since his days in the Passy shop. Either way, Carey's text is certainly authoritative. What little else we know about the Morals of Chess is from Franklin's own hand. He ought to dedicate the piece to Madame Brilliant, he told her, because its best advice was based on observation of her generous and magnanimous way of playing. He, on the other hand, was not famous in Passy for the courtesy and fairness advocated in the bagatelle. According to the Chaumont family legend, he grew impatient. The slowness of his partners was prone to rearranging the board when his opponents left the room, and as Chaumont once pointedly remarked, often drummed his finger on the table. Okay, so Benjamin Franklin's Morals of Chess. Sir, playing at chess is the most ancient and most universal game known among men, for its origin is beyond the memory of history, and it has for numerous ages been the amusement of all civilized nations: Asia, the Persians, the Indians, and the Chinese. Europe has had it above 1,000 years. The Spaniards have spread it over their part of America, and it begins lately to make its appearance in the northern states. It is so interesting in itself as not to need the view of gain to induce engaging in it, and thence it is never played for money. Those, therefore, who have leisure for such divisions cannot find one that is more innocent, and the following piece, written with a view to correct among a few young friends some little improprieties in the practice of it, shows at the same time that it may, in its effect of the mind, be not merely innocent, but advantageous to the vanquished as well as to the victor. The morals of chess. The game of chess is not merely an idle amusement. Several very valuable qualities of the mind useful in the course of human life are to be acquired or strengthened by it, so as to become habits ready on all occasions, for life is a kind of chess in which we have often points to gain and competitors and adversaries to contend with, and in which there is a vast variety of good and ill events that are in some degree the effect of prudence or the want of it. By playing at chess, then we may learn 1. Foresight, which looks a little into futurity and considers the consequences that may attend an action, for it is continually occurring to the player, if I move this piece, what will be the advantages of my new situation? What use can my adversary make of it to annoy me? What other moves can I make to support it and to defend myself from his attacks? 2. Circumspection, which surveys the whole chessboard or scene of action, the relations of the several pieces and situations, the dangers they are respectively exposed to, the several possibilities of their aiding each other, the probabilities the adversary may make this or that move and attack this or that other piece, and what different means can be used to avoid his stroke or turn its consequences against him. 3. Caution, not to make our moves too hastily. This habit is best acquired by observing strictly the laws of the game, such as if you touch a piece, you must move it somewhere. If you set it down, you must let it stand, and is therefore best that these rules should be observed, as the game thereby becomes more the image of human life, and particularly of war, in which if you incautiously put yourself into a bad and dangerous position, you cannot obtain your enemy's leave to withdraw your troops and place them more securely, but you must abide all the consequences of your rashness. And lastly, we learn by chess the habit of not being discouraged by present bad appearances in the state of our affairs, the habit of hoping for a favorable change, and that of persevering in the search of resources. The game is so full of events that there is such a variety of turns in it. The fortune of it is so subject to sudden vicissitudes, and one so frequently, after long contemplation, discovers the means of extricating oneself from supposed insurmountable difficulty, that one is encouraged to continue the contest to the last in hopes of victory by our own skill, or at least of a given stalemate by the negligence of our adversary. And whoever considers what in chess he often sees instances of, that particular pieces of success are apt to produce presumption and in consequent inattention, by which more is afterwards lost than was gained by the preceding advantage, while misfortune produces more care and attention, by which the loss may be recovered, will learn not to be too much discouraged by the present success of his adversary, nor to despair of final good fortune upon every little check he receives in the pursuit of it. That we may therefore be induced more frequently to choose this beneficial amusement in preference to others which is not attended with the same advantage. Every circumstance that may increase the pleasure of it should be regarded, and every action of word that is unfair, disrespectful, or that in any way may give uneasiness should be avoided, as contrary to the immediate intention of both players, which is to pass the time agreeably. Therefore, if it is agreed to play according to strict rules, then those rules are to be exactly observed by both parties and should not be insisted on for one side while deviated from the other, for this is not equitable. If it is agreed not to observe the rules exactly, but one party demands indulgences, he should then be willing to allow them to the other. No false move should ever be made to extricate yourself out of a difficulty or to gain an advantage. There can be no pleasure in playing with a person once detected in such unfair practice. If your adversary is long in playing, you ought not to hurry him or express any uneasiness at his delay. You should not sing nor whistle, nor look at your watch, nor take up a book to read, nor make a tapping with your feet on the floor or with your fingers on the table, nor do anything that may disturb his attention. For all these things displease, and they do not show your skill in playing, but your craftiness or your rudeness. You ought not to endeavor to amuse and deceive your adversary by pretending to have made bad moves or in saying you have now lost the game in order to make him secure and careless and inattentive to your schemes, for this is broad and deceit, not skill at a game. You must not, when you have gained a victory, use any triumphant or insulting expression, nor show too much pleasure, but endeavor to console your adversary and make him less dissatisfied with himself by every kind of civil expression that may be used with truth, such as you understand the game better than I, but you are a little inattentive, or you play too fast, or you had the best game, but something happened to divert your thoughts, and that turned it in my favor. If you are a spectator, while others play, observe the most perfect silence, for if you give advice, you offend both parties, him against whom you give it, because it may cause the loss of his game, him in whose favor you give it, because though it be good, and he follows it, he loses the pleasure he might have had if you had permitted him to think till it occurred to himself. Even after a move or moves, you must not, by replacing the pieces, shew how it might have played better, for this displeases and may occasion disputes or doubts about the true situation. All talking to the players lessens or diverts their attention, and is therefore unpleasing, nor should you give the least hint to either party by any kind of noise or motion. If you do, you are unworthy to be a spectator. If you have a mind to exercise or show your judgments, do it in playing your own game when you have an opportunity, not in criticizing or meddling with or counseling the play of others. Lastly, if the game is to be played rigorously according to the rules above mentioned, then moderate your desire for victory over your adversary and be pleased with one over yourself. Snatch not eagerly at every advantage offered by his unskillfulness or intention, but point out to him kindly that by such a move he places or leaves pieces in danger and unsupported, that by another he put his king in a dangerous situation, etc. By this generous civility, so opposite to the unfairness and above forbidden, you may indeed happen to lose the game to your opponent, but you will win what is better, his esteem, his respect, and his affection, together with the silent approbation and goodwill of impartial spectators. Okay, so I just thought I'd read that. That's pretty interesting. Benjamin Franklin's Morals of Chess. That's well known, well documented. Okay, so I got 2 articles related to chess and art for my research for my essay. I'd read through these already a few times, but it'd say the words out loud, and I'll probably read the one on flow in brain experience too, and then I might stop because I'm feeling a little tired and beat. Notes on the aesthetics of chess and the concept of intellectual beauty. So these are interesting topics to think about for the future, genre of my research, but I just kind of read them, put them out there. Notes on the aesthetics of chess and the concept of intellectual beauty. Harold Osborne, 1964. It may seem odd to broach a serious discussion of aesthetic concepts in connection with the game of chess, since many people tacitly assume that when commentators speak of beautiful combinations in chess, and when prizes are awarded for the most beautiful games played in chess tournaments, the word beauty is used either in a Pickwickian or at any rate a highly specialized sense. But a recent book on the art of the chess problem brings the matter squarely into question. The authors affirm their belief that the chess problems are an art form in the same kind of way that great music and poetry are works of art, that they are not only amusing but also beautiful, in some sense important. They claim that what chess problems can do is to enrich your feelings for beautiful things, to pass your time in a way that is creative and rewarding, and at the same time very pleasant, and to put you at the center of a lively exchange of ideas between artist and the audience. It is this sort of claim that I find interesting in the light of the wider concept of intellectual beauty. The idea of intellectual beauty was familiar to the English empirical writers of the aesthetics in the 18th century. Henry Home, Thomas Reid, Douglas Stewart, and most of their contemporaries took it for granted that a mathematical theorem may as properly be called beautiful as a picture or a landscape. Nowadays, the concept of intellectual beauty is not, I believe, commonly repudiated so much as neglected. Few of the standard works on aesthetics pay more than lip service to it, and I know of none which has either attempted a deep analysis or given to it equal weight with sensory beauties of the framing of general aesthetic concepts. Somewhat curiously, intellectual beauty is often taken more seriously today by mathematicians and physicists. Ponckier made much play with the concept, as also more recently Hardy in A Mathematician's Apology, in an article, The Evolution of the Physicist's Picture of Nature in the Scientific American for May 1963. Dirac wrote of Schrodinger's unifying equation. In quantum mechanics, he was able to get a very beautiful equation for describing atomic processes by pure thought, looking for some beautiful generalization of de Broglie's idea, not by keeping close to experimental development of the subject in the way that Heisenberg did. And he continues, it is more important to have beauty in one's equations than to have them fit experiment. It seems to me one of the fundamental features of nature that fundamental physical laws are described in terms of mathematical theory of great beauty and power. I'm indebted for this reference to the paper read by Mr. Frank Avery Wilson at the 1963 conference of the British Society of Aesthetics. Among contemporary philosophical writers, Michael Polanyi, in his Personal Knowledge, 1958, ascribes to intellectual beauty a position of central importance in his post-critical analysis of scientific knowledge and throws out some hints for a phenomenological description of it. But I have nowhere come across a sustained and successful attempt to particularize the qualities in virtue of which an intellectual object would properly be described as beautiful. To return to our writers of chess, in their epilogue, the authors rightly and sensibly speak of the difficulty of full enjoyment of the arts and stigmatize as snobbish and condescending the equal value theory which justifies differential standards and supports the artistic elite in listening themselves to Beethoven while finding it splendid for the ordinary man to enjoy his Elvis Presley. Those of us who listen and enjoy both Elvis Presley and late Beethoven know perfectly well that late Beethoven is much better. This very rightly say that the attempts to avoid the difficulty of appreciating what is finest destroys the arts and leaves people stuck and second-rate and third-rate artists. They then advance the interest theory that by practicing appreciation in a minor art form, of which the chess problem is an example, people will come to learn what it's like to enjoy the finest and will cease to become content with the mediocre and facile. It is worth quoting the argument in full. What has to be done is to ask what it is that makes the full enjoyment of a work of art, that we can look for other forms of experience outside music and poetry and painting that are more easily reached. If the enjoyment of these other experiences in the minor arts can be easily learned, more and more people will come to understand what it's like to fully appreciate Shakespeare or Beethoven or Leonardo, and to realize that these are greater human beings than Haussmann and Tchaikovsky and Antonioni. Once somebody realizes what full artistic appreciation means in any appropriate field, the step to complete enjoyment of other arts, major or minor, is much easier. It is, of course, vital to pick the right sort of field. Good dancing, good food, good football are not really art forms in the necessary sense, but chess problems, ballet, and house architecture are. Whether or not addiction to problem chess is apt to improve a person's capacity to appreciate the greatest in music or poetry or painting is a matter on which one should wish for some empirical data. Presumably, the writers have found it to be true of their own case, but be that it may, I think we might even more plausibly expect that an anatomization of the qualities which are held to constitute intellectual beauty is a more or less circumscribed field, such as chess might prove to be useful propedeutic to the study of the concept in its wider application. When our aim is to analyze the concept in understanding rather than to cultivate enjoyment and practical appreciation, then certainly advantages should accrue from the beginning in the simpler and more restricted field of chess. Such an analysis has been attempted by Lenois in his books, Le Prix, 1951, gives 7 criteria for which prizes for beauty have been awarded at international chess tournaments. The conditions which he regards as necessary and sufficient for a game or a combination to be held beautiful are as follows. 1, correctness. A winning combination must be correct in the sense of being irrefutable. A game is not beautiful if victory depends on a gross error of the opponent. 2, correctness. A winning combination must be correct in the sense of being the shortest available in the position reached. However ingenious it is, a combination is not considered beautiful if there exists a shorter combination that gives a forced win. 3, difficulty. A game is judged more beautiful in proportion to each of the 2 player creates difficulties for his opponents, and each finds the right answer to the problems posed. Faults on the part of one player detract from the beauty value of the game of the winning player. Conversely, victory is judged more beautiful in so far as it is achieved by dangerous maneuvers. 4. Vivacity. A game is judged more beautiful in proportion as it contains fewer dull moves and the greatest number of spectacular moves. A spectacular move is one which is surprising and unexpected, preferably one involving the sacrifice of material and mobility. 5. Originality. A game or a combination loses its claim for a beauty prize if it has been anticipated. 6. Richness. A game is judged more beautiful in proportion as it contains a greater number of different combinations. These combinations may be successive or alternative. In the former case, they are actually played and are apparent. In the latter case, they are hidden. They are not played, but are possibilities whose understanding is necessary for appreciation of the moves which are played. It is the function of the commentators to draw attention to the hidden combinations and so reveal the less apparent beauties of the game. 7. Logical unity. A game is regarded as beautiful insofar as all the moves and combinations are subordinated to a single and correct plan. Summing together these criteria, the author describes the beauty of the game of chess as an original association of vivacity and richness informed by logical unity on the basis of a game played correctly and difficulty in the meaning ascribed to these words above. This analysis, insufficient, though in some ways it certainly is, has the advantage of being empirically based. It purports to bring into the open the principles of judgment implicit in the actual practice of those who judge beauty in the international tournaments. Our authors, on the other hand, reduce the specific beauty which characterizes the chess problem as distinct from the game to the single principle of economy and adaptation of means to end. They suggest the aesthetic experience in any of the arts involves two things. First, one must fully understand, follow with the brain, and feel with the stomach what the artist is expressing, and also the link between this and the way he chooses to express it. Second, there is joy, and the joy, a special kind of joy associated with this kind of understanding. This process is the appreciation of economy, form, and content. It perfectly match, make one feel that there is absolutely no waste. The subject has been painted, the mood captured, the experience conveyed, the character drawn with the complete economy. Art is an arrangement of means, paint, words, notes, chessmen, such that they convey ends, subjects, experiences, themes, with no more use of means than is needed. The joy comes from being pleasantly surprised. Suddenly you understand how much a great artist can do with very little. Chess problems provide the same deep sense of artistic enjoyment, the sense understanding of economy, of means reduced to fit the ends, the reduction of the art appreciation in general, and the chess problem in particular, to the single principle of economy is assuredly an oversimplification, important though the principle may be. Moreover, general comparisons between chess and such arts as music and painting and poetry may well seem less useful than a more specific analogy between the specific special qualities of beauty revealed in chess and the qualities inherent in the concept of intellectual beauty in its wider aspects. That, at any rate, should be the first step, and in this more clearly defined sphere, with its artificial system of rules and purposes unrelated to the world of practical concerns, it might well be that a closer analysis of artistic economy in the chess problem could throw useful light on what is meant by the beauty of economy in mathematical and scientific or even philosophical theory. If we want to use chess as a paradigm or a highly simplified model of intellectual beauty in general, it will be necessary to assess the extent to which the factor of competition in the game and the element of the conundrum in the problem put them in the category apart from other intellectual objects. The authors notice and discount the view that the chess problems are not an art form because they are primarily puzzles. The puzzle element of chess problems is nowadays totally subordinated to the clear economical and artistic presentation of a theme. The merit of a difficult key lies mainly in the pleased surprise it can cause a solver when he sees in a flash unsuspected possibilities in the innocent-looking situation. Yet granted that the beauty of a problem is not assessed in relation to the difficulty of solving it alone, the central idea of the problem nonetheless remains the setting of a puzzle for the exercise of another person's wits in finding the solution, just as the element of competition in pitting one's wits against the wits of an opponent in an intellectual struggle for victory remains the essential rationale of the game of chess. It might be suggested, though it has not, that the feature of puzzle solving in the one case and competition in the other supply the interest necessary for gripping and sustaining attention before appreciation of beauty can take place. But however this may be, well, they should not preclude us from regarding chess in both its modes as an art form. These features, which are central to the activities in question, may well color to some extent the nature and the beauties of to which they were susceptible, or at any rate modify the conditions under which beauty can arise. For example, the criterion of difficulty mentioned by Lenois could not be applied straightforwardly outside of the artificial situation of the game, where difficulties are deliberately created by each player for his opponent in the interest of competition, although it might not be entirely without plausibility to suggest that the beauty of mathematical theorem may be partly a function of the intrinsic difficulty and range of the material, as well as such qualities as originality, neatness, elegance, comprehensiveness, and lucidity. Others of the conditions lend themselves more readily to generalization. The quality of richness has obvious affinities with what Polanyi calls systematic relevance and profundity, one of the qualities he regards as essential to the beauty of scientific theory. The conditions which, for what of more exact characterization I have continued to call logical unity, is more obviously pertinent still. It has been described by Polanyi as something which constitutes the unity of the demonstration of mathematical theory. It's an illustration of this quality. Polanyi tells us that he could still recall the general procedure followed in evaluating the wave equation of a hydrogen atom on which he had lectured 10 years ago, although he had forgotten the details and could no longer write down any part of the actual demonstration. On the other hand, although he had reportedly gone over the consecutive steps of Gödel's first theorem, he had been unable to grasp their sequence as a whole, and they had therefore conveyed nothing to him. For the experience of beauty to arise, it is necessary both that the intellectual object have the quality of logical unity, and also the observer is competent to apprehend the quality in this particular material. In conclusion, we accept that chess is justly considered an art form, since among other things it offers scope for the creation of intellectual objects characterized by beauty. This is not, of course, its only function, any more than the criterion the creation of beautiful buildings is the only function of architecture. While fuzzy analogies between aesthetic experience in chess and the arts of painting, music, and poetry have little to recommend them, there does seem to be ground for believing that closer inspection of the conditions which contribute to the emergence of beauty in chess may, with adequate safeguards, have heuristic value in helping towards a better phenomenological understanding of beauty in more important spheres of intellectual activity. Okay, so let's look at another article on chess as an art form by Humble, 1993. So, yeah, a little connection. And I had read some of the aesthetics like Kant and Polanyi, and the German idealist also had a lot of thoughts on aesthetics. Chess is an art form by P.N. Humble. It is a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma, but perhaps there is a key. Winston Churchill. We might think that the question whether chess is an art form should interest the philosopher and aesthetician. Chess is a game with a long history. It possesses a literature rich in aesthetic interest, and it is for many the very paradigm of intellectual activity. Although philosophers are fond enough of using chess as a metaphor, they have said remarkably little, however, about the question which bedevils chess literature. To the best of my knowledge, Harold Osborne is one of the few aestheticians to have regarded chess as a subject worthy of comment. In a short but perspective review article, he discusses the aesthetics of chess in relation to the concept of intellectual beauty. Although his discussions is constrained by the books under review, he remarks en passant that chess may rightly be regarded as an art form, since among other things it offers scope for the creation of intellectual objects characterized by beauty. This remark expresses an important insight, one which I shall elaborate upon with the intention of arguing a case for classifying chess as one of the minor arts. I shall begin by looking at criterion used for evaluating chess games from an aesthetic point of view. I shall then put the case for treating chess as an art form by drawing upon the writings of Grandmaster Bronstein, and conclude by discussing the most powerful objection to my claims. It is well-established practice to award brilliancy prizes at chess tournaments for the most beautiful game. This incidentally gives institutional recognition to the aesthetic nature of chess. With this practice in mind, the French chess enthusiast Lenois stipulated 7 criteria for judging a game's aesthetic merit. It is worth summarizing these criterion as they make clear what may not be apparent, namely how a game can be reward aesthetic contemplation. One, correctness, a winning combination, unified sequence of moves, usually involving two or more pieces, must be correct in the sense that it cannot be refuted by skillful defense. It is not judged beautiful if it succeeds owing to an opponent's blunder. The combination must be the most economical way of winning material or giving checkmate. It should not indulge in pyrotechnics for its own sake. Difficulty. A game should be judged beautiful in proportion to the difficulty each player sets the other and how well each overcomes the difficulties he has been set. Mistakes on the part of either player create players detracts from the game's merit, while dangerous moves enhance it. Vivacity, dull moves diminish a game's merit. Spectacular moves increase it. Sacrifices in which players gives up pieces to obtain a stronger position or attack are especially praiseworthy. Originality, a game or combination must be unique. Combinations of a novel imaginative nature contribute to a game's aesthetic merit. Richness, the greater the variety of combinations, the more beautiful the game is to be judged, as well as combinations that are actually played. There are hidden ones or threats, although these threats being anticipated and countered by the opponent do not materialize. They give a game greater depth and profundity. Logical unity, a game should exhibit harmonious development in which all the moves form part of a larger overall conception, which is self-correct. Noise regard these conditions as being necessary and sufficient conditions for a game to be beautiful. This may or may not be true. For our purposes, it is sufficient to note that chess is susceptible to aesthetic appraisal and indeed invites it. However, it is one thing to say that this and another to say that chess is an art form. Plainly, there are many things we take an aesthetic interest in, including natural phenomenon, which are not works of art. Though we may have a clear idea of how chess can reward aesthetic contemplation, we still lack an argument to show how it is an art form. Such an argument can be extracted from the writings of Grandmaster Bronstein and co-author Smolyan. Their book Chess in the 80s is best regarded as a brilliant polemic in which, with passion and wit, they set out to confound skeptic and pragmatist alike by arguing that chess is a creative art. Chess is the highest degree, they assert, an individual form of creativity. Everything that appeals to us in a game, they say, warming to their task, be it a combination or a maneuver, a trap or a study-like ending, the complex logic of plan, or a geometric harmony of coordination. All these are distinctive aesthetic invariants. Good aesthetic judgments can enable the chess player, they believe, to spot the correct move or hit upon a winning combination. Not only does chess give the player the scope to express artistic gifts, the game can be appreciated by the spectator in the same way that paintings, music, and architecture can be appreciated as art. For art authors, there is no fanciful analogy, and they look forward to a time when chess is properly presented as an intellectually and morally improving entertainment for a wider public. This is good stuff, but it should be said that it is supported by a perceptive analysis of chess creativity, one which may provide the key argument for which we are looking. Let us examine more closely the four important factors our authors think are involved in such creativity. First, there's the joy the player himself takes in creating artistic riches, which are imperishable, being works of art which are recorded in permanent form using standard chess notation. Second, there's the pleasure the audience, the chess public, gets from watching an entertaining game of chess. It is the master's responsibility to ensure that the game is truly entertaining. Our authors write, just as the musician extracts for the public the sounds of a charming melody, so the artistic chess player uses skill to extract from the material at his disposal the beauty of a chess idea. The audience must play its part too by creating a sense of occasion, rather like an audience at a theater. As Bronstein and Smolyan remark, without an audience there is no creative intensity. On a deserted stage, alone with himself, the master loses his creative potential, and his torpid soul becomes the prisoner of countless variations from which he no longer has the strength to escape. We can in turn extract from these writings the all-important notion of an audience, of a spectator. Via this notion, we can link chess with the major arts, where we speak of the artist as creating something with the intention of rewarding aesthetic contemplation. Similarly, we can speak of the chess master as playing a game with exactly the same intention. Third, there's the powerful, attractive factor of the game's mysterious beauty. Our authors refer to the views of the noise, which we noted above, and regret that there are not more widely known. They suggest alternative ways of evaluating games and attach the greatest importance to qualities of daring, imagination, and fantasy. They quote approvingly Francis Bacon's observations that there is no complete beauty in existence which does not contain a certain portion of strangeness. And they agree wholeheartedly with Richard Reddy, who remarked that which basically delights us in chess is the triumph of a deep, brilliant idea over dull mediocrity, the victory of the individual over the trivial. In a manner calculated to have warmed Collingwood's heart, Bronstein and Smolian distinguish between mere craftsmanship and true art. The importance our authors attach to originality is reminiscent of the attitude of early European avant-garde artists. In this connection, it is interesting to note that Richard Reddy, to whom they refer, was one of the leading lights of the whole wonderfully named hypermodern school of chess. The school flourished in the 1920s, and its members saw themselves as the artists of the game who would revolutionize how it was played. Their highly original ideas have had lasting influence. The fourth and final factor Bronstein and Smolian mention is that the medium chess is said to afford a deep intellectual pleasure of working in fantastically varied and flexible medium, which enables the players to test the strength of his ideas and his imagination. And as in science, new ideas are rigorously tested, more novelty not being prized for its own sake. I hope that by examining the views above, we are now better placed to understand how chess may be justifiably treated as an art. We may freely summarize these views as follows. Chess offers a medium in which players strive to produce intellectual objects of beauty and imaginative power for the spectator's appreciation. We may, on the basis of this, define a game of chess as a work of art in terms of necessary and sufficient conditions. A game of chess is a work of art if and only if it is produced primarily with the intention of rewarding aesthetic contemplation, exhibits aesthetic features, and is unique. I shall comment on each condition, taking them in reverse order. The third condition is the most straightforward. It has been calculated that the number of different legal positions on a chessboard is 2 times 10 to the 43rd, while the number of different 40-move games is 25 times 10 to the 115th. This would seem to afford ample scope for enterprising player. As regards to the second condition, the term aesthetic feature is used in Frank Sibley's sense, and it includes both features implying merits in games and those implying demerits. It should be noted that according to the proposed definition, games of chess, in common with paintings or poems, may be good, bad, or indifferent works of arts, even though it is only masterpieces that are anthologized. It is the first condition that for many will prove the hardest to swallow. Although it may be readily granted that chess possesses an aesthetic dimension, it may be objected that aesthetic considerations must yield to the imperatives of the contest, which provides the game with its true rationale. According to this view, chess is a sport, and moreover, a highly competitive international one, in which the world champion is a gladiatorial contest fought with psychological weapons for high financial stakes. This would seem to be a pretty formidable objection, or in chess parlance, a crushing combination. I shall hope to show, however, that the position I seek to defend has hidden resources which may yet blunt the force of this objection. Osborne himself believed the competitive nature of the game did not preclude its being an art form. His review article gives 2 useful hints as to how competitive and aesthetic considerations may be reconciled. He speculates that the competitive features of the game might well supply the interest necessary for gripping and sustaining attention before appreciation of beauty can take place. And he adds these features may well color to some extent the nature of the beauties to which chess is susceptible, or at any rate modify the conditions under which beauty can arise. Let me offer a gloss of these remarks. The first has a rather odd ring to it. I think the point that needs to be made is that we can appreciate the game as a sporting contest of dramatic spectacle. Some of the aesthetic judgments we pass on a game are directly related to how satisfying we find it in this respect. We may say that a game is compelling, electrifying, or dynamic, or less favorably, we may speak of being dull, lifeless, or lacking intention. The game's competitive nature may influence also our aesthetic judgment indirectly, and this brings me to Osborne's second point. An example may be helpful. Suppose Black appears to have a lost game. He is a piece down. He must find a reply to a nasty-looking threat with only 5 minutes left on his chess clock. Then Black surprises his opponent and the onlookers by finding a hidden resource and what appeared to be a completely lost position. He plays an elegant combination and brings off a forced win with only seconds remaining on his clock. How should we describe the game from the onlooker's point of view? We would expect him to appreciate certainly the combination's formal elegance, but the pattern of moves, pleasing in its harmony and fresh innovation, hasn't been laboriously fashioned in the quiet of the study. It has been played at dazzling speed and under the most tense circumstances. For our spectator, the combination would surely be spectacular in the literal meaning of the word. The circumstances then have colored the aesthetic qualities of the combination. Such an example does not exhaust the subtle implication of Osborne's point. There are other ways in which aesthetic and competitive considerations may be interwoven in our appreciation of the game. At this point, it is worth recalling the criterion of difficulty stipulated by the noise. According to his criterion, a game is to be judged beautiful in proportion to the difficulties each player sets the other and how well each overcomes the difficulties he has been set. For example, white's combination counts as beautiful only if black consistently finds the best possible replies. In short, we would refrain from praising white's play if the opponent play is a poor competitive standard. Moreover, the greater the risk white takes in playing the combination, the more highly we praise it. In case of this sort, how we use aesthetic terms is logically tied, as it were, to the criterion of difficulty and therefore to competitive considerations. In trying to answer the objection stated above, I have looked at matters from the spectator's point of view and have argued that how we judge a game aesthetically may be influenced by its nature as a contest. What I wish to do now is to look at the relationship between sporting and artistic aspects from a player's perspective and show how the latter can influence the former. It will be recalled that Bronstein and Smolian attach importance to the role played by aesthetic considerations in the master's conduct of a game. Here is what they say. But in chess, as in mathematics, there is harmony of form, geometric beauty, and expressiveness, and free play of the imagination, and there is a multitude of examples of how the choice of the best plan or move in chess is guided by beauty. A harmonious idea is almost always correct. Without exaggerating greatly, it can be said that the aesthetic feeling which attunes the intellect towards searching and leads it there. What is being claimed, among other things, is that a player with acute aesthetic judgment can see what the requirements of a given position are. He can devise a plan which exhibits logical unity, or home in the correct move, or spot the dynamic combination latent in a position. In the case of the latter, the master does not carry out long, complex calculations of every possible variation, which may involve computing hundreds of moves, and arrive at a winning combination by elimination. He sees a pattern. That is to say, the master sees how individual elements can be fitted together in the right way, a beautiful way. And what our authors are suggesting is seeing how the elements can be fitted together in the right way requires a highly developed sense of aesthetic judgment. Though once the master has found the combination, he will check its soundness by calculating the relevant variations. In my view, the psychological research which has been carried out on chess will not, while not establishing the author's claim, goes a long way to doing so. The upshot of this aesthetic considerations are not of secondary importance, not merely icing on the cake at the very highest levels of the game. A successful competitor is one whose play shows a feeling for the aesthetic. We may compare the view expressed by our authors regarding the importance of aesthetic considerations with similar ones voiced by modern mathematicians and scientific thinkers in relation to their own concerns. In 1908, the great mathematician Henry Poincaré observed, "It is truly aesthetic feeling which all mathematicians recognize. The useful combinations and are precisely the most beautiful." Substitute chess players for mathematicians, and it might be Bronstein Smolin speaking. The distinguished mathematical analyst Hardy characterized the mathematician as a maker of patterns, which, like the painter or the poets, must be beautiful. The mathematical idea, like the colors of the words, must fit together in a harmonious way. Beauty is the first test. There is no permanent place for the ugly mathematics. Polkinghorne, sometime professor of mathematical physics at University of Cambridge, remarked, "It is recognized technique in elementary particle physics to seek theories which are compact and mathematically beautiful in the expectation that they will prove to be the ones realized in nature. We will not, however, let the moderns have the last word." Aristotle said those who assert that the mathematical sciences say nothing of the beautiful are in error. The chief forms of beauty are order, commensability, and precision. We may recap what has been said in reply to the objection that chess is not an art form, as aesthetic considerations are best of secondary importance. I hope to have shown, on the contrary, that they are first importance. I argue that it's wrong to suppose that aesthetic and competitive considerations are somehow incompatible, or that the latter takes precedence over the former. I suggest that the game could be appreciated as a sporting contest or dramatic spectacle, and that some of the aesthetic judgments refer explicitly or implicitly to the game understood in these ways. Moreover, I've claimed that a player's aesthetic judgment could be a crucial factor in determining how well he plays and whether he wins or loses. I refer to this connection on the fundamental importance of aesthetics, both within and without chess in order to show that this was not something peculiar to the game. Whatever else it may, chess is the first and foremost an art form whose games are to be enjoyed as works of art. But however beautiful or profound the masterpieces of Alekhine, Bronstein, and Kasparov may be, I doubt whether we would wish to describe them as great works of art. There is an interesting asymmetry here. Chess masterpieces, minor artworks. Perhaps this is because chess in its very nature cannot comment upon the deep human themes, characteristics of great art, but this is a question I shall leave for another occasion. We had Tinkle. Okay, so let me save some of these for next week. I'd meant to do this one for a few weeks now on the educational benefits of chess. This one, cognitive skill acquisition, was quoted in an article I read the last week in review. It was a little bit interesting, so hopefully we'll go over that. And another Fernand Gobet, a longer one, on a comparison of expert memory, different forms of chunking theory. So all important articles. So thank God I had a lot of guests this week. So I probably would have been able to finish all of these, but thank God we finally had some guests that showed up. So less reading, but I want to get through at least one more, and I'll probably call it a night. And this is about flow. And I actually was looking up today how to pronounce the developer of Flow's name correctly. So I'm not going to read the actual experiment. I'll read the majority of the historical, the analysis, without going over the exact experiment. People could read the article on their own, encourage them to do it. Put the link in the chat. Inverted U-shaped function between flow and cortisol released during chess play from 2017. This study focused on the salivary cortisol level and its relation to the two components of flow absorption and flow fluency in tournament chess players exposed to one of the skill demand level manipulations, overload, fit, and overload. The aim of the study was to investigate how skill demand level manipulations affect cortisol release and how flow and cortisol release are related in the context of the engaging task. Specifically, the task involved 57 tournament chess players playing chess against software in one of the experimental groups. We assessed flow after chess playing for 25 minutes via questionnaire and collected saliva before chess playing, right after chess playing, and 10 minutes after. Our findings showed that the cortisol levels were affected by the skill demand level manipulations. At time 3, participants in the overload group showed higher cortisol levels than participants in the fit and overload groups. There were no difference in the cortisol release between the experimental group and time 2. In addition, we found the expected inverted U-shape relation between cortisol release and flow absorption at time 2. A moderate level of cortisol was associated with a higher level of flow absorption. In contrast, a higher level of cortisol was associated with a lower level of flow absorption. Against our expectation, flow fluency was not related to cortisol release. We discussed practical and theoretical implications of our results as well as potential for future research. Introduction. Flow is a mental state of being completely engaged in activity. Individuals experiencing flow report a feeling of loss of time, loss of self-awareness, having a higher sense of control over the activity, and an increased focus on relevant information. Flow has been examined during various skill-oriented activities such as operating, dancing, playing basketball, as well as during work. However, the assessment and the inducement of flow has major issues in flow research. So far, the experience sampling method, ESM, has been the only means to provide a possibility in assessing flow in real time. Experience sampling method involves the participant engaging in an activity and is interrupted several times by an electronic device asking the person to rate his or her flow level during the current activity. However, an interruption of the activity causes individuals to exit the flow state and enter a self-aware state. This is problematic in capturing accurate record of individuals' flow experience. Psychological measures such as cortisol release, on the other hand, do not suffer from difficulties related to retrospective questionnaires, and therefore could provide objective indicators of flow without interpreting individuals' flow state, as well as the ability to better understand how flow is experienced during engaging activities. In light of these shortcomings, this study investigates flow and its association with cortisol release in an experimental setting in which intrinsically motivated participants are exposed to engaging in self-involving tasks to induce flow. Although intrinsic motivation was not induced by means of our experimental materials, we recruited chess players at a national and international level to participate in our experiment. Thus, it is reasonable to assume that these participants would have experienced levels of intrinsic motivation. Our study contributes to the understanding of the physiological patterns underlying flow experience. While our focus was on cortisol release, the first aim of our study was to investigate in a highly evolving task how skill demand manipulations affect cortisol release. The second aim was to understand the relation between flow experience and cortisol release. The relationship between flow, stress, and anxiety. According to the flow channel model, individuals experience flow when they evaluate tasks or situations as challenging but accomplishable by means of their own skill. This is referred to optimal challenge-skill balance. However, if the task demands exceed individual skill level, individuals tend to experience anxiety and increased stress. In contrast, if the task demand is too low, it will lead to boredom. Therefore, an optimal skill demand level is required in order to yield an appropriate level of challenge and thus facilitate flow experiences. Worthy to note that the evaluation between situational demands and ability is based on subjective experience rather than objective standards. Similar to the flow channel model, the transactional stress model states that a subjective evaluation of the situational demands and the OMA abilities result in different mental states. According to Lazarus and Folkman, stress occurs if individuals evaluate the situational demands as threatening or harmful and exceeding their skill or coping resources. According to the transactional stress model, stress is a result of psychological and physiological responses to threatening, harmful, or challenging situation. Therefore, if situational demands exceeding individual skill level is being interpreted as a threat or harm, then both concepts, anxiety and stress, can be considered equal. In contrast to stress, the transactional stress model further defines challenges as a pleasurable state when resources meet the situational demands. Shikzen Amali states that flow can be experienced in a stressful event if the task or activity is evaluated as a challenge. In contrast to the flow channel model, the transactional stress model also makes assumptions regarding physiological characteristics, whereas the latter relates stress to physiological arousal, in particular to increased cardiac output and vascular resistance, and increased cortisol release. Taken together due to the conceptual similarities between anxiety and stress, it is reasonable to expect that anxiety is linked with physiological responses similar to stress. According to the flow channel model, flow lies somewhere between the boredom and anxiety spectrum. Thus, when individuals are experiencing flow, they would experience moderate physiological arousal. Furthermore, flow should be the highest during moderate and lowest during high or low physiological arousal. This suggests an inverted U-shaped function because these variables, in contrast to the body of knowledge about physiological responses to stressful or threatening situations, little is known about the physiological correlates of flow. Current findings about the psychophysiology of flow. Regarding physiological processes, flow has been associated with the activation of the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis and the autonomic nervous system. In a correlation study, flow during piano playing was associated with increased heart rate, blood pressure, activity in the zygomaticus major muscle, as well as in respiratory depth, and decreased heart rate variability. Bruya describes flow as a state of effortless attention, which arises through an interaction between positive affect and high attentive attention, in which both the sympathetic and the parasympathetic system are activated. In contrast, flow has been linked to strain-induced tension and mental load. In an experimental study of physiological response of participants exposed to balanced skill demand tasks showed similarities in the physiological response during stress relief regarding the release of salvatory cortisol and the heart rate variability, reflecting an activation of the sympathetic system and HPA axis. Participants played the game Tetris in one of 3 skill demand levels: fit, boredom, or overload. The results demonstrated the salvatory cortisol was highest in the balanced skill demand group to induce flow. Participants in this group showed higher cortisol release compared to participants in the overload group, where demands exceeded skill. However, the lower cortisol response of participants in the overload group may also be caused by the low task commitment, since participants might not perceive the task as important, which is a prerequisite for perceiving threat. Furthermore, Keller links salvatory cortisol release with the experimentally manipulated skill demand level groups and not with self-reported flow levels. This gives insight into how cortisol release is associated with the task difficulty, but now how it is associated with flow experience. The latter is still an open question. In addition to manipulating the skill demand level, self-reported flow levels should be associated with physiological indicators such as salivary cortisol levels. All in all, it is still unclear whether exposing individuals to an engaging and more self-involving task would lead to the same findings. Results of a more recent study showed that a moderate HPA axis activation was associated with the highest flow scores. In this study, physiological arousal was induced via the Trier social stress test. Before engaging in a complex and pure task, individuals with higher low cortisol response reported the lowest flow levels, and individuals with moderate cortisol response reported the highest flow levels. The findings of Pfeiffer and colleagues suggested the inverted U-shaped relation between flow, sympathetic, and HPA axis activation. However, high arousal was induced via a stressful task prior to the flow-inducing task. It is still unclear whether this relation between the HPA axis activation and flow can be found without inducing a high arousal prior to the flow-inducing task. Thus, an open question is whether the inverted U-shaped function can be found in a self-involving activity that is perceived as important by the individual. Flow in laboratory settings. Inducing flow in laboratory settings and at the same time activating the HPA axis is very burdensome. According to the meta-analysis, cortisol is released if a motivated performance task is being threatened, is uncontrollable, and or poses social evaluative threat. Thus, only manipulating task difficulty is not sufficient for activating the HPA axis. Furthermore, the individual must perceive the task as important. Situations that meet this requirement to induce motivated performance include mental, arithmetic tasks, public speaking, sports, or speech tasks. In particular, situations that entail risk for failure that can be associated with the possible loss of social self-esteem can result in a loss of control. Similarly, to the aforementioned findings, Lazarus also stated that without goal commitment, there would be nothing of adaptional importance at stake in an encounter to arouse a stress reaction. Well, strong goal commitment is associated with increased stress. Low goal commitment is related to low stress. As such, to activate a physiological mechanism such as the HPA axis, a motivated performance task must be threatened by uncontrollability, task difficulty, and or pose a social evaluative threat so that the anticipated outcome is not accomplishable with the performance of the individual. The relationship between cortisol and flow absorption as well as flow fluency. As mentioned further above, there is theoretical and empirical support for the expectation that there is an inverted U-shaped function between flow and the release of cortisol. Such an inverted U-shaped function was also found between arousal and performance, a positive affect, and between vigilance and cortisol release. Bourne suggested that the optimal states of vigilance are associated with the optimal states of cognitive efficiency, whereas lower high levels of vigilance are related to impaired cognitive efficiency. Furthermore, optimal memory performance is related to mildly evaluated HPA axis activation. In light of these results, we expect that cortisol release may be better indication for flow. In particular, we assume that cortisol release predicts the two factors of flow described by Reinberg and Valmeyer as flow absorption and flow fluency. Flow absorption refers to the total cognitive engagement of an ongoing activity with loss of self-awareness. In contrast, flow fluency focuses on perceived competence mastery and the perceived fluency control of the activity. The level of task demands affects these components differently. Flow fluency is experienced in activities with low task demands and task demands matching individual skill levels and activities in which demands exceed the skills of the individual. Individuals rather experience a loss of control over the activity. In contrast, flow absorption is experienced in more challenging activities with higher task demands, which can be coped better with high ability. Furthermore, evaluated cortisol levels were related to negative mood. Regarding flow, negative mood was associated with the absence of flow. In experimental study, the avoidance of flow-associated activities resulted in an increase in negative effect. In contrast, the manipulation of skill demand levels did not cause differences in effectivity. Flow was also linked to positive effect. An increase in the flow was related to increase in positive effect. However, we expect that the threatening of a motivational performance should lead to negative effect and lower flow. Conversely, the balanced skill demand task should be higher positive effect and flow. The present study. This study focuses on two questions. How does skill demand manipulations affect cortisol release? What is the relationship between flow experience and cortisol release? We conducted experiments in which individuals were asked to play chess. The participants were randomly assigned to one of three skill demand level groups. Skill exceed demands to induce boredom. Underload group, skill match demands to induce flow. Fit group, and demands exceed skill to induce stress overload group. Chess play was chosen as a mean of facilitating engagement and flow for the following reasons. Firstly, previous research provides evidence that chess playing induces flow. Secondly, owing to activities in tournaments, chess players are assigned ELO scores, official rating of the FIDE, the International Chess Association, that reflect their skill level. Finally, chess playing represents reasonable psychological stress since it is a cognitively demanding task and involves strategic problem solving. Regarding physiological processes, chess playing has so far been related to decreased heart rate variability and increased metabolism. We hypothesize that participants in the overload group show an increase in cortisol release, whereas participants in the fit and underload group show a decrease in cortisol release. Furthermore, we expect participants in the overload group to show the highest cortisol reactivity and participants in the overload group to show the lowest cortisol reactivity, owing to the assumptions regarding the U-shaped function between arousal and performance, as well as between vigilance and cortisol release. In aforementioned findings, we propose a quadratic relation between flow absorption and cortisol release. While flow absorption should be highest during moderate cortisol concentration, flow fluency, on the other hand, was only associated with the activation of the sympathetic nervous system. Furthermore, an increase of task demand is related to the increased release of cortisol and a low level of flow fluency. Consequently, we expect a negative linear relationship between flow fluency and cortisol release. Regarding participants' subjective flow scores, we hypothesize that participants in the fit group will report higher flow absorption compared to participants in the underload or overload groups. Participants in the fit and underload groups will report higher flow fluency than participants in the overload group. Further, we expect that the participants in the fit group will report a higher increase in possible effect and a higher degree of negative effect compared to the participants in the underload and overload groups. Methods. Participants in design, a total of 63 chess players at a national and international level participated voluntarily in the study. Participants were recruited from chess clubs around the city of Frankfurt before being invited to participate in the experiment. All participants were pre-screened for health issues, including cardiovascular and psychological diseases, as well as infection. Participants with cardiovascular diseases and participants who took any drugs were excluded and were not invited to participate in the experiment. Reasons for this exclusion is based on prior stories where it has been demonstrated that health and behavior factors such as the use of medication, psychological disorders, consuming caffeine, or eating have an influence on the cortisol response. The participants' chess flow was determined by their ELO scores from the records of their chess clubs. The ELO score is a psychometric method to measure expert performance in the chess domain based on the results of competitive tournaments in the latent measure of performance on an interval scale. The ELO score is dynamic and changes after each match in a tournament. ELO increases after winning and decreases after losing against another player. Therefore, ELO score is a suitable indicator for the manipulation of low skill demand, the skill demand level. All the participants were asked to play chess against a computer that was pre-configured to allocate them into one of three randomly assigned demand groups: underload and overload. To do so, experimenters used the list in which the numbers 1, 2, and 3 appeared in random sequence. Participants in the underload group, skill exceeds demand, played chess against a computer opponent that was configured to have a 400 ELO points lower than the individual participant score. Such a difference equates to a 90% chance of winning. In contrast, participants in the overloads group skills are lower than demands played against a computer opponent that was 400 ELO points stronger, which would give an individual participant only about a 10% chance of win. Participants in the fit group balanced skill level were confronted with a computer opponent with the same ELO score. Irrespective of the experimental group, participants were told that they would play against the same skilled opponent. The participants were briefed about the manipulations upon the completion of the experiment. Okay, so I'm going to skip through the certain aspects of the experiment. Technical, people read through it on their own. So here you see the cortisol release. So discussion. This study focused on the relation between salvatory cortisol level and the flow in tournament chess players exposed to different skill demand level manipulations, a balanced skill demand level fit to induce flow, too high demands to induce overload, and too low demands to induce underload. The aim is to investigate how flow and cortisol releases are related in a highly engaging and self-involving task, such as chess playing, and whether or not cortisol can be considered as an indicator for flow. The effect of skill demand manipulation on cortisol release. As expected in Hypothesis 1A, cortisol release differed over time among the three experimental groups. More precisely, cortisol levels decreased over time in the fit group and increased in the overload group. However, the cortisol level in the underload group did not change over time. This result demonstrates that the manipulation of the skill demand level caused different activations of the HPA axis, and thus Hypothesis 1A was supported. This further provided support for the flow channel model and the extension that the manipulation skill demand level was not only triggered changes in the flow but also in cortisol, and thus cortisol is a potential indicator for flow. The result is in line with other findings regarding HPA axis activation when being exposed to demanding tasks. In the overload group, the demand levels exceeded the skills, so participants might have perceived the situation uncontrollable. As such, it is likely that more effort was required to accomplish the task. Perceived uncontrollability of the situation and a related increase in effort is associated with increased HPA axis activity. In contrast, participants in the fit group as well as participants in the underload group were able to cope with the chess play owing to the balance of lower skill demand level, which might have resulted in more controllability. Perceived control and the ability to cope with inactivity have the effect on both the HPA axis activation and the sympathetic nervous branch. The perceived control over the activity is one of the main components of flow. It is also characterizes the result of the appraisal between the demands of the activity and the skill level of the subject. If there is a balance between skill and demands, the activity is described as fluent and under control of oneself. In Hypothesis 1B, we assume that the manipulation of skill demand level affects cortisol reactivity differently. The difference in cortisol level could only be found at time 3, which was measured 10 minutes after the game. As expected, participants in the overload group showed the highest cortisol reactivity, and participants in the underload group had the lowest, while participants in the fit group showed moderate changes in the cortisol level compared to baseline. However, this difference could not be found at T2 right after the game. It is worth mentioning that cortisol needs 10 to 15 minutes to be measured in the saliva, and this change is detectable for at least 20 minutes. Consequently, the changes at time 3 can be related to the second half of the experiment. Therefore, Hypothesis 1B can be considered to be as supported. This finding is also in line with the transactional stress model as well as the flow model network. Playing against a much stronger opponent induced participants to experience anxiety and the inability to cope with the situational demands. Increased arousal leads to increase in physiological activation, such as increased salvatory cortisol levels. The beginning of a chess game typically involves a quick opening phase. However, a very strong player will be able to win within a few moves. As participants in the overload group were constantly confronted with very strong opposing player, they were frequently faced with failures and conversely a threat. According to the social self-preservation theory, the HPA axis is not only activated to preserve the physical state, but it also is concerned with preserving the social self. When the social self is in danger, negative self-evaluation may be included, and self-awareness may increase. This is in line with the assumption that self-awareness inhibits flow. Our results suggest that the threatening of the important goal in the overload group, winning against the computer opponent, and the social group being evaluated by the experiment, as well as the demand exceeds skill, caused an increase of cortisol release. However, this finding is not consistent with one study on flow and cortisol release that suggested that physiological response of participants exposed to a balanced skill demand task showed similarities to the physiological response during stress regarding the release of salvatory cortisol. The difference may be explained by means of the goal commitment of the participants. In our study, participants, tournament chess players, were highly committed to playing chess, whereas participants in the experiment of Keller had to play Tetris, which might not be perceived as important by the participants and not have a similar self-inducing effect of chess playing has on tournament chess players. As described earlier, goal commitment is mandatory to stimulate the sense of uncontrollability and or social threat, which is required for cortisol release. In light of the motivational intensity theory, if individuals do not feel any self-involvement, the task is not perceived as important. Absence of social self-evaluation, individuals will stop inviting effort in a difficult task. Therefore, too high task demands will not be perceived as important. Effort in a difficult task, therefore, too high task demands will not be perceived as a threat. According to Gandola, individuals show more effort to accomplish very difficult tasks when self-improvement is present. Increase in effort is related to increase in cardiovascular reaction and HPA axis activation. These previous results might explain the difference in findings regarding cortisol activity. Inverted U-shaped function between flow absorption and cortisol activity. In hypothesis 2A, we suggested that according to the transactional stress model and the flow channel model, flow should be associated with moderate physiological arousal, indicating an inverted U-shaped function between cortisol release and flow. As expected, high flow absorption was associated with moderate cortisol levels, and low flow absorption was related to either too high or too low cortisol levels. This inverted U-shaped function was only found at T2. Thus, the results of our experimental study provide further empirical support for the findings of Heifers, in which only the first half of the experiment, moderate cortisol release, was linked to high flow absorption. Similar to our findings, cortisol release in the second half of the experiment was not related to flow absorption. Cortisol mobilizes energy resources by modulating blood glucose levels to meet the increased demands during the demanding tasks such as cognitive tasks. Therefore, results indicated that during the flow, the HPA axis provides sufficient energy to meet the task demands. Furthermore, the release of cortisol causes an increase in ERP amplitude, event-related potentials to auditory stimuli, and improve behavioral performance by impeding intrusive information and increasing focus on relevant stimuli. These cognitive processes are also characterized of flow. In addition, mildly elevated cortisol levels were linked to decreased tiredness and improved concentration. Self-report. It is interesting to note that moderately elevated cortisol levels were associated with better performance. Therefore, we suggest for future research consider moderate cortisol levels as an indicator of flow absorption. Furthermore, a few studies have been found a relationship between stress-induced HPA activation and mechanisms of selective attention. It was found that highly increased HPA axis activation inhibits selective attention, causing decreased ability to filter non-relevant information. Also, high cortisol levels were related to reduced inhibitory attentional processes. Both are associated with low levels of flow. The fittings in flow research shows that individuals who experience flow report focused attention on to activity relevant stimuli. In contrast to flow absorption, salvatory cortisol levels could not predict flow fluency. Only a few studies have investigated these different components of flow so far. In line with Heifers, fluency was not associated with cortisol release. However, Heifers found a relationship between low frequency HRV and flow frequency. This indicates that flow fluency might be affected by the autonomic nervous system, but not by the HPA axis. For a better understanding of the physiological correlates of flow, we suggest working with both subscales. Skill demand manipulation affects flow as well as positive and negative effect. As expected in hypothesis 3A, flow was affected by the manipulation of task demands. In line with previous research, participants in the fit group experienced higher flow fluency and higher flow absorption compared to participants in the overload group. However, regarding flow fluency, participants in the fit group did not differ from participants in the underload group. This result is not surprising and is known from previous research that has shown difficulties to differentiate flow from underload. Boredom in terms of Csikszentmihalyi. This is particularly prevalent in activities with low task demand where individuals experience a higher sense of control over the ongoing task compared to the task demands exceeding individual skill level. Finally, as expected in hypothesis 3B, participants in the fit group reported an increase in positive effect and a decrease in negative effect. This finding is in line with the assumption that the flow might have an effect on positive mood. Also, aside from the effect of flow causes an increase in positive effect, the absence of flow might also lead to an increase in negative effect. There are some methodological limitations to consider. Due to the experimental manipulation of skill demand level, participants played an important number of games in each of the three experimental group. Participants in the overload group are underload groups played more games than the participants in the fit group. Chess playing is characterized by different phases: opening, middle part, and endgame. Truebot showed that during the middle parts, participants showed the highest mental effort compared with the beginning of the world. We controlled for that by adding the number of played games as a covariate into the analysis. Another limitation is the small female sample size. However, female members represent approximately 2 to 7.14% of the chess population. Therefore, the male to female ratio in the present study is representative of the general population. The result in the present study has theoretical and practical implications. The findings demonstrated that inducing flow by means of chess in a balanced skill demand level causes lower cortisol release compared to the higher levels demand. This finding suggests that on a physiological level regarding cortisol release, flow is different from stress or mental strain. Furthermore, this is the first experimental study showing an inverted U shape between function flow and cortisol release by means of chess as an engaging and self-involving task. To study the physiological physiology of flow, we utilize a novel approach for inducing flow by altering the level of skill demand levels through an engaging and self-involving task. Future research and practical implications. In this study, flow was associated with moderate activity HPA axis, yet we still do not know the autonomous nervous system is affected by the skill demand manipulation. To further understand the physiology of flow, other physiological parameters should be included in future studies. On the hormonal level, alpha amylase has been argued to be a reliable indicator for sympathetic activation. Also, the assessment of cardiovascular activity by means of an impedance cardiograph can deliver differentiated information about sympathetic and parasympathetic activity. For example, using pre-ejection period as an indicator of sympathetic activation and using heart rate variability, high frequency heart rate variability as an indicator of the parasympathetic branch. So far, high-frequency heart rate variability was investigated in a few flow studies. In a similar experimental setting to the present study, we propose an inverted U-shaped function between flow absorption and PP, as well as between flow absorption and high-frequency heart rate variability. As a practical implication, we suggest a more intensive use of the subscales and the flow short scale, since that enables a more differentiated analysis of the flow construct. Our results further provide strong support for particularly using self-involving tasks such as chess play when investigating flow in lab experiments. The results from this study can potentially implicate other practical areas that involve games. Specifically, our results indicate that matching opponents with equal balance of skill sets can induce both flow in both our participants, and thus provide not only a challenge but also more pleasurable experience without evaluating cortisol levels that are likely to result in stress or anxiety. Finally, a third area of practical implication is in the area of learning. Learning new tasks can often be daunting when individual skill sets do not match with the new material that is being taught. As seen from the results in our paper, individuals will experience flow and best enjoy the learning experience if there is adequate level of challenge presented to the matched to their skill demand level. Consequently, teachers in designing courses should take that into account when designing teaching materials. This, however, is only a conjecture and an area of research that warrants additional investigation. Conclusion. Our findings suggest that the experimental manipulation of task demands affect flow and HPA axis activation. This is the first experimental study showing the inverted U-shaped function between flow and cortisol release by means of engaging in self-involving task. Moderate cortisol levels were associated with higher levels of flow absorption, and low flow scores were associated with either high or low cortisol levels. Also, this is the first study showing that cortisol levels do not increase when being exposed to skill balance tasks, suggesting that on a physiological level, that flow is different from stress. Based on these results in past studies, we suggest that cortisol might be an indicator for flow. However, further research is needed to fully understand the relationship between flow and cortisol release. Okay, so there you have it. Feeling kind of tired, so I'm just going to wrap up here. I'm not even sure I have that many concluding remarks. So, God bless. Thanks for Claire and Muhammad and Yehudah and MabTube for joining as guests. So we had 4 guests this week. We talked quite a bit about Israel and the war, and then you started the chess studies. So hopefully, I'm going to write this little paper on chess as art, and hopefully we'll get this new newsletter started. So looking forward to that. I hope to do a stream on Wednesday back to my metaphysics series, and we will be looking at Indian and Chinese metaphysics. So pretty interesting, try to get back involved into these metaphysics, and then we'll see after that. So nothing else to recommend. So God bless. Signing off. Everyone have a great night. Thanks everyone tuned in. Thanks to the guests for turned in, and we'll see you again next week.